Chapter 701 Song Family Father and Daughter Chapter 701 Song Family Father and Daughter. Early in the morning on the 23rd of the 12th lunar month, Jiang Xiaobai drove back to Longqing with two security guards. With two security guards, one is for the safety of his life, and the other is for someone driving. The group of security guards brought back from the capital. Now there is no one who can't drive. Some of them would drive when they were soldiers, and some of them were trained by Jiang Xiaobai on the cars in the factory. Other units have a small car, which is very precious. No one except the driver can touch it. The driver must wipe the car himself. I am afraid that others will ruin it, but it is different in the educated youth cannery. Jiang Xiaobai does not feel bad about the car. These security guards are all comrades in arms who Li Longquan has sought out from all over the country. Some are married, some are not. They came back as soldiers. Some of them had no skills at all, and it was difficult to assign jobs. Now it's okay to follow Jiang Xiaobai. If you want to go home one day, and you don't even have a skill, how can you live when you go back? So Jiang Xiaobai asked them to learn to drive, and after learning to give them a driver's license. Able to drive at this time is still a very tall skill. I don't know how much I envy this job. At the same time, Song Xin got off the train at the Beijing railway station. Song Hanbin drove over a long time ago, holding a sign to pick up her daughter. Dad, here. Song Xin waved at Song Hanbin and ran over. I haven't been home for a year, and of course I am very happy to see my father now. Beauty. Song Hanbin also smiled, and his little padded jacket came back. Hugged the girl in his arms. Girl, she's pretty again. How about in Jianhua village? Is work okay? Do you want to come back to work in Beijing? Song Hanbin sent her daughter, looked up and down Song Xin's arm with both hands, and asked with concern. Before Song Xin spoke up, Song Hanbin saw the two men behind Song Xin. Girls, who are these two? Song Hanbin asked. The security department of the cannery, afraid that I would have an accident on the road. Xiaobai asked these two elder brothers to follow. Song Xin explained. Hello, uncle. The two nodded and greeted Song Hanbin. Guardian, thank you. Song Hanbin was a little bit sad. I have been with him for a lifetime, and he has not been accompanied by a security guard. Welcome, you should. The two nodded and said, let's go. It's good to be able to sit down, and everyone will have a meal together at noon. I will make a restaurant. Song Hanbin said. No, we have to find a guest house, so we won't disturb your family reunion. The two said. Look for a guest house. I can arrange it, Song Hanbin said with a smile, and the two did not refuse. After all, Song Hanbin invited dinner at noon. After eating, the two security guards went back to the guest house to rest. I will send you a trip from afar. When will I go back? Would you like to help book tickets? Song Hanbin asked. No, they don't go back, they just stay in the capital, and they will go back with them when they return after the Chinese New Year. Song Xin said with a smile. Just stay in the capital. Don't go home for the New Year. Song Hanbin was taken aback and asked, well, usually when going out or something, the two of them will follow me, and they will have a holiday when they go back during the Chinese New Year. Jiang Xiaobai gave them a red envelope of 500 yuan. Song Xin said, 500 yuan, which is a bit too much. Song Hanbin said, his monthly salary was only 200 yuan. This is still the director of the factory. Other employees are less than 100 yuan a month, and the 500 yuan is equivalent to most of their salary for half a year. Wage for most of the year, I gave it as I said. This Jiang Xiaobai is very good. Song Hanbin looked at Song Xin and said, what? They are all married. Didn't Song Weigo, the director of our Jianhua village garment factory, have had an accident before? He was stabbed with a knife when he was in the city. It's almost gone. It's not that since then, each of the senior managers of our factories has been equipped with two security guards, just to prevent this from happening. Song Xin said. Song Hanbin gave a sigh of relief. He was really afraid of something between Jiang Xiaobai and the girl. It's not that Jiang Xiaobai is not good. He has always let his girlfriend and Jiang Xiaobai be together before, but now Jiang Xiao is married. If there is anything, he can't afford to lose this person. It's better for your own business. The individual has the final say. If you want to send a red envelope, you will send a red envelope. If you want to be equipped with security personnel, you will have security personnel. I have been working for a whole life, and I don't have this treatment. Song Hanbin said. Yes, but don't you rely on the big tree to enjoy the shade. If you earn money, spend more. And if you lose money, you will get government subsidies. Song Xin said. Hey, I haven't seen a lot of knowledge this year. How can I really want to work in Jianhua village? I think private enterprises are good. Song Hanbin asked seriously. Well, as far as the country is concerned, I can't get used to staying in the system. The state-owned enterprises are similar. They are all about seniority. There are a bunch of mothers-in-laws. I am a girl and there is no room for development. However, it is different in private enterprises, especially in Jianhua village. These factories have great potential for development, and they are also in terms of ability. I still like this working environment. Song Xin nodded and said, it makes sense. But the small spot in Jianhua village is too far away from the capital. You are a girl who works in such a remote place, and it's hard to find someone. Song Hanbin said with some worry, while talking, you will be 25 years old. If you don't get married, you will. Dad. Song Xin didn't want to mention this. Song Hanbin, who is celebrating the new year, is not willing to be disappointed, so I won't say anything. The educated youth cannery and those factories will not always be in Jianhua village. When the scale becomes larger in the future, they will definitely have to go out. Maybe even when they come to Beijing, it may not be necessary. Like a clothing factory, don't they just open 2 flagship stores in the capital? If I really want to come back, then I can apply to return to Beijing to be responsible for managing these 2 flagship stores. Song Xin said. Song Hanbin nodded. This is true. Jiang Xiaobai flagship clothing store is indeed quite famous in Beijing. Don't say that everyone knows it, but the Olympics will be very popular, and it will also be popular in the people's daily. On the other side, at the gate of Longqing factory, Zhao Xini is already waiting for Jiang Xiaobai. I was thinking about it, and waited until the end of get off work at noon. But as soon as I went to work this morning, my mind was all in Jiang Xiaobai, without any thoughts of work. I also get distracted from time to time. Even my colleagues can see that something is wrong. As soon as I thought about it, Zhao Xini simply asked for leave and waited in the concierge at the door of the factory. This morning, she has no idea how many times she went out to watch it. Although I knew in my heart that Jiang Xiaobai could not come back so soon, but still couldn't help it. End of this chapter. Chapter 702 I wait for my husband. Chapter 702 I'll wait for my husband. Miss Zhou, who are you waiting for? I've been out several times this morning. Or tell me I'll go out and watch for you. The doorman looked at Zhao Xini and said that he knew this Longgang's eldest lady. She was beautiful, spoke friendly, and was the director's daughter. Looking at Zhao Xini this morning, she was obviously waiting for someone. But who is worthy of Ms. Zhou's absent-minded wait all morning? Thank you, old man, but no need. I will wait for my husband. Zhao Xini said. Your husband? Yes, I heard that you are married. Who is the man? Do you not work in Longqing? Why have you never seen it before? The old man of the doorman suddenly came with a lot of problems. At such an old age, the gossip heart is still so strong. He doesn't work in Longqing. Isn't this Chinese New Year? Go home today and take me home. Zhao Xini smiled and answered politely. If you don't work in Longqing, where is that? Are you in Beijing? I want to say that the capital is just like that. It's not as good as we stay at home. The old doorman never thought that Miss Zhou's husband would go back to work in the city below Jin province. Because in Jin province, Longgang is the top enterprise. With Zhaogang, it is not a word to enter Longgang. So if Dragon City is excluded, it can only work in Beijing. No, I work in Shangdong City, Zhao Xinyi said casually, still looking out the window. Oh, go to Dangxi. The old man was startled, and then said, why not in Longqing? Although the place is an old revolutionary zone, there is no development. Let's go back. Before the old man finished speaking, he saw a black car approaching from a distance. Waiting for a closer look, the old man immediately walked out. Luxury car, don't be the leader who came to inspect again. But I haven't received any news, the old man muttered in his heart, and he didn't care about chatting with Zhao Xinyi, and quickly pushed out the door. Hello. As soon as the old man opened his mouth, he saw the back seat roll down the car window, revealing a young, outrageous face. With years of experience, the old man feels something is wrong. Generally speaking, such a young face appears in the passenger seat, which is where the secretary sits. How to sit in the leadership position. But before he could speak, he saw the young man open the door and get out of the car. Yes, the young man is Jiang Xiaobai, and Jiang Xiaobai rolled down the car window to say hello and drove in. When I got married, I didn't expect to see Zhao Xinyi behind the old doorman. Xinyi, didn't you say it? Just wait in the factory? Why run to the concierge? Jiang Xiaobai said with a slight accusation, but his eyes were full of joy. Zhao Xinyi is also the same, watching Jiang Xiaobai eyes all shine. The concierge is also in the factory. Had it not been for the gate of the factory, Zhao Xinyi would have fallen into Jiang Xiaobai arms. Get in the car and we will go home. Jiang Xiaobai opened the car door, sent Zhao Xinyi to the car, and then got in the car and closed the door. The car didn't even enter the factory, so it turned around at the gate and drove away. This is Miss Zhao's man. In Shangdong City. What kind of work is this in Shangdong City? What a leader, so young. The old man muttered in his heart and returned to the guard's room, but he didn't mutter again why he didn't work at Longgang. There are only a few people in Longgang's small cars, all of whom can be counted lightly. All of them are big leaders, and they are all based on seniority, and they are 47 or 48 years old if they are not 50 years old. Jiang Xiaobai is in Longgang, and Zhao Gang takes care of him, and it is impossible to drive in a car at such a young age. While staying at the old doorman to guess wildly, Zhao Xinyi was held in the car by Jiang Xiaobai. Struggled twice, without breaking free. Only then did Jiang Xiaobai honestly lead him. She is still not used to being intimate with Jiang Xiaobai in front of outsiders. How are you doing? Jiang Xiaobai asked softly, staring at Zhao Xinyi's pretty face. Tian also has tenderness, not to mention Jiang Xiaobai, who hasn't seen each other for half a year this time, and of course he also missed Zhao Xinyi's mind. It's pretty good. It's still like that at work, you know. My dad doesn't dare to bully me when others are working. It's still quite busy at the end of the year. The two chatted for a while and arrived at the door of the house. Jiang Xiaobai got out of the car, carrying the clothes he brought for his family, and returned home with Zhao Xinyi. Clothes are of course produced by our own garment factory. Zhao Xinyi also told her family the news of Jiang Xiaobai's return. Plus this is the new year. Since Mother Jiang called the whole family back, they all had a meal together. Just before Jiang Xiaobai entered the door, Jiang Zijian said, Mom still loves the third child the most. You see, the third one came back, making dumplings, and preparing dishes for this big table. People like us who are by your side don't have this treatment. It's good to have leftovers when you go home. You little bastard. When is there no food for you at home? I serve you 3 meals a day like an old mother, and now you are still picking things up. Jiang's mother would not be used to Jiang Zijian, smiling and cursing. Furthermore, everyone in this family has reasons to pick things up, but you don't have one. Look at how old you are, and you don't have a partner. You won't get married next year. Don't come back. The unit can be on duty. Jiang Xiaobai entered the door and heard Jiang's mother talking about his second brother. Well, count my mouth as cheap, okay, when I didn't say it's okay. Jiang Zijian hurriedly begged for mercy. In fact, this family except Jiang Xiaobai. The biggest change is Jiang Zijian. Before going to college, He was introverted and dull. He usually went home and read in the house. He was a typical bookworm. But after graduating from university, it feels like a new person. Especially when I'm with my family, I keep chattering, as if I want to make up for everything I haven't said in the past 20 years. Yes, Mom, it's time for the second brother to find someone. Hurry up. You can take some things to Uncle Wang's house, and take advantage of the fact that it's okay for the new year now. Let the second brother go on a blind date every day, so that he can save him usually not busy with work. Jiang Xiaobai said. Everyone in the Jiang family hall suddenly smiled. The third child is back. Xiaobai is back. Lao San, Mother Jiang moved the fastest and rushed out of the house first. Looking up and down Jiang Xiaobai, she lost weight again. Quickly, come in. You are right. Usually your second brother always uses the excuse of work to prevaricate me. The whole unit seems to be such a big unit, and it doesn't work without him. In the afternoon, I will carry things to your Uncle Wang's house. Mother Jiang nodded and said while pulling Jiang Xiaobai into the house. Jiang Zijian's face next to suddenly became bitter. End of this chapter. Chapter 703 Dual Track. Chapter 703 Dual Track System. This year, the Jiang family has not changed much. Li Donghai is still selling canned food with Liu, but the monthly salary has increased. Jiang Tishan is the same. The price of the canned food is the price that Liu takes from the educated youth cannery. After a year, I also made a lot more, and my second brother-in-law and my husband still drove a small restaurant. But Jiang's mother listened to Jiang Xiaobai's opinion, and that afternoon she really took her things to find the neighbor Wang Xiu in the alley. Uncle Wang promised, and then Jiang Zijian embarked on the journey of blind date. The journey is long, and I will search up and down. The Spring Festival in 1985 was spent in such a calm and peaceful atmosphere. On the 13th day of the first lunar month, Song Xin came back, passed by Longqing, and came to Jiang Xiaobai's house as a guest. Talked for a long time with Zhao Xinyi, a close friend, before Jiang Xiaobai returned to Jianhua village. Since ancient times, heroes have been saddened by Beauty Pass. Wenru Township is a hero's grave. Jiang Xiaobai had planned to return to Jianhua village after the 15th Lantern Festival of the first lunar month. But the first night, watching Zhao Xinyi's tearful eyes, she gritted her teeth and stayed for 5 more days. Jianhua village, which only left for New Year's Eve. In 1985. The country was not peaceful. At the beginning of the year, the Hainan automobile case broke out. The 2 crown cars and 1 van in Jiang Xiaobai's factory are all purchased from Hainan. Hainan resells cars and develops the local economy. It was extremely popular last year. Kindergartens started reselling approval documents. Is now called by the top, and finally stopped. At the same time, the Jinjian fake drug case broke out in the south. Inferior white fungus and sugar have become counterfeit medicines such as hypertensive granules and Li-Fi granules. Simple stoves, iron pots, bamboo and other primitive tools are their production workshops. All of a sudden, the house leaks even nitrane. However, Jiang Xiaobai didn't pay much attention to these things. He was just observing from the newspaper whether he was familiar with history. Because these things are too far away from Jiang Xiaobai. Jianhua village is still developing step by step. The new production line is assembled. The educated youth cannery has to expand its recruitment, and the clothing factory has to expand its production. The feed factory has some insufficient manpower, and the pig farm is even short of people. Suddenly, all the recruitment reports were piled up on Jiang Xiaobai's desk. However, Jiang Xiaobai did not give any reply, so he suppressed it. But on May 2, 1985, after Jiang Xiaobai got up for breakfast, he made a cup of tea as usual, and turned over the newspapers from the previous 2 days. Of course, the first time I read it was the People's Daily. At this time, there was no internet, television, and radio were not very popular, so the newspaper was not the only media in China. It was almost the same. According to Jiang Xiaobai's general habit, he read the People's Daily first, then the newspapers of some important provinces in the south, and finally the evening newspaper of the Jin province, and finally, when he is in the mood, he will look at the party city. If not in the mood, don't watch it. However, Jiang Xiaobai was stunned when he had just turned over the People's Daily newspaper, and saw a big headline appearing in the position of the third page. The story from the educated youth to the factory is the story of Jiang Xiaobai and Jianhua village. Jiang Xiaobai did not read the text of the article, but directly looked at the name of the last corresponding author. Not surprisingly, it was Duan Zixiang. Duan Zixiang came to Jianhua village for an interview last year. It hasn't been released for so long. Originally, Jiang Xiaobai thought that the matter would be over. I didn't expect this article to be sent out now. Then Jiang Xiaobai read the content of the article, nothing more than focusing on the hard work of Jiang Xiaobai with the educated youth, and the innovative research and development of the feed factory and last year's cannery and garment factories. The two factories sold hot during the Olympic Games. Also comes with two photos. One of Jiang Xiaobai and those educated youths in the commune when they first arrived. The other is a photo of an educated youth cannery when it was built. After reading the news from the People's Daily, Jiang Xiaobai checked some southern newspapers. Not surprisingly, some southern newspapers also reprinted the news. It's just that the title is different. Some are Xiaobai factory manager, some are the story from nothing to 1 million. And some are Jianhua village for 100 yuan research. The content of is quite the same. The difference is that the direction of the talks is different. Some reformative newspapers directly take the rise of township and village enterprises as the main theme. After Buxan started a fire, Jiang Xiaobai was also on fire. For a while, the name of the channel Xiaobai Director appeared in the newspaper. Along with Xiaobai, the factory director is a township enterprise. State-owned enterprises are big brothers. They need resources and resources, relationships and relationships, and policies and policies. Township and village enterprises are younger brothers and illegitimate children. A top-track price system was implemented at the beginning of 1985 this year. What is the dual-track price system? It means that there are two prices for a means of production. One is the state-controlled price within the plan, and the other is the market-oriented unplanned price. The cost of the latter is far greater than that of the former. The most basic purpose of this distorted price system is to protect the state-owned enterprises' advantages in purchasing raw materials. For example, private textile factories purchase raw material cotton yarn for 50 yuan, while state-owned enterprises purchase cotton yarn for 25 yuan. The cost of purchasing raw materials has risen a lot. How can you compete with other state-owned enterprises? You can sell clothes made by others for 50 yuan. How about you? You spend 50 yuan on raw materials. More than that, the planned and unplanned proportions of the means of production are different. The state-owned enterprise has opened up the supply, but your private enterprise wants to be taken advantage of and buys it at a high price. There is nothing to sell to you. Of course, this system is not without its benefits. It has played a certain role in restraining price inflation and inflation. Tiredness becomes a problem for private enterprises. In this case, Jiang Xiaobai became famous, and the township and village enterprises became famous. Jiang Xiaobai held the newspaper in his hand. He didn't move for a long time. His brows were tightly furrowed together, thinking about the impact of this matter on several factories. A top-track price system is now being implemented. Of course, several factories in Jianhua village are truly private enterprises. It is reasonable to buy raw materials at the unplanned price. But sometimes it is still possible to buy the raw materials at the planned price. I'm famous now. If I do this again, I won't be able to do it again. It will leave people with words. And this report of my own was interviewed last year. So why did it wait until this moment before it was released? End of this chapter. Chapter 704 I don't want to be famous. Chapter 704 I wish to be famous. Just as Jiang Xiaobai frowned and thought about it, the phone on the desk rang. Hey, this is Jiang Xiaobai. Xiaobai. It was Zhao Gang's voice. Dad, what's the matter? I just wanted to call you. Jiang Xiaobai asked, Their relationship between husband and son is still relatively harmonious. But that's the case. I usually contact less. Of course, it's not because two people have nothing to say, but because both of them are busy. They usually only call when there is something to do. Did you read the People's Daily 2 days ago? It was the newspaper on April 29th. The third page. Zhao Gang asked directly. Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback for a moment, and said, "You saw it too." "I just wanted to ask you about this." "I just saw it. The newspaper was delivered this morning." "Well, what's the matter?" Zhao Gang asked. "This matter started when I was in school." Jiang Xiaobai told the story in detail. This interview was from last year, and now it suddenly broke out at this juncture. It always feels a bit weird and I don't understand it. Jiang Xiaobai frowned and said, "There is nothing I don't understand. It's nothing more than the above. There are always some radical people who may want to express something through this matter. It's just that you have been met. You don't need to think too much." Zhao Gang said. "Yes, the key is that our little arms and legs can't withstand the big wind and waves." Jiang Xiaobai said with a wry smile. Zhao Gang said that he wanted to understand. "It's no big deal. You are famous now, and there are no means to be honest. As long as it is not a policy repetition and no one is caught, there is basically no problem. The key is the impact of the dual price system on you." Zhao Gang thought for a while and said, "The dual track price system does not matter. The production materials required by our several factories are not planned materials, and there are no short sale products. The raw materials for can production are all kinds of fruits, which are directly purchased, not to mention the raw materials for feed production, although it is a planned material. But needless to say, there is the effect of the dual price system, even if we can't buy it without us. Needless to say, the pig farm, it is mainly a garment factory. The garment factory is actually a joint venture. The problem of raw materials made the first prison system find a way. If I can't get it, I'll kick it out and try my own way." Jiang Xiaobai said. He is not too worried about this. "Well, yes, you have an idea in your heart." Zhao Gang continued. "It is estimated that there may be many reporters going to interview you next time. Just pay attention to yourself, and speak as ambiguity as possible and don't make a clear statement." Jiang Xiaobai nodded and said, "I know, I'm on the cusp of the storm now, and if I move up, I guess it's time to go in. I can rest assured if you know it in your heart. Remember to call me in time if you have anything to do." Zhao Gang hung up after speaking. Lao Tzu, this can be considered a hilltop for private enterprises. Jiang Xiaobai said with emotion. In fact, there were not many private enterprises in China at this time, and they were the first batch of township and village enterprises to start their own businesses. Huaxi village is counted as one, Daikiyu's Wang is counted as one, and of course the current Jianhua village is also counted as one. It's not my wish to be famous, but since you're famous, you have to enjoy some of the benefits of being famous. The township and village enterprises that have emerged at this time are basically the village as a collective. The village collective is particularly interesting. It's hard to tell what organization it is. In terms of administrative concepts, it is the most basic administrative unit of the country. In terms of economic concept, it is a rigorous for-profit organization. And some villages even have a listed company, and this kind of economic and administrative management power is basically a person who rules or manages his village by virtue of an authoritarian style based on personality charm. All the villagers have achieved a fundamental improvement in their lives under his own rule. What is interesting is that these villages were often very poor begging villages in the past, and they were completely dependent on this strong man in personality. Just like Jianhua village. Jianhua village was originally very poor, but now Jiang Xiaobai is leading the people to make a fortune, so Jiang Xiaobai keeps his promises in the village. Although he did not hold any position as a village cadre, it was better than Huang Zongfu, who was a village cadre. This two-power integration model does not seem to have been questioned by anyone, and it seems to be the only feasible way. This type of famous village not only includes Daikiyu's Wang, Huaxi village, and Jianhua village, There are also Luzwang and Nunji villages. Just as Huang Zongfu has said several times that he will retire, let Jiang Xiaobai be the village party secretary. However, Jiang Xiaobai has never agreed. He is blurring the relationship between Jianhua village and several factories to the outside world, but in actual operation he is drawing a clear line with Jianhua village. Because once the boundary is blurred, several factories will become the industry of Jianhua village in the future, and the backbones and supervisors will also become the cadres of Jianhua village and the households of the village. This will greatly restrict the development of several factories. Song Xin, Jiang Xiaobai shouted toward the door. After a while, Song Xin opened the door and walked in. Little Bai, what's the matter? Song Xin asked. Wang Zhao, Wang Meng, and Lao Song are in the village. You inform the shareholders of the educated youth cannery. If the time is right, we will have a meeting in the afternoon. If there are those who are not in the village, then make an appointment. Jiang Xiaobai confessed. Tao. Okay, I'm going now. Song Xin was a little confused. Why suddenly he wanted to call shareholders a meeting in such a hurry? Song Xin came back half an hour after going out, and said, Xiaobai, everyone is in the village. And I've also notified them. It's about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Okay, you will be there in the afternoon. Jiang Xiaobai nodded. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon of the same day, Jiang Xiaobai arrived in the conference room in advance and waited for a few people. Wang Zhao arrived first, watching Jiang Xiaobai busy remembering something in the notebook, did not speak to disturb, and sat down with his notebook. Soon, Song Weigo and Wang Zhao also walked in one after another. Song Xin finally walked in and closed the door of the meeting room. Jiang Xiaobai saw that the people arrived, and did not wait for 2 o'clock. He said directly, okay, everyone is here, let's start now. Today we called the shareholders of the educated youth cannery. Here is mainly something I want to talk to you and ask for your opinions. End of this chapter. Chapter 705. You worth the price. Chapter 705. You are worth the price. After Jiang Xiaobai finished speaking, several people were a little stunned. Just now when Jiang Xiaobai said that the people were there, they were a little confused. A few of them, Wang Zhao and Wang Meng, belonged to the educated youth cannery, but Song Weigo belonged to the garment factory. To say, if you find the leaders of the two factories for a meeting, then you should also call the director of the clothing factory. The three of them, Jiang Xiaobai finished speaking, they understood. It turned out that they were meeting as shareholders of the educated youth cannery, and to be honest, several factories were in charge of each. If it weren't for Jiang Xiaobai, they might have forgotten their shareholder status. You can pass this newspaper first to read it. Jiang Xiaobai handed the newspaper in her hand to Song Xin, who sent it to several people, and opened the third page. They saw the eye-catching headline all at once, and several people's eyes condensed, and then their expressions became serious. This is the most authoritative newspaper above, and every sentence is worth pondering. And now it has used such a large space to report on Jianhua village. Book cinching and garment factory seem to be so famous this time. The eyes of a few people were full of surprises, and they didn't think about the meaning behind this incident. And why is it so famous? Jiang Xiaobai called them alone, instead of holding a meeting to bring everyone together to announce the good news. Director Xiaobai, you are going to be famous. And our Jianhua village is going to be famous too. Good news. Wang Zhao raised his head and said with a smile. Jiang Xiaobai also did not have a gloomy face, smiled and nodded, did not speak, and waited for Wang Meng and Song Weigo to finish reading the newspaper before speaking. This is a good thing, too, but there are also disadvantages. At the beginning of the year, the price double-track system was implemented. And now the top is crossing the river by feeling the stones. Now we are famous, but the rafters who came out first rot first. Once something changes, our Jianhua village will definitely be the first. Jiang Xiaobai said. The faces of the three people suddenly became pale and ugly. They are not as familiar with the future direction as Jiang Xiaobai, knowing what to do. What will they do for the future? There is no bottom in my heart, especially after the most severe years of fighting against speculation. Jiang Xiaobai looked at the faces of the people with bad expressions, knew what they were thinking, and comforted them. Don't worry too much. There will be no smooth sailing on the road, but I believe the future is definitely good. Although it is crossing the river by feeling the stones, the results of the reform are constantly changing. Once the general trend is formed, no one can stop it. It is nothing more than twists and turns. But overall, reforms have been going on, especially last year. Going to the sea has become the mantra of people in some big cities. Thinking of this, a few people looked a little better. But we also have to make some preparations. We are now under the sun, and we are also in the people's daily. As long as we don't have any problems, no one can do anything to us. The first is the property rights of the company. Jiang Xiaobai paused and continued. The property rights of the company are clear. This is the most important thing. So I am going to set up a company to put in the shares of the educated youth cannery and the shares of the holding factory, and it will be this company in the future holding several factories. Otherwise, the rights of several factories are equal, and there are many inconveniences in management. Jiang Xiaobai said. Song Weiguo and the three can barely understand. But even if they don't understand, they won't object. This is the personal charm and authority of Jiang Xiaobai's several factories in Jianhua village. Song Weiguo nodded and agreed. Well, since everyone has no opinion, then this matter is settled. The name of the newly established company is Huiqing Holdings. It takes one word from Jianhua and the educated youth. It also means that our company is a young man in our country and is growing. Jiang Xiaobai said. Okay, the name is good. Huiqing Holdings. Huiqing has far-reaching implications. Wang Zhao was the first to agree. Youth, grow up vigorously. Yes. Now several factories are thriving. Song Weiguo also said with a smile. The several factories in Jianhua village are different from the factories he has seen. The factories have a vigor and vigorous vitality. Song Xin, this is to be handed over to you. The shares of the new company are still in accordance with the previous order. I will give you 2% of the original shares from my personal shares, but one day when you want to sell, everyone sitting here has the priority to repurchase. Jiang Xiaobai turned his head and looked at Song Xin and said, that's why Song Xin was called to come for a meeting today. Since then, Song Xin has also been an educated youth cannery. No, Huiqing Holdings is a shareholder. As soon as Jiang Xiaohua spoke out, Song Weiguo looked at Song Xin with envy. 2% of the shares. He only has 5% of the shares. This is still early. And how much the 2% of the shares are, he can probably figure it out. The net profit of several factories last year was more than 4 million. The net profit of the educated youth cannery, divided according to shares, can account for more than 3 million within 4 million. 2% of the shares, which means that it is more than 60,000 yuan. Several factories are still developing, and the future may be 100,000 or 200,000. Moreover, it is not only a matter of money. Being a shareholder also means that you have expanded your right to speak. It turned out that Song Xin was just an assistant. Now that she becomes a shareholder assistant, her power has expanded more than just a little bit. Wang Zhao and Wang Meng are relatively simple. These are Jiang Xiaobai's shares. Jiang Xiaobai is willing to give to others and has nothing to do with them. Furthermore, Song Xin is a high-achieving student who has returned from studying abroad and has strong working ability. Song Xin hurriedly waved her hand and said, This is not appropriate. I can't ask for it. Educated youth cannery 2% of the shares represent. Her assistant certainly knows. That's a lot of money. Okay, worth the price. Last year, Lu Guangqiu still spent 8,000 yuan to buy college students from Zhejiang University. We can't do things a little more magnificently than him. That's it, Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. Song Xin rolled her eyes to Jiang Xiaobai, and her words were really ugly. It's worth the price, as if I were a piece of goods. In the past few years, Lu Guangqiu spent 8,000 yuan to buy college students and went to newspapers, and it was precisely because of this that he became a news figure. End of this chapter. Chapter 706 Money Reporter. Chapter 706 Money Reporter. The original Educated Youth Cannery has 5 shareholders, and Jiangxia Bai is the major shareholder, occupying 70% of the shares. Then Wang Meng owns 10% of the shares, and Wang Zhao and Song Weigo both occupy 5% of the shares. The remaining 10% of the shares are the shares of Liu, who has passed away, and will be managed by Jiangxia Bai, and the proceeds will be Liu's family. As for whether it is legal or not, there is no such saying now. Jiangxia Bai is still willing to give money, and Liu Mei's family has nothing to be dissatisfied with. Now Jiangxia Bai has allocated 2% of his shares to Song Xin. The shareholders of the Educated Youth Cannery became 6 people. Super Z, if you release the news, you say that our cannery, garment factory, and feed factory are going to move to the provincial capital. Brother Song, you go to the provincial capital to find a relationship and see if you can get a piece of land. Jiangxia Bai told him that since the development of Jianhua village, a small village can no longer fit, the next step of development is definitely to relocate to the outside. Don't talk about other things, just one recruitment issue is a major issue. A few years ago, several factories resigned a group of people. Until now, it has not been recruited. If you want to recruit, you can go to the outer village. People from other villages, they are not willing to come. Now the household contract system is implemented, and they all wait for the crops in the field. In addition to the reasons of transportation and influence, at the very least, the labor-intensive Educated Youth Cannery must be relocated. Even if it is not relocated, the Educated Youth canned food in Jianhua village will be reduced to a branch factory in the future, and the main factory will still be located in a city at the provincial level. Taking advantage of the famous Jianhua village now, this is the best opportunity to relocate. Moreover, Jiangxia Bai is also preparing to launch a healthcare product factory, which also requires manpower and transportation conditions. Okay, I'll do it right now. Song Weigo nodded, and it was indeed at this point that the dishes in Jianhua village were a bit smaller. When many companies develop, they will choose to relocate to big cities such as Beijing, Magic Capital and so on. Is not to show off, but because big cities have resources and talent advantages, which are good for the development of the company. Get out of Jianhua. This is what Jiangxia Bai said at the beginning. But now there is just such an opportunity. Wang Meng, there may be reporters coming over these few days. You should lead someone to take charge of this matter. You should talk more about things like common prosperity and how much money you have made. The villagers say there is no problem. The backbone of our factories try to avoid this problem. Jiangxia Bai looked at Wang Meng's command. Okay, Director Bai. Wang Meng nodded in response. Okay. Do you have any other questions? Jiangxia Bai asked. No, it's okay. Several people shook their heads. Okay, that's it. Everyone hurry up and do things, and the meeting ends. Jiangxia Bai said, and everyone estimated that it was correct. On the second day after the meeting, we received news that a reporter had come to Jianhua village. Is a reporter from the Jinzhou Evening News. This is also a heavyweight. Jiangxia Bai took several high-level factories in Jianhua village and Huang Zongfu to greet him at the entrance of the village. Huang Zongfu is wearing a black Chinese tunic suit, a snow-white shirt, and his hair is neatly combed. I don't know where to wear reading glasses. Uncle Huang, this doesn't fit your image. Jiangxia Bai said with a smile. You read other people's village party secretary, they are all wrapped in a sheepskin jacket and a white turban. You, the whole, know that Jianhua village is rich, but I don't know that you think you are corrupt. Little bunny, you fart. Huang Zongfu was instantly impatient when Jiangxia Bai said, the accounts in the village are clean. Who said I was corrupt? You can go to the village to check the accounts and see if I have a penny in his pocket. Jiangxia Bai smiled and didn't care. At this time, in Jianhua village, there were not many who dared to scold him as a bastard. Old Huang counted as one. Uncle Huang, the key thing is not that you are corrupt or not, but that those who read the newspaper think you are not corrupt. Do you think they will come to check the accounts? They will only slander you behind their backs. Jiang Xiaobi's words hit the hearts of the people. Huang Zongfu took out the sweat towel in his pocket and wiped the sweat off his head. I have to say that what Jiang Xiaobi said really makes sense. Jiang Xiaobi laughed loudly when he saw old yellow sweat on his head. Uncle Huang, tease you, although you wear good clothes. Other people in our Jianhua village also wear them well. Everyone wears them like this, which can only prove that our Jianhua village is indeed wealthy together. Jiang Xiaobai said. Huang Zongfu gave Jiang Xiaobai a fierce look. What is it? I'm so old, can I stand up to your joking? A few people were talking, and two cars drove over. The reporter surnamed Gain from the Provincial Evening News, accompanied by the leaders of the county propaganda department. But he didn't take any pretensions. Of course, it was mainly the road from the county seat to Jianhua village, which really put him under control. End of this chapter. Chapter 707 full of praise. Chapter 707. After a few people greeted at the entrance of the village, a group of people divided into two waves and walked into Jianhua village. Looking at the rows of brand new brick houses in the village is an eye-opener for reporter Kian. From time to time, stop to take pictures and ask some things. Manager Jiang, I can ask, why did you want to make canned food in the first place? And what was your original intention? Kian, reporter asked while taking pictures. Reporter Kian, is your question an official interview? Jiang Xiaobai asked with a smile. Reporter Kian stopped taking pictures, stood up and looked at Jiang Xiaobai and nodded and said, yes, since I'm here, I will start working. Otherwise, maybe other reporters will come. You don't even have time to see me. Up. How can it be? Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. Actually, my original intention was very simple. At the very beginning, I wanted to survive because the Jianhua village at that time was too poor. You have to rely on the state's relief food to survive every year. I'm not afraid of your jokes. Some people have many children in their families. Every time when they don't pick up, the adults in the family will go out to beg for food. To be honest, when I first came to Jianhua village, I was really scared and uncomfortable. I was born in a worker's family, and my father had taken advanced individuals many times, although the family was not too rich. But you can also eat a full meal, and you can eat dumplings during the holidays. Jiang Xiaobai said. Reporter Kian was also a little emotional. He could see from Jiang Xiaobai's expression. These things should be Jiang Xiaobai's personal experience, and that expression cannot be faked. Actually, the only place where Jiang Xiaobai lied in this passage is that he came across, and his life in the previous life was 100 times better than that of the villagers in Jianhua village. But that's it. Reporter Kian was shocked. After our educated youth went to the countryside, it added a great burden to Jianhua village. We also couldn't get enough to eat. After our 14 educated youths paid rations, I wondered how to feed the big guys. So I discovered the yellow peaches on the mountain. Yellow peaches and yellow peaches have been valued and cultivated on the land of our country 3,000 or 4,000 years ago. By the Qin and Han dynasties, various important varieties of peaches had been cultivated and grafted with persimmons. The golden peaches continued to multiply into today's yellow-fleshed peach population. As soon as Jiang Xiaobai's voice changed, Huang Tao was introduced, and reporter Kian's expression was a little weird. What do you mean? Did you ask me to advertise for you in the provincial newspaper? And Jiang Xiaobai continued to talk endlessly. The nutritional value of yellow peaches is also very good. It is rich in vitamin C and a lot of lycopene, carotene and various trace elements needed by the human body. Eating every day can play a role in laxative, lowering blood sugar, blood lipids, anti-free radicals, removing dark spots, delaying aging, improving immune function, etc. It can also promote appetite, which can be called a healthy fruit and a healthy peach. Director Jiang. Reporter Kian interrupted Jiang Xiaobai. He couldn't stand it anymore. He thought that Jiang Xiaobai could just talk about it without a manuscript. he could still read it for 2 hours. But I didn't expect it. This Jiang Xiaobai said it was endless. It's a pity not to do sales. Director Jiang, I will selectively reflect what you said in the article. Reporter Qian said. Okay, let's continue. After founding the canned educated youth, we have made money. We can eat enough ourselves. But I see the villagers still suffering. I feel particularly uncomfortable in my heart. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. I don't think it's okay for me to have enough food. I have to bring my fellow villagers to get rich together. Qian reporter opened his own small book and wrote a few words on it. From the village of begging for food to the first village in the province, common prosperity is the key. Can I visit these people's houses? Reporter Qian said, pointing to the new house not far away. Of course, there is no problem. Jiang Xiaobai nodded and walked over with reporter Qian. Boom, boom, boom. Who? Director Xiaobai. Please come in, hurry. The aunt who opened the door was particularly enthusiastic. Aunt Wang, this is reporter Qian from the provincial capital. I want to interview you. Jiang Xiaobai finished the introduction, then turned to reporter Qian. Reporter Qian, I won't go in. Thank you, Director Jiang. Reporter Qian nodded. Jiang Xiaobai was present. He had some questions that were not easy to ask. Even if she asked, this aunt might not dare to say anything. Of course, Jiang Xiaobai is standing at the door, and there is no difference in theory, but it is enough to go to 2 more houses in a while. Auntie, what do you think of Jiang Xiaobai? Reporter Qian asked with a smile. Director Xiaobai, let me tell you this. If there is no Director Xiaobai, can you tell me if you see me now? The aunt said. Qian reporter was startled, and said, what do you say? A few years ago, our son and daughter-in-law left early, and we were left with a grandson and me. I was ill. I couldn't get out of bed for 3 days and couldn't earn work points. Later, the manager of Xiaobai came to the factory, built houses for the poor families in the village, provided a job opportunity, and established a household contract system with Party Secretary Huang. The family was allocated land and a pig farm was established. There will be dividends at the end of the year. The aunt said her feelings sincerely. She said that her eyes were red. In those 2 years, it was really difficult at home. Needless to say, my grandson went to school, but life was very difficult. Now, the little grandson is already sitting in the bright school. He also lives in a new house, and has invested in a pig farm. Sitting at home every day and doing nothing, I have money to spend. That is to say, I don't want to build any shrines now, otherwise, I have to confess the Director Xiaobai. After coming out of Aunt Wang's house, reporter Qian's mood was also very bad, not because of other things, but because the original Jianhua village was really too bitter. Jiang Xiaobai didn't ask anything. Reporter Qian went into 2 more households for interviews. The news was similar. No one said anything bad about Jiang Xiaobai. When Jiang Xiaobai was mentioned, they were full of praise. And Jiang Xiaobai's status in Jianhua village can also be seen from the middle. At noon, everyone had a meal of game at the educated youth cannery. After eating, everyone left contentedly. However, as soon as reporter Qian and others left, Jiang Xiaobai received a call again. A reporter from a newspaper in the south came over. In the next few days, Jiang Xiaobai could not do anything, either, or on the road to receive reporters. On the other side, Song Xin and Song Weigo are also hurrying to do what Jiang Xiaobai explained. Every night, Song Weigo communicates with Jiang Xiaobai and reports on finding a place to open a factory, and the matter of registering Huiqinglong Company is almost the same. End of this chapter. Chapter 708 Wang Meng's Grievance. Chapter 708 Wang Meng's Grievances. The words Xiaobai factory manager are on the ups and downs, as news is continuously published in newspapers and periodicals. Xiaobai factory manager is the same as Book Senxing, quickly becoming popular across the country. Started as reporters, and then visited and learned from other factories. Of course, because Xiaobai factory manager became popular with township and village enterprises, and Xiaobai factory manager also represented township and village enterprises. so the people who visited and studied were mainly township and village enterprises. Of course, Jiang Xiaobai really doesn't care about this in the slightest. Township and village enterprises can come here, because in the next few years, in the mid to late 1990s, the township and village enterprises were rising. The journalists interviewed every day are listed in the list of which newspaper they belong to. Important newspapers give me a list, and I will come and accompany it in person. Give me a copy of the list of companies that came to visit and study. I will choose some to entertain myself, and you will be responsible for the rest. Jiang Xiaobai told Wang Meng that Song Xin had been running about Huiking Holdings during this period, and Wang Meng was responsible for arranging the reception. Okay, he'll go back and organize it and send it to you. Wang Meng nodded and said. After finishing talking, Wang Meng hesitated for a while, and continued to speak. Director Xiaobai, my dad wants to go back to his hometown in northeast Harbin. Wang Meng was born in a family with a baby in the northeast. His father was a baby. It was also Jiang Xiaobai and Wang Meng who returned to their hometown and brought his father to Jianhua village. In these years, Wang Meng and his father never went back to their hometown in northeast China. What's wrong? Him going back suddenly? Zijinshan won't wait to see your dad? Jiang Xiaobai asked, who is also Wang Meng's mother's husband. He is still impressed with this. After all, this kind of ecological family, not to mention the previous life, is also very rare in this life. It's just a poor man for survival. Wang Meng's father Wang Xizhong is a poor man. Wang Meng's mother Liu Xixiang is a poor man, and Liu Xixiang's husband Zijinshan is a poor man. Some time ago, my mother Liu Xixiang wrote a letter saying that Zijinshan had passed away and wanted my father to go back. Wang Meng said with a somewhat ugly expression. Obviously he was not very happy about this, and finally got rid of his original life. Now the two of them are living well in Jianhua village. The father is going back suddenly again. Although the woman Liu Xixiang in Harbin is his mother, she is the mother of other children first. Then was Wang Meng's mother, so Wang Meng really didn't have much affection for Liu Xixiang. Then, I will give you a holiday, and you will accompany your dad back to see if you can get your mom back. Jiang Xiaobai thought for a while and said, the family relationship of others should not be right for themselves as an outsider. Not to mention such a complicated family relationship. If this person were not for Wang Meng, Jiang Xiaobai would never say a word. No need for Director Xiaobai. If my dad is willing to go back, he will go back. I will send him to the provincial capital and come back in the afternoon. Since I left last time, I swear that I will never go back to that house again. Wang shook his head fiercely. In fact, since he was young, he has also had a lot of resentment in his heart. If my dad is able to bring my mother over, I will give them the end of life in the future. If he can't take it, I will continue to give them money at their homes, and I will send him the money back every New Year's Day. Wang Meng said, his fists clenched tightly. Hey, Jiang Xiaobai sighed, got up and reached out and patted Wang Meng on the shoulder. Go early tomorrow morning. Be slow on the road and pay attention to safety. When we come back, let's drink something in the evening. After this period of time, I will let me introduce someone to marry a sister. Don't worry about the house in advance. When we stop in Longqing, we will buy a yard directly in Longqing, and then we will settle down in Longqing. Jiang Xiaobai said. Wang Meng nodded. His eyes flushed. Thank you, brother Xiaobai. Thank you for the fart. A man is still in tears. Get out. Jiang Xiaobai scolded with a smile, and Wang Meng nodded and went out. It's just that after returning to his office, Wang Chaos tears couldn't stop falling. He has suffered since he was a child, and he was bullied by his family at home, just like his father Wang Xizhong. In the eyes of people around the neighbors at school, a child born with a calf is also despised. After coming to Jianhua village, he couldn't eat enough and was hungry. Then he met Jiang Xiaobai, the noble man in his life. Jiang Xiaobai took them to make canned food, eat meat and drink, and treat them as brothers. The other thing he concealed from Jiang Xiaobai was that his studies were not bad. If he followed the review at the time, he might be able to enter the university. He just thinks that Jiang Xiaobai's foundation is not easy, and he wants to help Jiang Xiaobai hold it. Later, he followed Jiang Xiaobai all the way, until now. The leader of the first factory is respected everywhere he goes. He knows how this all came about better than anyone else. The next day, the sky was slightly bright. After Wang Meng took Wang Xizhong and Jiang Xiaobai to bid farewell, Wang Meng drove the Dongfeng Citron to carry Wang Xizhong from Jianhua village. When Wang Xizhong came, he was wearing torn clothes and carrying a torn package. But sometimes, a straight Chinese tunic suit, carrying a suitcase, and a huge sum of more than 600 yuan in his underwear pocket. 500 yuan was given to him by Wang Meng last night, and the remaining 100 yuan was saved by himself. Along the way, Wang Meng didn't say a word, just stared straight at the road and drove seriously. Wang Xizhong sat in the co-pilot, turned his head several times to look at his son. He stopped talking, and finally couldn't help but said, "Son, I actually have enough money. Let you keep the $500. No, I have made some money with brother Xiaobai over the years. 500 yuan is nothing to me." But brother Xiaobai said last night that if you wait for some time to introduce your partner to get married and start a family, you will also need to spend money, otherwise you can get more. Wang Meng said, if he had come a few years ago, Wang Meng had told him that 500 yuan would be nothing. He must call out with a big mouth, scolding the king fiercely. But after a few years in Jianhua village, he knows how profitable the factories in Jianhua village are. And his son Wang Meng, who is also the director of an educated youth cannery, is highly regarded by Jiang Xiaobai. During this period of time, Jianhua village was very lively. He knew that the young man who was about the same age as his son, and the young man who went to the northeast with his son to pick him up was already famous all over the country. End of this chapter. Chapter 709 Brother Liu. Chapter 709 Brother Liu family. Would you like to go back with me to see your mother? Wang Xizhong said again. Wang Meng didn't even think about it and said, I'm busy in the factory here, there are a lot of things, and I don't have time. In fact, it goes without saying that the factory is busy. The factory is not busy, and Wang Meng is not willing to go back. For his mother Liu Xixiang, his feelings in his heart are also very complicated. In terms of blood relationship, it is his mother. But since childhood, he has not enjoyed any maternal love where his mother is. Never mind if the mother is not there, but the mother gave her and Zhu Jinshan's children warm clothes in winter, didn't care about him. He was like a child who was not wanted, wearing a tattered old padded jacket shivering in the cold wind. As for the father, Wang Xizhong, he was obsessed with the care of the family, and he did not care about him. But the money he earned was spent on other children. Thinking of this, he also had resentment towards Wang Xizhong in his heart. Thinking about it, Wang Meng couldn't help but uttered, "You go back. If you can take her over, I'll support the two of you. If you can't take her over, I'll come back by myself." Wang Xizhong's face sank and said, "Don't give her, that's your mother." Wang Meng slammed the brakes and stopped the car on the side of the road. He watched Wang Xizhong growl loudly, "Mother, did she treat me as her son? Since I was a child, I was pitiful and gave me food. It is the pillar of the family. I starved to death, for fear that you will be upset." Wang Xizhong looked at his son who was roaring loudly. He was a little confused. He never thought that his son would have such a big grievance in his heart. Wang Meng rubbed his face after speaking, exhaled a long breath, said no more, nor waited for Wang Xizhong's answer. Continuing to drive on the road, Wang Xizhong also fell completely silent, and the two of them did not say a word until the Longqing station. Until Wang Xizhong was about to enter the station, he looked back at Wang Meng and said, "Son, it's Dad. I am sorry. You work hard with the director of Xiaobai. No matter what happens when you go back to get married, Dad will be back when you get married." After finishing talking, Wang Xizhong walked into the train station without looking back. Wang fiercely squatted on the ground in pain, covering his face, not knowing what was thinking in his heart. He is not a saint, he has suffered so much since he was a child, and he has suffered so many blindfolds. How can he not feel resentful in his heart? After a long while, Wang Meng stood up, shook his head, turned around and got into the car in the envious eyes of everyone, and drove back towards Jianhua village. On the other side, in Jianhua village, in Jiang Xiaobai's office, there are two men in their 30s sitting. The two people are similar in appearance, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, but the eye sockets are a little sunken. It is from the Rongqing area, Liu Yongyao and Liu Yongxing brothers. The four brothers are now raising quail, but they already have the idea of switching to the quail feed market. Jiang Xiaobai knew that when the four brothers finished the quail feed market, they would take aim at the pig feed that was in greater demand. In other words, this is a competitor of its own emerging feed mill in the future. Of course, the four brothers also saw the report in the newspaper, and then they realized that there is actually a feed factory on the side of the Xiaobai factory manager who is now booming all over the country. So Liu Yongyao and Liu Yongxing are here to learn from them. But what didn't expect was that Jiang Xiaobai actually came forward to receive them in person. There is a saying, become famous as early as possible. Although it is said that Woodshow will be destroyed by the forest wind, but being famous must have the advantage of being famous early. For example, Jiang Xiaobai himself is a hilltop of domestic private enterprises, is a senior, and Lu Guangqiu and others are at the same level. And Liu Yongxing, Liu Yongyao's Hope Group, the two brothers who have been the richest men in later generations, are all juniors in front of Jiang Xiaobai. Although they are 2 years old, they are 2 years older than Jiang Xiaobai. What are you doing now? Jiang Xiaobai asked with a smile after making tea for the two of them. Director Xiaobai, we are going to make quail feed. This time I came here mainly to visit and learn about our emerging feed factory. Liu Yongyao said. Okay, no problem, I can show you around. If you have any questions, you can ask me directly. If you need help, you can also tell me, including funding. Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. When Jiang Xiaohua spoke out, the two of them were taken aback. Originally, they thought they were lucky and stole the teacher when they came here this time. As for meeting Jiang Xiaobai, the two never thought about it, because Jiang Xiaobai was really too busy after he became famous. However, I did not expect that when I arrived in Jianhua village yesterday, the two had just rested for one night, and they were informed this morning that Jiang Xiaobai would see them both. And now Jiang Xiaobai promised to help them. This surprised them too much. This was the first time they met. Jiang Xiaobai saw the thoughts in the two of them, smiled and said, don't get me wrong. I just think it's not easy for our private enterprises. If we can help each other, we must help each other. The state-owned factory is now deteriorating. Not to mention it is a dying struggle, but it is almost the same. Reforms come and reforms, and the most fundamental problems still cannot be solved. Jiang Xiaobai was shocked. Liu Yongyao and Liu Yongxing were shocked. Now that Jiang Xiaobai said that the sky was about to fall, how could this make people believe? But the two of them thought about it carefully, and there was really no problem with Jiang Xiaobai words. And this Jiang Xiaobai pattern is really not that big. Okay, let's go. I will take you to visit the feed factory. Jiang Xiaobai got up and said, leading the two out of the office. Hello, Director Xiaobai. Xiaobai Director. Director Xiaobai. I don't know how many people greeted Jiang Xiaobai from the educated youth cannery to the Xingxing feed factory. The workers and villagers of the factory, those who came to study and interview, especially those workers and villagers, looked at Jiang Xiaobai's eyes with the kind of respect from the heart. Jiang Xiaobai nodded with a smile. This scene left a deep memory for Liu Yongyao and Liu Yongxing. It seems that when you are a private enterprise, you don't necessarily have to bow to your knees, and you don't have to be frightened. Can also be like Jiang Xiaobai, earning money while also being respected by everyone. While rich, he doesn't show off. Instead, he's elegant and easygoing. He has a spine in his chest, but he doesn't literally sculpt his words. he can actually do things by pointing to Jiangshan and being able to collapse. End of this chapter. Chapter 710 should not be said chapter 710. Here, this is Xingxing Feed Factory. Actually speaking, my chance to create Xingxing Feed Factory was very accidental. At first, it was because the villagers could make a fortune together. The pig farm was built. After the pig farm was built, our Liujian factory developed a feed formula by chance, and then a new feed factory. Jiang Xiaobai introduced them to the two, while waiting for the two to enter the Xingxing feed factory. Is still a wide and flat factory area. The northwest corner of the factory area should be the factory warehouse. There are a few cars at the entrance of the factory warehouse that are busy loading trucks. Jiang Xiaobai took the two directly to the production workshop. Before entering the production workshop, he heard the rumbling noise of the machine. Unified white system. Workers with masks are pouring raw materials into the machine generation after generation. The workers on the assembly line are also busy with their own affairs. Occasionally when someone saw Jiang Xiaobai, they just nodded slightly, and then went to work on their own affairs. The respect in size is similar to that of the villagers who greeted Jiang Xiaobai on the way, but here, they just nodded slightly, did not stop working or took off the mask to say hello. The workers in the workshop turned a blind eye to a few people. They just nodded when they saw Jiang Xiaobai. Liu Yongyao and Liu Yongxing were very curious in their hearts, but they seemed to be infected in this environment, and they didn't ask aloud. Instead, he kept listening to Jiang Xiaobai. Zhang Wei, our deputy factory director, is also a stock in the feed factory of a high-quality university graduate, but he came with the production line when he came, and he is a capable person. In fact, our emerging feed factory restricts our development is the lack of production materials. The main raw material for the production of pig feed is grain. As everyone knows, the means of production of grain is not easy to buy, but a dual price system. We also directly signed grain purchase contracts with villagers in several nearby villages. In other words, the household contract system is now implemented, and every household has surplus grain. Otherwise, our Xingxing feed factory will not be able to open it. There is no way for a clever woman to cook without rice. Jiang Xiaobai was talking and joking. Nothing is taboo, but there is nothing to dare to say. They are not reporters either. As long as he doesn't admit it after saying this, the two brothers are useless to talk about it everywhere. But the two brothers are really shocked. There are some things that the two of them dare to say behind closed doors, but some people have to be cautious in their words and deeds. I was deeply afraid of bringing disaster to myself, but looking at Jiang Xiaobai again, he didn't say anything but didn't take it into consideration. But what he said was basically the truth. No exaggeration, no complaints, but when it comes to current affairs and politics, you can just say what you want. In fact, the production workshop of a factory is the core, but after coming out of the production workshop, Jiang Xiaobai took them to the factory warehouse again. Sacks of feed with the words Xingxing Feed Factory are being loaded into trucks. The workers were so hot that they sweated on their heads and wiped them off with a towel. They didn't mean to rest at all. After visiting the feed factory, Jiang Xiaobai took the two back to the educated youth canning factory. Seeing that Song Xin's room opened, but the Liu brothers were there, and Jiang Xiaobai did not go there. During this period, Song Xin has been busy with the registration and share conversion of Huiqing Holding Company, and the office store is basically closed. Director Xiaobai, I don't think any of the workers in the production workshop greeted you. Did they not know you or for other reasons? The person in charge of loading at the warehouse door was already sweating profusely and looked tired. It's not working, but there is no one to rest. What is going on? Liu Yongyao asked his doubts. Jiang Xiaobai made a cup of tea for the two of them, smiled and said, others are not only feed factories, but the production workshops of several other factories are the same. As long as it is working time, no matter who comes, the leaders and those who visit and learn are also the same. Great. Never say hello or stop working. As for the workers who load the truck, we implement a basic salary plus a piece rate wage system. The more you install, the more you earn. The people in Jianhua village are afraid of poverty. Now there are opportunities to make money. How can they not make money with all their energy? Jiang Xiaobai explained one by one, the two of them thoughtfully. The feed factory and the educated youth cannery that I saw today actually shocked them. The clean factory area, snow-white work clothes, masks, headgear, and a serious attitude of meticulous work, is fundamentally different from the state-owned enterprises they have seen in the past. There are more management methods for them to ponder. Director Xiaobai, your model is somewhat similar to the model of Huaxi village. It is developed by a township. Is there any other statement here? Liu Yongyao looked at Jiang Xiaobai and asked. Jiang Xiaobai was startled, took a closer look at Liu Yongyao, and then closed it before speaking. Of course there is a saying, and we are not only relying on a village, but also a relatively poor village. When my village develops, people cherish everything that is hard-won and will not let anyone take it away. We in Jianhua village have also experienced various difficulties, but we have solved them all relying on the villagers. No matter how much I can say, I just want to say that we all speak out from the grassroots. Unlike some big shots, it is clear that the dual-track system of means of production provides state-owned factories with an advantage in the procurement of means of production. As a result, it has become an opportunity for some people to make a fortune. I believe this model is not only Huaxi village, but also Jianhua village. There may be a third and fourth one in the future. But this model also has flaws, that is, complete family and village cadre management, restricting development. Jiang Xiaobai today can be said to be simple and profound, and he talked a lot about what should and should not be said with the Liu brothers. Finally, the Liu brothers stood up and bowed deeply to Jiang Xiaobai. Two brothers, our private enterprises are facing tremendous difficulties in developing. Everyone should help each other. Don't hesitate to talk about any difficulties. As long as I can help, I will definitely help. Jiang Xiaobai lifted up the two and said, "Okay, thank you, Director Xiaobai. Let's go to rest first, let's not disturb you." The two brothers Liu Yongyao left and went to the place arranged by the educated youth cannery to rest. Today's harvest is enough, and shocked enough. They need to go back to discuss and digest today's harvest. Jiang Xiaobai stood at the door of the office and watched the two go away before he walked into the office of Song Xin. Song Xin was leaning on her desk and busying herself. When she saw Jiang Xiaobai coming in, she stood up quickly, with a smile on her face. End of this chapter. Chapter 711 Sino-German Industry. Chapter 711 Sino-German Industry. It's done. Jiang Xiaobai sat down on the sofa opposite Song Xin and asked with a smile. It's done. It has exhausted me these days. Song Xin said, stretching her waist. Looked at Jiang Xiaobai dumbfounded. Hey, what are you looking at, gangster? Song Xin smiled at the corner of her eyes, her face flushed a little, but she cursed in a low voice. Ahem. The shares have been transferred. Jiang Xiaobai coughed awkwardly, and quickly changed the subject. Well, they have been transferred to Huiking Holding Company, Song Xin said as she took out her business license. Okay, hard work. Do you want to give you a reward and a hug? Jiang Xiaobai said, his eyes still staring directly at the majestic peaks and mountains in front of him. Yes, you hold it. I'll call Xinyi when I'm done, Song Xin said with a smile, and Jiang Xiaobai was defeated immediately. At a certain time, the senior executives of several factories will hold a meeting to announce the establishment of Huiking Holdings. Jiang Xiaobai said, it's only night. Recently, the factory visited and studied. There were too many people interviewed and there was no time at all, Song Xin said. Okay, then arrange a time at night, Jiang Xiaobai said, and the office phone rang again. Jiang Xiaobai handed Song Xin the business license and other documents, signaled Song Xin to put it away, and then turned back to the office to answer the phone. It's just that when she handed the document to Song Xin, she scratched Song Xin's palm intentionally or unintentionally. As when we first met. Bad guy, Song Xin trembling all over, she muttered as she looked at Jiang Xiaobai back. Hey, This is Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai grabbed the table and kept ringing the phone. Brother Jiang, it's me. A middle-aged man's voice sounded. Jiang Xiaobai suddenly smiled and said, Brother Mu, why did you ring me? It is true that the person who called is Marcus Hong. After he was arrested for selling a table clock last time, he was locked up for 8 months and only came out in May of last year. Jiang Xiaobai had no time to pick him up, but he sent someone to give him some money. After Muchi planted, he reopened the Sino-German store and upgraded the Sino-German store to a Sino-German Industrial Development Company. Soon there was a Sino-German Tourism Company and a Sino-German Garment Processing Company. At the beginning of this year, I called Jiang Xiaobai to communicate. Jiang Xiaobai learned that Marcus Hong had already established more than 10 companies. Among them are Sino-German Shipyard, Sino-German Fleet, Sino-German Neon Decoration Art Company, Sino-German Children's School, Sino-German Commercial Housing Construction Company, Zong German Village and other enterprises or entities. It really shocked Jiang Xiaobai to be a god, and he was reborn for more than 6 years. Worked cautiously until now, that is, 4 factories have been opened. But this product, since it came out in May last year, it has established more than 10 companies in the first half of this year. Moreover, there are big projects, like shipyards, companies developing tourism, etc. Jiang Xiaobai really dare not touch such big projects. So Jiang Xiaobai asked about the development of Mr. Mu's company in detail. It was found that in addition to the Sino-German Neon Decoration Art Company which had operated for a period of time, it also lost money. Other companies are staying at the stage of meeting, getting a license, and seeing a newspaper. At that time, Jiang Xiaobai hung up the phone and his face turned green. When Marcus Hong was released from prison, he gave him 200,000 yuan as a shareholding. Now it's 100% ridiculous. However, Jiang Xiaobai did not break contact with Marcus Hong. Marcus Hong was also good to Jiang Xiaobai. Basically, if there are any projects, first ask Jiang Xiaobai whether he will be a shareholder or whether he will invest. To make a fortune with Jiang Xiaobai, Jiang Xiaobai refused in tears. That's 200,000 yuan. Isn't it okay to buy a few courtyard houses in the capital now? It will be more than 1 billion yuan in the future. Jiang Xiaobai estimated that this time Marcus Hong was looking for some investment by himself. My brother, congratulations. You are now well known. Director Xiaobai, Jianhua Village, a national celebrity. On the phone, Marcus Hong said with a hearty smile, It's not worth mentioning, I'm just a little trouble. I can't compare with Brother Mu. Jiang Xiaobai said modestly. Marcus Hong said, In fact, you, Xiaobai, are also very wise. You are too afraid of doing things. What are you afraid of? You and my brothers have a big fight. Marcus Hong spoke domineering Lingran. Jiang Xiaobai was a little stunned. Lao Tzu is just humble. Although you can do something big in the future, Lao Tzu now owns 4 factories, several millions of cash flow, a lot of fixed assets, and well-known nationwide. There are a few nameless leather bag companies under your name, and you really look down on Lao Tzu. Xiaobai. In this way, I am preparing to do a big business with Americans recently, importing a large amount of sugar, and a batch of foreign refrigerator factories. I have also negotiated with thousands of refrigerators, and now the domestic appliance market is in short supply. As long as I get it back, Marcus Hong said. Jiang Xiaobai did not listen carefully, but he accepted a message revealed in Marcus Hong's words. Is that Marcus Hong has completely abandoned industry and moved to international trade? Brother, you are planning to engage in international trade, not in industry. In fact, I want to say that now the domestic market is scarce, and we are only slower to make money in industry. But we have a solid foundation. Jiang Xiaobai is still going to persuade Marcus Hong again. After all, this is a real business-minded boss. As long as he is on the right path. It is impossible to say that in the future, it will be one of the top giants in China. Unfortunately, Marcus Hong did not listen to Jiang Xiaobai's words. He opened his mouth and said, Brother Jiang, there are 900 million people down, and there are 100 million people looking for it. Haven't you heard of that? It's not bad to be a business. But we have to accumulate primitive capital quickly, and we still rely on trade. Jiang Xiaobai listened to Mukazhong's words, and sighed secretly in his heart and smiled and said, "That's okay, Brother Mu, then, when you have a big international trade business, you will come to me again. I will definitely participate." Jiang Xiaobai was to foreshadow Mukazhong's canned food for a plane. This business must have a share of the pie. Okay, congratulations to my brother again. I'm busy recently, I won't go there. And sometimes I will visit my brother again. Mukazhong sees that Jiang Xiaobai is unwilling to mix up and is not angry. He doesn't have many friends, and even fewer since he went to jail last time. Jiang Xiaobai was the only friend who went to see him after he was in trouble and was willing to help him. He has always kept this love in his heart. End of this chapter. Chapter 712 Cooperation. Chapter 712 Cooperation. Rejected Mukazhong. Jiang Xiaobai had no trouble, and he and Mukazhong were also friends. But Mukazhong is too deceitful, and it is not the right way. Needless to say, what happened later that exploded to the Himalayas to lead the warm and humid air of the Indian Ocean to transform the Great Northwest. It is now, in just 6 months, more than a dozen companies have been established, ranging from clothing manufacturers to tourism development, large and small businesses. But all of them are leather bag companies. Mukazhong's only successful business is to exchange canned food for airplanes. This time he earned tens to 100 million in business. At this time when all private enterprises are still carefully producing leather shoes and socks, some people have already exchanged canned food for planes. Doing this kind of business, of course, everyone is shocked. Also allowed Mukazhong to embark on the road to becoming a god. From then on, Mukazhong believed that he would dare to do everything and do anything. So Jiang Xiaobai just wanted to make a little money by blending in the business of Mukazhong dry canned food for planes. As for Mukazhong's other businesses, Jiang Xiaobai really didn't dare to participate. He couldn't afford to participate in his own small arms and legs. That night, the two brothers Liu Yongxing and Liu Yongyao came in a row, which surprised Jiang Xiaobai. But they entertained them warmly. "Is there anything I need to help? Just say it," Jiang Xiaobai asked the two with a good smile while making tea. Liu Yongxing was not polite, nodded and said, "Well, we are going to open a quail feed factory. There is still a funding gap of 200,000 yuan. I don't know if factory manager Jiang can support it." Jiang Xiaobai groaned for a moment, and asked, "How do I support it? Should I lend it to you, or buy shares?" "Invest in shares." Liu Yongyao and the two brothers looked at each other and said in unison. This is what they discussed after returning from Jiang Xiaobai in the morning. First of all, the quail feed factory they are going to open, there is indeed a funding gap of 200,000 yuan. This 20 is not a small number. They are a little worried, and the only way left is to borrow from a credit union. But this is 200,000 yuan, not 20,000 yuan, regardless of how much credit cooperatives lend out now. But it all fell on many people. On average, a few people are thousands of people, and the more people are 10,000 or 20,000. Thinking that it is almost impossible to borrow 200,000 yuan at once, then you have to find other ways to get someone else to borrow and then borrow it. They originally planned this way, but after meeting Jiang Xiaobai today, the two changed their minds. Jiang Xiaobai said this morning that if there is any difficulty, I can help them. For the factories in Jianhua village, it will definitely not be a problem to spend 200,000 yuan. Furthermore, in the morning, Jiang Xiaobai's attitude was clearly seen by them. If you have any difficulties, just scream. If you can help, you will definitely help. Not a polite sentence. So if you can get money from Jiang Xiaobai, it will definitely be the best. And Jiang Xiaobai's business is so big, it is also very helpful for them. This is the same as several rounds of financing of angel investment in later generations, when a better company chooses investors. Not only do you have to have money, but you also have to have channels, strength, and ability to help. It is a process of comprehensive consideration. Of course, for some companies that are in difficulty, if they have milk, they will become mothers, and they will not be able to survive. Of course, they only need to give money. Mr. Ginger, I have a big market in Rongqing. Many local farmers are raising quail under our leadership. There is only one feed factory in Chengdu. As long as we make the feed, we don't have to worry about selling it. Liu Yongxing is trying hard to persuade Jiang Xiaobai. Of course, Jiang Xiaobai probably knows the family history of the Liu brothers. To tell the truth, this 200,000 yuan is just for the Liu brothers to lose Jiang Xiaobai, and it doesn't feel distressed. As long as you can catch this line, you will always earn back your business in the future. Because the Liu brothers gave Mukazhong differently, most of the businesses that the Liu brothers did were profitable, so they became the capital. Much of the business that Mukazhong does is not profitable, it is just a profitable business. However, Jiang Xiaobai did not interrupt Liu Yongxing's words, but waited for Liu Yongxing to finish speaking. He could not seem to be too urgent. Okay, no problem. Jiang Xiaobai nodded and said. The two brothers Liu Yongxing and Liu Yongyao stood up excitedly and thanked Jiang Xiaobai. But Jiang Xiaobai did not expect Jiang Xiaobai to agree. You don't need to thank me. When the business is ready in the future, it is you who took me to make a fortune. Or should I thank you? Jiang Xiaobai smiled and said, what if you lose it? Liu Yongyao regretted it after just a word of his brain. However, Jiang Xiaobai said indifferently, if you lose, you will lose. Do business, that's it. It's normal to have a loss and a profit. In this way, come over tomorrow morning, and I will ask my assistant Song Xin to talk to you about cooperation, and you can talk to her about specific things. Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. Looking at the back of the two of them leaving, Jiang Xiaobai's heart was full of joy. This is the advantage of being famous early. If it weren't for the fact that he and Jianhua village had become famous, how could the Liu brothers come to cooperate with him? The next morning, Jiang Xiaobai first talked to Song Xin about cooperating with the Liu brothers, settled the tone, and left the rest to Song Xin for specific discussions. 3 days later, the Liu family brothers left, and Song Xin will also bring the money there after a while. 1 month later, Jianhua village was cleaned again at noon. This year, there are many people who will become popular from time to time. After Jiang Xiaobai, Jiang Xingrong, the director of a plastic factory in Xiamen City, invented a followed work method. The tree above is a typical example, much hotter than Mr. Xiaobai. Because it was nodded and asked to learn, it was promoted vigorously among tens of thousands of enterprises across the country. Was a smash hit, tied with Book Xinxing from the south, two great figures in the south and the north, and the followed work method is also known as a great invention. Jiang Xing has finished Jerick, who is a German, and he is the first foreign state-owned company director, is called the Bethune of the new era and is also very popular in the newspapers. After he took office, he strengthened the management of the factory. Workers must abide by it. If he keeps violating the factory management regulations, he may be expelled. Griss's approach was summarized by the reporter as the 3 axes of the foreign factory manager. Of course, Grixi and Jiang Xiaobai did not have Book Xinxing and Jiang Crossing. Among them, Jiang Xiaobai is the lowest one, but this is what made Jiang Xiaobai grow into a hilltop for domestic township enterprises. But Book Xinxing, Jiang Xingrong, and even the foreign factory manager Gris are all working hard to save the state-owned enterprises. Jiang Xiaobai is already preparing for the future. End of this chapter. Chapter 713 National Football. Chapter 713 National Football Team. In 1985, it was already the 7th year of reform and liberalization. I don't know how many insightful people have emerged in China, such as Book Xinxing, Jiang Xingrong, etc. They are trying to change the status quo of state-owned enterprises in various ways. However, in Jiang Xiaobai's view, these are all changes within the fence, and they are simply unable to change the natural defects of these companies in terms of competitiveness and autonomy of property rights. Even if it has an effect, it is short-lived. But even this short-lived can be grasped as a life-saving straw to delay some lifespan, but the accumulation is difficult to return. In an increasingly competitive market, this kind of reform obviously cannot give state-owned enterprises a new lease of life. Jiang Xiaobai also wanted to try it at Daxing Glass Factory, but then obviously failed. On August 3, 1985, a major event happened in China on this day. The three state-owned enterprises in the Northeast heavy industry base received the bankruptcy alert notice. State-owned enterprises will even face bankruptcy, which means that the iron rice bowl of workers will be shattered. The prelude to the real reform of state-owned enterprises is about to be kicked off. 3 bankruptcy alert notices are yellow covers, which are based on the yellow card warnings of football matches. Speaking of football, this year the first fan disturbance in my country's history occurred in Beijing. The cause was that the national football team lost to the Hong Kong football team with a score of 1-2. So many viewers are out of control, like players throwing soda bottles, destroying vehicles and so on. However, Jiang Xiaobai, who was reading the newspaper, was calm and didn't care. One is because he is not a fan, and the other is because this is just the beginning for the national football team. Speaking of the national football's inability to play, the ability to be funny is a must. If you drink water when you are goalkeeper, others don't bring the ball in, you fill the ball into your own goal. Anti-gravity flops, kicking people for no reason, teammates like and find, kicking teammates, etc. up. It's so special that even after scoring a goal, you have to celebrate and slide on the turf to throw yourself a big somersault. Jiang Xiaobai remembered that there was a video on the internet in his previous life. A reporter interviewed an uncle on the street. Uncle said that the straight line distance from my home to the workers' stadium is 300 meters. But I have not watched the national football since I was 19. Speaking of the black history of the national football, it is a funny book. However, this year, the patriotic enthusiasm and national pride of the people of the Chinese people have soared. In fact, it is accurate to say that it began with the Olympic Games last year. The national pride of the Chinese people has expanded day by day, but at the same time, the fever for going abroad continues to heat up. The total number of students studying abroad this year has reached more than 30,000, including more than 7,000 self-financed students in September. Speaking of international students, after Wang Zhao's Liu Xiaomai went abroad, she continued to keep in touch with Wang Zhao. The relationship between the two has not only not cooled down because of Liu Xiaomai's study abroad, but has become more intimate. Looking at Jiang Xiaobai secretly, the quail feed factory of the Liu brothers opened in October. But Jiang Xiaobai did not go. Song Xin went on behalf of Jiang Xiaobai. Now Song Xin is no longer just Jiang Xiaobai's assistant, she is already involved in the management of several factories like Li Lawson and others. The Liu family brothers' quail factory, in which he became a shareholder, was the first thing Song Xin was responsible for. Time goes by day, township and village enterprises, as an emerging force, are accumulating their own strength. Later, the writer Yu Hua wrote in a novel Brothers, they are trampled and trampled like weeds, crushed and crushed by wheels, but they are still growing up vigorously. At the end of the year, when the heavy snow flew, the number of domestic township and village enterprises had quietly grown to 10 million. At the end of the year, Jiang Xiaobai was established as a model of common prosperity this year. Reading the newspaper in the office of the educated youth cannery in Jianhua village. Song Xin knocked on the door and walked in, telling Jiang Xiaobai that it was time for the meeting and everyone was already waiting in the meeting room. Jiang Xiaobai picked up the teacup on the table and walked to the meeting room. In the meeting room, all of them are still the backbone of several factories. There are Wang Zhao, Wang Meng, Song Weigo, Zhang Wei, Liu Jian, Shi Sheng, Li Lawson and others. Today is mainly about Huiqing Holdings. I am the chairman of Huiqing Holdings, and Song Xin is the assistant to the chairman. Song Weigo is the general manager, and Li Xiliu is the assistant to the general manager. Li Lawson is the deputy general manager and the director of Jianhua Pig Farm, in charge of the pig farm of Jianhua village. Wang Meng is the deputy general manager and the director of the Educated Youth Canning Factory. In charge of the Educated Youth Canning Factory, Shi Sheng served as deputy general manager and director of Jiangxia Garment Factory, in charge of Jiangxia Garment Factory, and Liu Jian served as deputy general manager and director of Xinxing Feed Factory, in charge of Xinxing Feed Factory. Jiangxia did not discuss, but directly read out that Huiqing Holdings owns 78% of the shares, and even the largest shareholder also has the controlling rights. Of course, in Jianhua village, Jiangxia also kept his promises. Zhang Wei is the financial manager, in charge of finance and auditing. Wang Zhao is the supervisor, in charge of the supervision of several factories. Jiangxia announced a series of personnel appointments, but in fact, there are 3 people who have changed: Li Xiliu, Wang Zhao, Zhang Wei, and Song Weigo. Zhang Wei changed from the former deputy director of Xinxing Feed Factory to the financial manager, and Li Xiliu changed from the former head of the sales department of Garment Factory to assistant general manager. Song Weigo changed from the former head of the Garment Factory to the general manager. Wang Zhao changed from the former deputy director of the Educated Youth Canning Factory to a supervisor. The shelf of Huiqing Holdings has been set up. Although it is said that there are still many departments missing, it will be enough to make up in the future. Do you have any comments? Jiangxia asked. Everyone shook their heads. Jiangxia got up and left. This time the establishment of Huiqing Holding Company has loosely integrated several factories. It's not like the original. Several factories are fighting each other, and the factory director is the top leader. Apart from Jiangxia, there is no one else. Now after the integration, although several factories are still fighting each other due to business reasons, there are constraints on the top. There are General Manager Song Weigo, Supervisor Wang Zhao, and Finance Zhang Wei. Financial rights. Jiangxia has already received Huiqing Holdings from the factory departments of various factories. Although Jiangxia has not recovered his personnel rights, he has already taken the first step. Jiangxia left, but everyone in the meeting room secretly thought about the impact of this personnel change on them. The current Jianhua village is no longer a small canning workshop, it is a giant with several factories and an annual income of several million. On the same day, Jiangxia's office door was replaced with the chairman's office sign. End of this chapter. Chapter 714 Rivers and Lakes. Chapter 714 Rivers and Lakes. Several factories in Jianhua village are getting bigger and bigger, especially with the sea storm this time. Liu Jian and Zhang Wei brought some classmates, and Song Weigo also brought some people from other factories in the county. Wang Zhao and Wang Meng also have their own people. The factory is getting bigger and bigger, although it has not formed a gang. But some intrigues still exist, but Jiangxia doesn't care too much. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes, and where there are people, there are struggles. Jiangxia has always understood these truths, as long as it is within a range. On the night after the meeting, Song Weigo and Wang Zhao returned to the county seat and got together. Brother-in-law, congratulations on your promotion. Now in the factory, you are below 10,000 people, Wang Zhao said with a smile. Song Weigo nodded, his face was full of joy. He went to Jianhua village after Wang Meng and Wang Zhao. Although he is more capable than Wang Meng and Wang Zhao, he knows that Jiangxia trusts Wang Meng and Wang Zhao the most. Speaking of purely comparative ability, Jianhua village is now full of talented people. Those with high academic qualifications include Liu Jian, Song Xin, and Zhang Wei. He was only born as the head of the sales department of a small glass factory in the county seat. But his time in Jianhua village was longer than Zhang Wei and Shi Sheng's time. So under the general circumstances, he was lucky enough to become the general manager of Huiqing Holdings. Don't talk nonsense. What is under one person, above 10,000 people? Song Weigo said with a smile and shook his head. However, what's the situation with Li Xiliu? Isn't he the head of the sales department of the garment factory? This time you are gone. Factory manager, she was promoted to the factory. but Li Xilu was not promoted to deputy factory director. Assistant manager Wang Zhao asked with some doubts, in terms of qualifications, Li Xilu's qualifications are no worse than Wang Zhao, and they are the first batch of educated youth canneries to visit. The educated youth cannery at that meeting is still a small workshop. In terms of ability, Li Xilu has followed Jiang Xiaobai to the north and south, in charge of clothing stores in Beijing, and let go of Jiang Xiaobai's assistant and office director. Being a deputy director is more than enough, but why did you come to be the assistant general manager? Song Weigo smiled and said, "Don't understand? Xiaobai put Li Xilu in my position as assistant to the general manager. That's restricting me." Song Weigo saw it very clearly, although he is now the general manager, but above it was when Jiang Xiaobai was away, and Song Xin, the assistant to the chairman. Although an assistant to the chairman of the board can't manage himself in principle, he only needs to be responsible to the chairman Jiang Xiaobai. But Song Xin is a shareholder, and a shareholder who is an assistant to the chairman of the board will restrict herself a lot. In addition, his own orders must be issued through assistant Li Xilu to be a check and balance on himself. As long as Song Xin and Li Xilu work together, he is a polished commander. Wang Zhao is not stupid. Let Song Weigo understand this reminder, nodded. He also understands that this kind of restriction is also due, otherwise, if there is a problem, it will be messed up. Sometimes problems can be solved without trust, so Zhao Qiangyi and Huang Pao will take a look. On the other side, in the office of the feed factory, Zhang Wei and Liu Jian also prepared 2 dishes and were chatting. "Congratulations, Lao Jiang." One step further, Liu Jian said with a smile. "It's just the general manager of finance, and there are no shares," Zhang Wei said. When he came, Jiang Xiaobai gave him and Liu Jian shares in the feed factory, rather than shares in the educated youth cannery. "What's the matter? When our Xing Xing feed factory gets bigger, it won't be the same." Liu Jian could see, from the pig farm to the feed factory, it is basically a revolutionary piece of brick, and move it wherever it is needed. Yeah, too. But it can also be seen from the company changes this time. The establishment of Huiqing Holding Company is basically equivalent to merging several factories. The director of Xiaobai has a stronger control over several factories. And now the company has to gradually formalize. It is basically impossible to do things independently as before. Zhang Wei said that from the establishment of Huiqing Holdings, both of them have seen a lot. Liu Jian nodded and said, "It's true that the original factories relied on the personal prestige and personality of the director of Xiaobai, but now that they have a formal system, it's a good thing." Now the director of Xiaobai has taken back the financial rights from the various factories. It is estimated that the next step is the personnel rights. Zhang Wei guessed. In fact, the original financial rights and personnel rights were controlled by the director of Xiaobai. But then the director of Xiaobai went to the university for 4 years and did not take care of this. That's why several factories were formed to manage their own affairs. Situation. Liu Jian said that he picked up the wine glass and had a drink with Zhang Wei. The two of them must have the ability, academic qualifications and learning. Now the more formal the factory, the more beneficial it will be for them, and the more beneficial it will be for the future development of the factory. Li Lawson's house. Li Lawson and Li Xilu were also drinking tea and chatting. "Uncle Cousin, you said that our personnel changes this time," Li Xilu asked. He always felt that Jiang Xiaobai arrangement was meaningful here, but he didn't understand it. "Don't think too much. As long as we both remember one thing, we have today's life all given by the director Xiaobai. Without the director Xiaobai, we would not have our today. You don't need to think about other things before doing things. We will do what is beneficial to the director of Xiaobai, and we will not do what is harmful to the director of Xiaobai. Just resolutely implement the orders of the director of Xiaobai." Li Lawson said with a smile, "Farmers have the wisdom of farmers. Other people, like Director Song, Liu Jian, Zhang Wei, etc., don't matter. What's the matter with them? It's a big deal to pat their buttocks and leave. But for us, We must live in Jianhua village, so we can't let others poke our spine. Lord Li said so. Li Xiliu also understood. Some of the others are born, some have education, and some are related. For example, Song Weigo does not have Jiangxia Bai, and they are also sales department chiefs. Liu Jian, Zhang Wei, college students, and another job is the central ministries. But he and his cousin Li Losun are different from others. Before they met Jiangxia Bai, they were farmers. It was Jiangxia Bai who gave them their lives today. So, other people can betray Jiangxia Bai. They can't. Not to mention that they can't bear the name of treachery. Moreover, the two of them are in Jianhua village, and there is nowhere to hide their infamy in the event of an accident. I understand, cousin. Li Xiliu nodded, and the two stopped discussing. End of this chapter. Chapter 715 will be in-laws. Chapter 715 Meeting in-laws. In fact, today's Jianhua village is roughly divided into several factions. One is Li Losun, Li Xiliu and other people from Jianhua village. Although these people say that except for Li Losun and Li Xiliu, the others are ordinary workers. But they have the deepest roots and the greatest strength in a few factories. One is Song Weigo and Shi Sheng. The two represent people who have been dug from a state-owned enterprise. Since Song Weigo was also born in a state-owned enterprise, he unconsciously united with Song Weigo. The other is Liu Jian and Zhang Wei, who represent highly educated talents. They are a little proud and look down on the other two representatives of factions. The last one is Wang Meng, who represents Jiangxia Bai line. They don't form a gang or form factions, and they are centered on Jiangxia Bai will. After the establishment of Huiqing Company, its headquarters was temporarily placed at the headquarters of the Educated Youth Cannery. The second day after the meeting, Zhang Wei took up his post and came to Jiangxia Bai's office to seek support. Director Xia Bai, the general manager of finance of me is a polished commander. How can I take charge of the company's accounts? Zhang Wei said bitterly. Jiangxia Bai also smiled. This college student has also learned to cry, but the crying child is milk. Jiangxia Bai waved his hand and said, let's have one financial account for a factory, and you should pick people by yourself. Years ago, you had to sort out the financial accounts of several factories and get statistics on the accounts. Okay, don't worry, I will be your wallet from now on. Zhang Wei also said with a grin. At this time, finance is also a scarce talent. The financial staff of several factories have spent a lot of effort to dig from state-owned enterprises. If there is no such thing as Jiangxia Bai's words, he will go directly to several factories to ask people, and those factory directors will definitely not let them go easily. If you let him start from scratch and go to other companies to dig people, then I don't know how much work it will take. Zhang Wei is gone. Song Weigo is here again. Director Xia Bai, the talks on that piece of land in the provincial capital are almost done. Go and see if it works. We will try to fix it before the end of the year and start work after the year. Song Weigo said, after talking for a year, according to Jiangxia Bai, he wanted to buy a piece of land directly. But now Longqing is not a special zone. The special zone has already started selling land in exchange for development funds. But Longqing still didn't dare. After more than half a year, Jiangxia Bai decided to compromise. If you want to rent, just rent it. Just buy it later if you have the opportunity. Okay, I will prepare for it. By the way, I will go back early for the new year. I haven't been home for half a year. I will leave the end of the year to you. Jiangxia Bai thought for a while and said, because of the newspaper interviews and visits this year, except for one time passing by Longqing and staying home for a day, he didn't come back at any other time. Anyway, it's almost the end of the year, so it's a good time to go home early for the new year. Me, how can I do it? Song Weigo waved his hand quickly. Why not? You are now the general manager of our Huiqing holding company. You will need to come forward for these things in the future. If you can't do it, you can't do it. Jiangxia Bai said with a smile. In fact, Song Weigo guessed some reasons for the personnel changes this time. but there are some deeper reasons. They don't know. The reason for choosing Song Wei-go as the general manager is that Song Wei-go's age is the oldest among the several factories in Jianhua village who are generally no more than 30 years old. He is heavy, so Jiang Xiaobai chose him. Here? Okay. Song Wei-go nodded and agreed. In fact, he was eager to try all kinds of affairs at the end of this time, including dividends to villagers, agent meetings, etc. are the best opportunities for him to make his debut. Jiang Xiaobai probably confessed, and again arranged for Song Wei-go and Liu Jian to introduce the object to Wang Meng. Only the next day and Song Wei-go embarked on a journey back to Dragon City. Wang Meng's father, Wang Xizhong, has left. It has been half a year, but he has not returned. Don't care about Jiang Xiaobai. Wang Meng's age has arrived, and it's time to get married. After arriving at the provincial capital, Song Wei-go went to work. Jiang Xiaobai drove to Longgang. Young couples who gather less and divorce more often have long-distance relationships after marriage. Is Zhao Xinyi, if you change to another girl, Fan Jiang Xiaobai will not get a divorce. Xiaobai, you came back at the right time. Am I going to go home if you don't come back? There is something important at home today. Zhao Xinyi was in the car, tilted her head and looked at Jiang Xiaobai and said. There are smiles on his face and Jiang Xiaobai in his eyes. What's the big deal? Jiang Xiaobai asked suspiciously. Second brother Zijian will be in-laws at home today, Zhao Xinyi said. When did it happen? Why don't I know at all? Jiang Xiaobai asked with a daze. Doesn't you know that you are busy? I just want to wait until the day is set, Zhao Xinyi said playfully. Now the name of the factory manager Xiaobai. No one in Longqing knows anyone. This year, Jiang Xiaobai, although not as good as Jiang Xingring and Buk Senxing, has also occupied a lot of space in the newspapers. And the Dragon City where Jiang Xiaobai was born. How could he not know? Jiang family of course also knows. You are still running on me. Are you busy and don't have time to come back to see you? Am angry? Jiang Xiaobai asked with a smile. No, Zhao Xinyi said with a pouting mouth. Okay, I won't go back this year. When I come back, in the future, our headquarters will also be relocated to Longqing. Now we are talking about land. Soon, Jiang Xiaobai said. Really? Zhao Xinyi was immediately full of surprises. If Jiang Xiaobai could return to Longqing, the two would be able to meet every day, no longer have to endure suffering of love sickness. Really? When did I lie to you? When I come back, I will buy a house in Longqing and we will move out to live, Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. Zhao Xinyi looked at Jiang Xiaobai's face with little stars. If Jiang Xiaobai was not driving, he would be able to rush into Jiang Xiaobai's arms. The hardships of long-distance relationships will never be understood by people who have never experienced it. One lonely night, unforgettable thoughts, endless waiting, every parting. You never know, the person who passed you by is the person I dream of and I want to meet day and night. Soon, the car stopped at the entrance of Jiang's alley. Oh, Xiaobai is back. The director Xiaobai mentioned in the newspaper as you. Right? Xiaobai, you are in the newspaper. I read the newspaper several times. I didn't expect you to do such a big thing in a blink of an eye. Xiaobai is back. When will he return to Dragon City? From the Hutong entrance to home, many people greeted Jiang Xiaobai along the way, and Jiang Xiaobai responded with a smile. End of this chapter. Chapter 716 Condition. Chapter 716 Conditions. When Jiang Xiaobai and Zhao Xinyi arrived home, the Jiang family was there. Meeting in-laws is not a trivial matter, and all that a large family can come are to come. But watching Jiang Xiaobai and Zhao Xinyi come back, the Jiang family was still very surprised, and also very pleasantly surprised. Now Jiang Xiaobai is the pride of the Jiang family. Nobody in the neighborhood knows the words Xiaobai director. Xiaobai, Xinyi, everyone greeted them from the room. What's wrong? I heard that my second brother will be in-laws today. Is someone coming? Why don't you inform me about such a big event? Jiang Xiaobai smiled and gave Jiang mother a hug. and then said, "Isn't this afraid that you are busy? I just want to wait until you come back." Jiang Zijian was also very excited to see Jiang Xiaobai coming back. "Director Xiaobai, my little brother, when he comes back at this juncture, he also has face in front of his future father-in-law. Squeak when you are busy. Even if you can't come back, you have to make a call and say congratulations to your second brother. I finally got a girl. I'll have to take a good look at which girl is able to join my second brother." "The Dharma, Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. "This child is a factory manager, and he is still not in good shape." Mother Jiang said with a smile, and a group of people just walked into the house. Before they even sat down at the gate of the courtyard, there was another voice. "Uncle, Auntie." A female voice came. Jiang Zijian became excited immediately, and said, "It's Lilai. Let's go out and welcome." Jiang Tishan said, and a group of people came out as soon as they entered the house. Jiang Xiaobai followed in the crowd and looked at the three people entering the door. Headed by is a girl in her 20s. She is pretty long and not too pretty, but she is a good-looking girl. And there is a feeling of intellectual beauty on the body. The pair of men and women who followed him, they looked like they were in their 50s, dressed neatly, and the man wore a pair of gold glasses. Looking up slightly, it is estimated that he is a Kada. "Uncle, Aunt, Lilai," Jiang Zijian shouted. Lilai and his wife nodded faintly, not warmly. However, Jiang Zijian did not care to introduce to both parties. "Uncles and aunts, these are my parents. This is my brother Jiang Zijian, and my sister-in-law Ding Xiaorong works in Longan. This is my eldest sister Jiang Hongmai, second sister." Jiang Zijian introduced them one by one, and the expressions on Lilai's parents finally softened a little. Lilai's father, Gu Zhenwen, was a small division chief of the unit. In fact, he was at the department level. But because he held real power in key departments, he was a small leader. Wife is also a staff member of the staff. The girl graduated from college again. In fact, the couple had great expectations for their girl Gali. At least, it has to be right, or a higher level. But I did not expect that the girl would fall in love with Jiang Zijian. This young man Jiang Zijian, Gu Zhenwen approved. But the Jiang family, he heard his daughter say that it was a worker's family, and he was a little unwilling. But still can't twist the girl. Whoever makes the girl fall in love with Jiang Zijian, this kid. But after I came here, after listening to Jiang Zijian's introduction, this Jiang family has no way to compare with his own. But this family also has a serious job. I didn't think that the rest of the family was messy, unfocused, and didn't have a serious job. This is my younger brother Jiang Xiaobai working in Jianhua village, and my younger brother and sister Zhao Xinyi working in Longan. Jiang Xiaobai and Zhao Xinyi were introduced as the finale. Jiang Xiaobai, Jianhua village. Gu Zhenwen muttered, feeling a bit familiar, but can't remember. Always feel a little weird. Jianhua village, how to work in the village. However, Gu Zhenwen did not ask, and a group of people walked into the room. The men were drinking tea, and the women went into the kitchen. In fact, the dishes were almost cooked before Jiang Xiaobai and the others came back. A group of more than a dozen people sitting in the living room looked a little panicked. "Brother, I heard Lilai say that you are now retired." "It's good to be retired. You can enjoy life," Gu Zhenwen said with a smile. "Yes, I am retired, but I am still running around outside. But I don't have to worry about a few children, so this is a blessing," Jiang Tishan said with a smile. Speaking of this, he is also quite proud. There are usually several children in other people's families. Only one child inherits his father's work and enters the factory. None of the other children have a job, or they will stray in the society, or they will be unemployed. Indeed, my brother is capable. So many children can enter Longan. Longan, such a large factory, will have a future in the future. Gu Zhenwen said casually. "What can I do? The children will live up to you," Jiang Tishan said with a smile. "Do you not know what your requirements are for the children to get married?" Jiang Tishan's voice changed, and he entered the topic. Gu Zhenxing pondered for a moment. In fact, he was a little reluctant, but after thinking about it, he said, "First of all, the two of them have to have a place to live after they get married, and then there is a gift of 666 yuan, 3 golds, 3 large pieces, a refrigerator, TV, washing machine. Jiang Tishan nodded and said, "This is no problem." The sub-construction unit is also divided into houses. Once they are married, they can live wherever they are. In fact, the conditions mentioned by Gwenwin are not low, and they have to change to other people. Needless to say, they can't be given out just as a bride price, not to mention the 3 more things. But the matter is, in Jiang's family, there is really no problem. The 666 yuan gift is not a small amount for the current Jiang Tishan, but it can still be taken out. The 3 big pieces. When Jiang Xiaobai got married, many agents gave TV shows, refrigerators, washing machines and the like. I have already left a set for Jiang Zijian. Didn't the unit be divided into a small house? How can I live there? Gazengwin said. Actually, he made this request a bit embarrassing to Jiang Tishan. However, he didn't expect that Jiang Tishan was not at all embarrassed, so he agreed directly, which made him a little embarrassed, so he spoke again. Jiang Tishan still wanted to talk, and Jiang Xiaobai spoke. Well, Xini and I will move out. It is just right that we will spend more time working in Longqing in the future, and we are ready to buy a house and move out. Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. You third child? Jiang Zijian opened his mouth to stop him, and Jiang Tishan frowned. Where are you going to buy a house? Where can I buy a house in a while? Jiang Tishan said. It's okay, Dad. It was just right that my unit was also divided into a house some time ago. Zhao Xini also said. End of this chapter. Chapter 717 famous. Chapter 717 Master is famous. Zhao Xini can't wait to go out and live with Jiang Xiaobai. As for the house, it was given to Zhao Xini when the unit was divided some time ago. At this time, the division of houses by units is also very interesting. Firstly, it depends on the level, then the relationship, then the working years, and finally it depends on whether you are making trouble. Some people lined up to wait for the house to be allocated from the time they got married, but they couldn't get the allocation until they retire. This is also reflected in later TV dramas, and many people have been occupied for one reason or another. And Zhao Xini is now a small leader in Longgen's office. Of course, this status is nothing. The key is that she is the daughter of Director Zhao. Can that house not have Zhao Xini's share? Needless to say that Zhao Xini is married now, and he also meets the conditions. Gazengwin took a look at Zhao Xini. How could this girl be divided into houses at such a young age? How could she not have the effect of being so young? Looking at Zhao Xini's appearance again, he suddenly felt that it couldn't be. Feeling a green light coming out of Jiang Xiaobai head on the side. This is also the idea of some people with gloomy hearts. When they see a beautiful girl who succeeds, they feel that they have used some methods behind them, or some godfather or something. But what Gazengwin couldn't think of was that Zhao Xini did have someone behind him, but it was not a godfather, but a relative. Well then, Jiang Tishan nodded and continued. Refrigerators, washing machines, televisions and other appliances. When the third child got married, if there were leftovers, he had already built a set for him. I will prepare the gift money and give it to him in 2 days. Left when the third child got married. Gazengwin felt that he couldn't understand it. Jiang Tishan misunderstood, thinking that Gwenwin disliked the old ones, and quickly said, all our new appliances, unused, and others have sent too many. We still have one set in the old couple's house. Someone gave it to me. Brother, don't be kidding me. How much is a TV set and how much is a refrigerator? I still know. Gazengwin said with a smile. Uncle, Jiang Xiaobai, the third oldest in my family, is the factory. The one in Jianhua village. Jiang Zijian reminded him. He saw that he hadn't recognized his famous brother from beginning to end. But think about it, there are more people named Jiang Xiaobai. Although Jiang Xiaobai is in the newspaper, it has nothing to do with his family. How can remember clearly? But Jiang Zijian reminded Gazengwin to remember. Looking at Jiang Xiaobai standing up in surprise, he said, you mean, the director of Xiaobai, the director of the township enterprise? If Uncle Gu is talking about the one in Jianhua village, it is me, Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile while drinking tea. Suddenly a character from the newspaper appeared in front of him. Gwenwin still feels a little weird. After all, Jianhua village is in Jin province, and he has heard of it. Recently, there have been discussions on the important land of Jianhua village. It's just that I didn't expect Jiang Xiaobai to be so young and still the younger brother of his future son-in-law. Unconsciously, Gu Zengwen regarded Jiang Zijian as his son-in-law. Director Xiaobai, hello, hello. Gu Zengwen proactively stretched out his hand. Uncle Gu, this is at home. You can call me Xiaobai. From now on, we will be a family, so don't get a chance. Jiang Xiaobai held Gu Zengwen's hand and said with a smile, yes, just call Xiaobai. Jiang Tishan on the side also said, then I will be called Xiaobai. Gu Zengwen said with a smile on his face. From entering Jiang's house to now, Gu Zengwen finally showed a smile on his face. Watching Li Donghai and Jiang Shujun secretly contempt Xiaobai, look at the trouble. So let's live in the unit first after Zijian and Lilai get married. Whether they are young and do not suffer hardship, how can they make some achievements? Gu Zengwen turned and looked at Jiang Zijian and said. Jiang Zijian nodded with a wry smile. His father-in-law made himself ashamed in front of his younger brother. Zijian, you have to study with your brother. Look at your brother. I remember the newspaper said that when Xiaobai went to the countryside and jumped in the queue, he couldn't get enough food. It was under such a difficult environment that an educated youth cannery was established and he left. Today, Gwenwin educates Jiang Zijian. Although Jiang Zijian is a little embarrassed, he is very happy in his heart, and the accident of his own marriage is considered a success. Uncle Gu, this is not needed. I was planning to move out. After all, I will stay in Longqing for a long time in the future, so it is just right to buy a house. Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. The two turned to talk about buying land in Jianhua village. Why do you have to buy it? Gu Zengwen asked. He also understood that if Jianhua village had not insisted on buying it, it would have been settled long ago. We are going to build a factory. The investment is very large. If it is rented, it is not very suitable. After the expiration, the contract must be renewed. As you know, Uncle Gu, the contract is now in China. Jiang Xiaobai said with a wry smile. Yes, Gu Zengwen nodded, obviously understanding what Jiang Xiaobai meant. But it's very difficult. I heard that there is land for sale in the south, but we have not had this precedent in Jin province and Longqing. Yes, this time I came back to deal with this matter. If it doesn't work, I can only compromise. Jiang Xiaobai nodded. Gu Zengwen thought thoughtfully, and suddenly said, in fact, this is not without the possibility of operation. The key is to be famous, Dragon City, and even the province should benefit, otherwise, the risk is too great. He has been in government agencies for a lifetime. This kind of person may not be capable, but he has a good ability to think about things all day long. Some things are actually very simple, but knowing the doorway inside is very important. The teacher is famous and win-win. Jiang Xiaobai muttered, and was about to ask Gu Zengwen what he meant. Mother Jiang and others came out with the dishes, and a group of people came to the table and started eating. Gu Li noticed the change of atmosphere at the dinner table. First of all, my father suddenly became enthusiastic. When did not come back, she looked coldly disagreeing, and even set the date of her marriage with Jiang Zijian when she talked. What's even more surprising is that when my father treated that Jiang's youngest man, he was very special, just like meeting a higher-level leader or a colleague from the unit. Gu's mother was even more surprised, but she did not speak out against it. Gu Zengwen was in charge of all the big and small things in the family. She believed that her husband had a reason for doing this. End of this chapter. Chapter 718. Find Someone Platform. Chapter 718. A meal. Due to Gu Zeng's change, the atmosphere of eating is still very harmonious. The two families had a friendly and cordial conversation about the marriage of Jiang Zijian and Gu Li. The two parties reached a series of cooperation and agreed that the date of the young couple's marriage would be the 5th day of the first lunar month of this year. After dinner, The Jiang family sent Gali's family out. When walked to the door, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly walked 2 steps quickly and followed Gu Zhengwen and said, "Uncle Gu, will you have time for noon tomorrow? Let's have a meal together." "Okay, no problem, I will make an appointment with 2 more people," Gu Zheng said with a smile. Jiang Xiaobai was able to do such a big business at a young age. Of course, he is also willing to help Jiang Xiaobai to deepen the relationship between the 2 families. "I will retire in the future, or if something happens, Jiang Xiaobai can also help." "Okay, then thank Uncle Gu." Jiang Xiaobai thanked Gu Zhengwen while holding Gu Zhengwen. Jiang Zijian and Gali, who were whispering to the side, said, "Looking at the way our youngest son and your dad are warm and close, I don't know that they thought they were Wang Jinlaw." Gali nodded, and said with some doubts, "It's strange to say that my dad is usually very serious, and he is more demanding of young people. He has a straight face. Even the very good young people will make a compliment. But like now, so hot, it feels weird, like, it seems like peers are talking about friendship." Jiang Zijian concluded. Gali nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, that's the feeling. What is your brother doing?" "Go back and ask your dad," Jiang Zijian said, discussing friendships among the same generation, but in terms of Jiang Xiaobai identity, he is relatively higher than Gu Zhengwen's status. Gu Zhengwen and Jiang Xiaobai's peer-to-peer discussions may be due to the relationship between the 2 families. Gali gave Jiang Zijian a roll of eyes. "This guy is a little bit awkward today." After returning home, Gali and Gali's mother looked at Gu Zhengwen curiously, and just wanted to ask what happened to Gu Zhengwen today. "I saw Gu Zhengwen and pulled out a newspaper from the table, passed it to the 2 of them. Soon they saw a piece of news about Jiang Xiaobai reported in the newspaper. Director Xiaobai, Jiang Xiaobai, Dad, you mean that the 3rd child is?" Gali's young man's mind is still very active, immediately guessed the truth of the matter. "Yes, Jiang Xiaobai, the youngest of the Jiang family, is the very popular director of Xiaobai in the newspaper some time ago, and the younger generation is terrifying," Gu Zhengwen said with emotion. "Really? It's too much. It doesn't look like." Gus' mother looked surprised, and the unit talked a lot about the Xiaobai director. "But this Jiang Xiaobai is too young." In his opinion, if he can make a career, he must be 30 or 40 years old. "Okay, it's not early, take the time to rest. I still have some work to deal with," Gu Zhengwen said, turned and walked into the study. Jiang Xiaobai wants that piece of land, but he still needs to think about it carefully. The next morning Zhao Xinyi went to the work unit to ask for leave, and Jiang Xiaobai also went to the work unit with Zhao Xinyi. Zhao Xinyi asked for leave to find someone to clean up the room. Jiang Xiaobai went to Zhao Gang's office. "Please come in." Zhao Gang's slightly majestic voice sounded in the office. Jiang Xiaobai opened the door and walked in with a smile. As soon as Zhao Gang looked up, he saw Jiang Xiaobai's serious face, and a smile suddenly appeared. "Xiaobai, when did you come back? This year will probably be enough for you." Zhao Gang stood up from the chair and asked the assistant outside to pour 2 cups of tea, and the 2 sat down on the sofa. "How is it?" "It's the end of the year. Isn't the factory busy?" Zhao Gang asked with a smile. "Busy? But isn't it because I haven't come back for a year?" "Just come back early for the new year, and do something about it by the way." Jiang Xiaobai took a sip of tea, put down the cup and looked at Zhao Gang and said, "In fact, Zhao Gang is in his 50s, but he is not old at all. Compared to Jiang Tai, he feels like he is a generation behind. The land matter, if you insist on buying it, it is really difficult to handle." Zhao Gang also heard about Jiang Xiaobai's desire to buy a piece of land. "Yes, I was going to give up, but yesterday I heard an elder say that this is not completely hopeless. So I want to work harder." Jiang Xiaobai said. "Is there anything I can help?" Zhao Gang asked directly. Jiang Xiaobai was not polite with Zhao Gang, and said directly, "I found a few people to have dinner with at noon. Come and help me support the scene." "Okay, no problem," Zhao Gang agreed, and he was just a girl, married to Jiang Xiaobai. So Jiang Xiaobai's business is his business. "Then Dad, I will leave first. and Xenia will clean up the house she shared. We are ready to move out. Jiang Xiaobai stood up and said, "Move out from home?" Zhao Gang was a little confused. Jiang Xiaobai usually does not come back in Jianhua village. Many times, Zhao Xenia goes home to live. Even when she returns to Jiang's house, it's more crowded and lively. Now moving out, Jiang Xiaobai is in Jianhua village, and Zhao Xenia is usually at home alone. Isn't it more lonely? Well, we will gain a foothold in Longqing in the future. We will stay in Longqing for a long time. We also want to leave Jianhua village. We cannot stay in Jianhua village for the rest of our lives. Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. The establishment of Huiqing Holding Company was a preliminary integration of several factories. The relocation of the headquarters to Longqing can also be initially realized. Come back, you can hurry up and have a baby when you come back. I can also, Zhao Gang said with a smile on his face when Jiang Xiaobai said this. Dad, I'll be busy first, and when the address is booked, I'll call you. Jiang Xiaobai hurriedly left, and he didn't want to pick up what Zhao Gang said about having children. This matter has to go with the flow, how can it be urged? Jiang Xiaobai came out of Zhao Gang's office, found another phone to contact Song Weiguo, and talked about eating at noon. But I didn't elaborate on the phone. Here, Jiang Xiaobai is open, while on the other side, Gu Zhengwen also found his own leader after going to work. Director Liu is like this. I want to ask you for help. Old Gu, you say? That's it. I want to invite you to dinner at noon. I have a junior who wants to see you. Gu Zhengwen said with a smile. You don't need to eat anymore. Gu, you can just tell me what you have. We have been working together for many years, so you don't need to be polite. Director Liu said with a smile. Then Director Liu agreed. I will book a place and I will tell you later. Gu Zheng said with a smile, then turned around and went out. Director Liu was stunned, and said with a smile, this old Gu. End of this chapter. Chapter 719 Building. Chapter 719 Building. At the entrance of Longqing Hotel, Jiang Xiaobai was smoking a cigarette, and Song Weiguo rushed over. Director Xiaobai, what's the situation? Song Weiguo asked breathlessly. It's about the land. I'm still going to work harder. I really can't rent anymore. I made an appointment with a few people for dinner today, just for this. Jiang Xiaobai said. Song Weiguo knew that Jiang Xiaobai had something to do with Longqing. The two were talking, then Gu Zhengwen came with Director Liu. As soon as he arrived at the door of the meal, Director Liu looked at Song Weiguo for a moment. Director Song. Director Liu. Song Weiguo and Director Liu knew each other because of the land. Old Gu, you also know Director Song. Who are you? Director Liu thought that the junior Gu Zhengwen was talking about was Song Weiguo. Song Weiguo is around younger than him and Gu Zhengwen. I don't know. Director Liu, let me introduce you. This is Jiang Xiaobai, the factory manager of Jianhua village. Gu Zhengwen had a guess in his mind that this Song Weiguo should be a factory manager of Jianhua village. Yes, Director Liu, this is our factory manager. Song Weiguo also introduced. At this time, Director Liu noticed Jiang Xiaobai on the side. It's not that I just saw it. Of course he was able to see Jiang Xiaobai as a big living person standing next to him. The main reason is that Jiang Xiaobai is too young. He thought it was Song Weiguo's driver, assistant or something like that. Unexpectedly, this young man is the master of today. Director Xiaobai, hello, although this is the first time I have met, I have heard of your name for a long time. Director Liu and others chatted at the door, and Zhao Gang's car arrived. As the plant manager of Longgang, Zhao Gang, although he is in a state-owned enterprise, Longgang is a big factory with more than 100,000 people. His level as a factory manager is of course very high. At this time, there are no strict boundaries in state-owned enterprises and systems. It is common for the directors of large state-owned enterprises to be transferred to positions within the system. As far as Zhao Gang's price is concerned, if it is transferred to the system, not to mention the main leaders of the Jin province, it will definitely be okay to be at the next level. It is for this reason that many people with backgrounds follow the same path of promotion. The system state-owned enterprise system model. Without him, The speed of promotion in state-owned enterprises is always faster than that of the system. Director Liu knew Zhao Gang, but there were too many big figures in Longqing Hotel, so he did not go up and talk. Just glanced at it and continued to chat with Jiang Xiaobai. But unexpectedly, Zhao Gang walked towards them directly. "Dad!" Jiang Xiaobai shouted and greeted him. "Let me introduce to everyone, this is my father-in-law who works in Longgang." Jiang Xiaobai introduced to everyone. He is relatively modest, and he did not directly introduce Zhao Gang's position. Director Zhao Song Weigo greeted him quickly. Zhao Gang met him when Jiang Xiaobai was married and knew that this was the factory director of Longgang. "Hello, Director Zhao." Director Liu also hurriedly stepped forward and said, "This is Director Liu, this is my uncle Gu, my second brother's future father-in-law, Song Weigo. You met when I got married." Jiang Xiaobai introduced with a smile. "Hello." Zhao Gang shook hands one by one, without taking a stand. Although he was said to be among the people present and had the highest status, he did not put on a cold face. Today, he came to the platform for Jiang Xiaobai, not for tearing down the platform. Gu Zhengwen didn't know Zhao Gang and he had never met him, but he had heard the name Zhao Gang. On this point in government agencies, it is possible to talk about the lives of famous people and leaders. Speaking of some leadership experiences and backgrounds, it is as if he had experienced them personally. Longgang, Director Liu, his own leader, said that he was the factory director of Longgang, and there were many deputy directors of Longgang, but there is no one with the surname Zhao. The only factory director with the surname Zhao is the big one. In addition to Director Liu's slightly humble attitude, it is meaningless to be Longgang's big factory manager. Of course, what made him sure was mainly because of the surname Zhao, Director Liu's humble attitude, and Longgang being a deputy factory director would be enough for him. It was precisely because of guessing the identity of Zhao Gang, but it surprised him. Longgang's factory manager Zhao is also a big man in the province. He turned out to be Jiang Xiaobai's father-in-law. No wonder that a young girl like Zhao Xinyi can divide the house as soon as she goes to work. At first, I thought that Zhao Xinyi was so beautiful, so don't think Jiang Xiaobai was greened. But after knowing Jiang Xiaobai's identity, she felt that Jiang Xiaobai helped find the relationship. But now I understand that there is such a great God. "Hello, Director Zhao." Gu Zhengwen thought about taking a step forward, and tightly held Zhao Gang's hand. A few people exchanged a few words and walked towards the restaurant. A group of people did it in the private room. Song Weigo went out to find food, and the others in the private room chatted. However, the center of the topic has always been around Zhao Gang and Jiang Xiaobai. "Director Zhao, you are a virtuous son-in-law, young and promising, and fearful for the younger generation." Director Zhao Gu Zhengwen also said beautiful things in his mouth, but his heart is not as plain as it seems on the surface. This Jiang family is really unexpected. Crouching tiger, hidden dragon. There was a Jiang Xiaobai that was enough to surprise me. But I didn't expect that Jiang's family still had such a relative. I still looked down on the Jiang family before, and felt that the Jiang family was a worker's family, and he was a family of cadres. To meet the Jiang family, it was the Jiang family who climbed up high. But the director Zhao had already met the Jiang family. Now that the Jiang family meets with himself, then I dare to mention something like that. While talking, the dishes came up. Jiang Xiaobai first toasted everyone a cup, and then Zhao just offered a cup. According to the order, Zhao Gang should come first, the leader. But everyone here can see that Zhao Gang came to the platform for Jiang Xiaobai today. "Director Liu, this is the case. We want to buy the land. In addition to building a factory, another purpose is to build a building, the tallest building in our Dragon City, with an estimated 18 floors. Jiang Xiaobai didn't go around the corners, he had enough preparation, plus it was a slightly private party, so he directly stated his purpose. An 18-story building, the tallest building in Jin province, is the bait thrown by Jiang Xiaobai. After completion, we plan to build a diversified commercial building integrating shopping, catering, leisure, entertainment, and office. At that time, not only clothing of various brands, including catering, will replace the Longqing Hotel here. Longqing Hotel, and the department store. I don't need money to draw big buy, not to mention Jiang Xiaobai seriously considered it. There is a possibility of realization. Jiang Xiaobai kept talking. End of this chapter. Chapter 720 Pivot. Chapter 720 Fulcrum. Gu Zhengwen and Director Liu are both members of the system. Hearing Jiang Xiaobai words, his breathing became short. They understand what it means to Longqing if Jiang Xiaobai can really build such a building. Zhao Gang looked at Jiang Xiaobai and was a little stunned. Jiang Xiaobai had such a big plan to build a diversified building that integrates clothing, catering, leisure, hotels, and entertainment. Do current private enterprises have such capabilities? To be honest, although he has always been optimistic about Jiang Xiaobai, he is optimistic about Jiang Xiaobai's future, the future of private township and village enterprises. But it seems that it is no longer the future. If Jiang Xiaobai can really build such a building, that is not just a major event in Longqing and Jin province, but a major event in the entire private enterprises and township enterprises. For Jianhua village, no, it should be Huiqing Holding Company to be precise. The meaning is even more different. There is such a building. The influence and status of Huiqing Holding Company will be greatly improved. As far as the current situation is concerned, it is no problem to say that it is the first private enterprise. Song Weiguo looked at Jiang Xiaobai in astonishment. He is the general manager and has a general understanding of Huiqing Holdings. Currently, the liquidity on the books is 4 million, which is pretty good. It is very likely that it will be more than 3.5 million. In the past, only Jiang Xiaobai knew about the capital status of several factories, although Huiqing Holdings has now been established. All the financial rights have been received from the headquarters of Huiqing Holding Company, but it has just been completed, and Zhang Wei is still leading people to check the specific accounts. Without a result, he came to Longqing, although there is only a rough estimate of the funding situation of the several factories in Jianhua village. However, he thinks that the specific numbers and his own estimates should be inseparable from each other. Although the 18-story diversified building, how much money is needed? It is certainly not something that can be built with more than 3 million yuan. Director Xiaobai, building an 18-story building is not a trivial matter. Director Liu asked with breathlessness. Although there are already in the south at this time, the 27-story Guangzhou Hotel, the 34-story Baiyun Hotel, and the 18-story high-rise building in the south is nothing. But in Jin province, Longqing, an inland province, the tallest building now should be the newly completed Sanjin building, with 13 floors. Yes, Xiaobai. Do you know how much it costs to build an 18-story building? Does your Jianhua village have this strength? Don't make a joke to make everyone play. Wenwen's expression is a bit ugly and wants to return Jiang Xiaobai yuan. He doesn't know how much money an 18-story building needs, but he knows how much the 13-story Sanjin building cost. The 13 buildings cost more than 60 million yuan. More than 60 million? What kind of astronomical figure is this for the current domestic private enterprises? It is not even necessary to mention private enterprises, township and village enterprises. Just take the current state-owned large factories as an example. How many factories can give out 60 million at a time? For example, Longgen's fixed assets and value must exceed 60 million. But if Longgen is able to spend 60 million all at once, it will definitely be impossible. Even if it is collected, once the 60 million liquidity is drawn out, Longgen will be paralyzed. As for what Longgen is, a state-owned factory with more than 100,000 workers and an annual profit of over 100 million, there is no way to build such a tall building. Not to mention Jiang Xiaobai, a factory director of a township enterprise. Listening to Gu Zhengwen's words, Director Liu also reflected. Gu Zhengwen was talking about the actual situation, but his face was still a bit ugly. What are you doing about this kind of joke? It's really bragging, that is. Zhao Gang is still sitting on the side, otherwise he will shake his hand away now. Zhao Gang also frowned and looked at Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai's speech with waving arms just now really convinced him. making him feel that Jiang Xiaobai could really build such a building. How much? I probably do the calculations. It may take about 100 million. And no more than 120 million at most, Jiang Xiaobai said. Pump. Song Weiguo didn't know if he was scared by this billion, or he drank too much. As soon as Jiang Xiaobai's voice fell, he slid down the stool to the bottom of the table. Director Xiaobai, you really dare to think, 100 million, and the net profit of Jianhua village is only several million a year, not more than 3 million. I don't know. I think the annual net profit of several factories in Jianhua village can reach tens of millions. Zhao Gang breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the 100 million fund. Even the director of Longang Steel couldn't get 100 million fund. A year's profit is more than 1 billion, and this net plus billion is not pure profit, but profit. I know this is a big investment, but this money is not invested all at once. You only need to prepare a part of the funds in the early stage, and there are bank loans too. Jiang Xiaobai smiled and said, the empty glove white wolf of future generations will do real estate. He has several million, and then he can make it together. Maybe it can be done. Furthermore, take the land down first. If the bank doesn't give the loan, then stop doing it by yourself. Is just building a factory. Anyway, the initiative is in his own hands. Everyone, today's Huiqing Holding Company dare not say how big it is, but you know that 7 years ago, I took $100 and founded the Educated Youth Canned Food, and then step by step to today. Jiang Xiaobai was confident and smiling, and the young face was full of spirits. There is a kind of convincing charm that makes people involuntarily. Lao Song, tell me, when I first asked you to buy canned bottles, can you imagine what Jianhua village looks like today? Jiang Xiaobai turned his head and looked at Song Weiguo and asked. Song Weiguo has already got up from under the table, listening to Jiang Xiaobai's question, shaking and saying, I didn't expect it, then I thought you were fantastic. Yes, Jiang Xiaobai nodded and turned to look at Gu Zhengwen. Director Liu said seriously, why is it whimsical? But it's not impossible. For the 18-story building, you don't need to get all the funds all at once. It can't be built all at once. I estimate that it will take about a year or even 2 years. During this time, Huiqing Holdings is still making profits, and it can also find bank loans. Jiang Xiaobai carefully analyzed to several people that it is not impossible to build such a building. Archimedes said, give me a fulcrum and I can move the whole earth. The same is true of the power of funds. 1 million to leverage 10 million funds will abound in future generations. End of this chapter. Chapter 721 Billions of accounts. Chapter 721 Hundreds of millions of accounts. Gu Zhenwen, Director Liu and the two were a little moved by what Jiang Xiaobai said. The light reappeared in his eyes, and his breathing became heavy again. Let Jiang Xiaobai say this. It is really quite possible. Let's just say, Jiang Xiaobai, after all, this factory manager Xiaobai is a person who has been in a newspaper, and the People's Daily has praised it. It's impossible to be unreliable, the two thought to themselves. In fact, the leaders at this time did not say nothing about economic matters, and they were basically the same. Clap the head to make a decision, slap the thighs to regret, slap the to leave. I don't know how many things happened. Even Song Weiguo was short of breath as Jiang Xiaobai said, if such a building is really built, then Huiqing Holdings will really fly. My own general manager's worth is also different. In this way, we need to go back and report to the top. Director Liu said, for such a big matter, they don't need to say that they are in charge, but they are participating in the discussion, and they may not be able to have much strength. It is the boss above who really makes the decision. Okay, it's okay. Don't worry, we need to make a specific plan when we go back. The approximate funds needed, the design plan, the area already occupied, the estimated construction area, etc. Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile, and then continued to hold up the wine glass and toasted everyone. Director Liu and Gu Zhengwen put down their glasses and wanted to specifically ask Jiang Xiaobai about their thoughts on this building. But Jiang Xiaobai didn't mention it, and just kept trying to persuade him to drink. Chatted about the daily routine, and even talked about two obscure jokes from time to time. However, Gu Zhengwen and Director Liu are not thinking about this. But there is no good way. Looking at the food full of food and motai on the table, there was no mood to eat or drink. After dinner, he checked out and left the hotel, standing at the door to send Director Liu to leave. Gwenwin looked at Jiang Xiaobai and stopped talking, but looked at Zhao Gang and Song Weiguo beside Jiang Xiaobai. But in the end he didn't say much and waved his hand to keep in touch, and then left. Dad, I will send Lao Song home first, Jiang Xiaobai said. Okay, he'll go home when I'm done. I have something to tell you. Zhao Gang nodded and got in the car and left. Jiang Xiaobai and Song Weiguo got on Jiang Xiaobai's crown car. Song Weiguo reported the address to the driver and looked at Jiang Xiaobai excitedly and said, Director Xiaobai, if this building is built, it will be completed. Song Weiguo's drinking tongues were so big, Jiang Xiaobai gave Song Weiguo a faint glance. He was born in the sales department of a small state-owned enterprise and has been practicing for so long. The horizon is still a bit too narrow, and there are problems with insight. One thing only sees the benefits, but the dangers are not discovered at all. Several millions of funds, if you want to leverage hundreds of millions of projects. Once there is a problem with the capital chain, several factories in Jianhua village will cease to exist. After all, they are private enterprises and do not have huge national funds to support them. Far away, let's just talk about the famous giant mansion in later generations. It is because of the training of the capital chain that the giant mansion has become an unfinished building. Shi Yazu also carried a huge debt. If it weren't for the help of other people from the Chan faction after Xi lived. Can we make a comeback is another matter. Although I have Zhao Gang behind me and invested in the three brothers of the Liu family, as long as I am here, I will have more opportunities to make a fortune in the future. I am confident that I will make a comeback. But today's situation in Jianhua village was hard one after all. So I still don't want to take this risk. If there are problems in the later stage of building the building, it is the best. Let's talk about it. This matter has many problems from the establishment of the project to the start of construction. Let's take a step by step. Jiang Xiaobai said. He didn't dispel Song Weiguo's enthusiasm, so he knew this in his heart. The main focus is to obtain land. Sent Song Weiguo to the guest house, and then to the Longan family building. When he arrived at Zhao Gang's house, Zhao Gang was at home alone. Zhao Xini had not returned yet, and was cleaning up the newly allocated house. Han Lin went to work. Seeing Jiang Xiaobai coming, Zhao Gang poured a cup of tea for Jiang Xiaobai, and the two sat down. This matter is too risky, Zhao Gang said. Jiang Xiaobai nodded and said, I know, he said after a pause. In fact, private enterprises have come along, and risks are everywhere. But this time the amount of funds involved is too large. Once a problem occurs. Zhao Gang shuddered as he said, hundreds of millions of funds, there is a problem at all, and a factory manager of his size can't imagine it. At this time when the per capita salary is not more than 100 yuan, a 10,000 yuan household is praised by others, and debts of hundreds of millions of dollars will never be paid in this lifetime. That is, he has nothing to do. This matter has to be put on him. He is scared and frightened even after thinking about it. Jiang Xiaobai took a sip of tea, slowly put down the cup, without speaking. In fact, if this matter were placed in the previous life, he would not dare, but in this life rebirth, from the founding of educated youth Canfu to the present, he has experienced a lot of things. Jiang Xiaobai has also changed a lot. Although there are many hundreds of millions of funds, as long as there is a chance, it is not without the opportunity to stand up. This matter has not been finalized either. From the project to the start of construction, there are many procedures. If there is any unexpected situation in the process, the work will not be possible. Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile looking at Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang's eyes lit up, He understood Jiangxiabai meaning, smiled and nodded and said, "Okay, you just have to know it in your heart." Jiangxiabai and Zhao Gang sat for a while, then got up and left, and went to Zhao Xiny's new house. Zhao Xiny is instructing the workers to move the furniture. If this is to change someone else's house, if it can be allocated to the house, it should burn high incense, but it is allocated to Zhao Xiny's house. Not only the apartment layout is well oriented, but the home is actually well decorated. All you need to do is to place the furniture. Xiao Bei, you are here, everything is over. Do you think this sofa can be placed here? There can also be a TV cabinet. Bed, the head of this bed is ready to face this side. It is just right to put a wardrobe next to it. The bedside table can be placed on the other side. It is convenient to turn off the light. When Zhao Xiny saw Jiangxiabai coming, she excitedly pulled Jiangxiabai and asked, "From now on, it will be their little home," and Zhao Xiny is especially heartfelt, laying out their love nest. Okay, it's a big air, there is a sense of space, and it's comfortable to sit. Jiangxiabai praised with a smile. While talking, she took off her jacket, and followed the workers to help. End of this chapter. Chapter 722 Design Institute. Chapter 722 Design Institute. That night, Jiangxiabai and Zhao Xiny ate at Zhao's house. Han Lin came back from get off work and watched Jiangxiabai return. She made a few dishes that Jiangxiabai loved. However, during the meal, Jiangxiabai and Zhao Gang did not mention the building in a tacit understanding. I didn't say anything about it, and I didn't want them to worry about it. After dinner, Jiangxiabai and Zhao Xiny went home. The next day, Zhao Xiny continued to clean up the room. Song Weigo came to Jiang's house early in the morning with his things, and then took Jiangxiabai to the Provincial Design Institute. Such a large project, if you want to design it, of course, you have to go through a series of arguments, instead of just sitting at home and thinking about it. Even if it is a look, there must be a little something. Do-da-do. The car drove to the door of the Provincial Design Institute. The guard opened the door and let it go. The Provincial Design Institute is King Shui Yamen and also a provincial department. But in front of Crown Motors, not to mention the Provincial Design Institute, even the provincial government may be able to drive in. This is the advantage of a car. Of course, this is also in this era. If it is placed in later generations, the car has entered thousands of households, and it is impossible to drive a car across the world. At the entrance of the office building of the Design Institute, Jiangxiabai and Song Weigo got out of the car, each in a straight suit, and a black leather bag under their arm. The meticulous combing of hair is completely different from the directors of other township enterprises or private enterprises at this time. In fact, Song Weigo also has a pager, also known as the BP machine, which Song Weigo bought in Magic City last year. Song Weigo regarded it as high-tech, and he wanted to buy one for Jiangxiabai, but Jiangxiabai refused. It's not that Jiangxiabai is accustomed to using the cell phone of later generations and looks down on the current pager, but there is no pager in Jin province at this time. There is no paging station. The pager is just a waste, so why do you buy it? But Song Weigo was like a baby, straddling his waist all day long. After Jiangxiabai's repeated requests, he agreed to put it in his clothes and not to show it outside. Bang bang bang. Jiangxiabai knocked on the office door. In an instant, several staff members in the office who were drinking tea and chatting turned their heads, then watched Jiangxiabai and Song Weigo dressed up and stood up, and asked politely, "Two comrades, who are you looking for?" "Let me find the dean of our design institute, who can tell me," Jiangxiabai said. "I'll take you there." The dean should be in the office on the 3rd floor. A girl in her 20s stood up and said actively. Jiangxiabai nodded, thanked, and followed the girl upstairs. "Two comrades, where did you come from?" the girl asked while looking at Jiangxiabai. After I asked Jiangxiabai and Song Weigo to answer, they said, I went to the university in Yangqing and came back from graduation this summer. Some of the bosses in Yangqing wear this kind of suit and leather shoes. Really? But when I see you talking, you don't have a Yangqing accent, so I think it's a bit strange. The university in Yangqing. What university? Jiang Xiaobai asked. South China Institute of Technology in Yangqing. As the girl said, the chin was slightly raised, with a proud look. South China Institute of Technology, Jiang Xiaobai muttered, feeling a little familiar, but still can't remember. At this time, the names of the predecessors of many famous universities in later generations were different, and they were not called universities, but colleges. Jiang Xiaobai. That can remember. What major? Jiang Xiaobai asked casually. The girl who was waiting for the compliment, was unable to reflect for a while, was stunned and said, Architecture Department. Oh, I went to Beijing Normal University in Beijing. My name is Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai introduced himself like this. The girls suddenly reduced the arrogance on their faces. After all, the status of the capital in people's hearts is different at this time. Song Weigo was a little awkward. He was only a secondary school graduate, and he was still recommended, so I was so embarrassed to speak out. While speaking, a few people came to the door of the dean's office on the 3rd floor. The office door was not closed. The girl knocked on the door, and a middle-aged man's voice came. Please come in. Dean Liang. These two comrades are here to look for you. After the girl finished speaking, Dean Liang nodded, and the girl backed out. Two comrades, please sit down. Are you two? Dean Liang asked as he poured water on the two. We are Huiking Holdings, and would like to ask our design institute to help design something. Jiang Xiaobai looked at the environment in the office and said casually, Huiking Holding Company. Dean Liang muttered. He hadn't heard of it before, but when he heard Jiang Xiaobai wanted to help design something, the warm pot I just lifted was put down again, then turned around and picked up the tea box on the table, and put a little tea in the 2 cups. Although it is said that Huiking Holding Company has not heard of it, it seems that the two of them are quite strong in their outfits. Help design things. Can you not give me some hard work? The Design Institute is a King Shui Yamen. There is basically no work at ordinary times. Even if there is, it is business. It should be designed well. If the design is not good, you will find trouble. Unlike other departments, mosquitoes are fleshy no matter how small. What is the design? Dean Liang again raised the kettle. Architectural design, building. Is it okay? Dean Liang. Jiang Xiaobai asked. The design at this time is still relatively simple. There are no well-known designs in China, and even if there are, they are concentrated in the capital. Dean Liang's hand trembled, and the thermos he was carrying almost didn't fall out. Architectural design, this is a big job. If you really do it well. It is said that the Design Institute may not worry about eating and drinking next year. At the end of the year, there will be bonuses and benefits. Yes, of course there is no problem. There is no problem with the strength of our Design Institute. Longqing Department Store knows it. It is designed by our Design Institute, Dean Liang said while carrying Jiang Xiaobai and Song Weigo on their backs and dumped the tea in their cups into the trash can. Then turned around and took out a treasured box of tea from the cabinet on the side, put it on the two of them, and made the tea. This is Liuan melon slices from a friend in Anhui province. You can try it, Dean Liang said with a smile on Jiang Xiaobai and Song Weigo with eyes bordered by gold threads. However, the main focus was on Song Weigo. Without him, Song Weigo is a bit older, like a master, while Jiang Xiaobai is too young, looking like a secretary assistant or something like carrying a bag. But even so, Dean Liang is very polite to Jiang Xiaobai. End of this chapter. Chapter 723 Conception. Chapter 723 Conception. Liuan melon slices, a famous tea in Anhui province. You have to taste it. Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. I'm sorry, I would take the liberty to ask, where is your Huiking Holding Company? Dean Liang sat down and asked. Jianhua Village, Educated Youth Cannery, Jiang Xiaobai Garment Factory. I don't know if Dean Liang has heard of it. Jiang Xiaobai took a sip, that he was not bad, put down the teacup and looked at Dean Liang and asked, Jianhua Village, canned educated youth. Although Dean Liang is not young, he still thought of it very quickly. It's that place, I've heard of it, Directix nearby. Is that in the newspaper? Dean Liang suddenly realized. Yes, I am Jiangxia Bai. Several factories in our Jianhua village have all been integrated under Huiqing Holding Company. Jiangxia Bai said. Jiangxia Bai, you are the director of Xiabai. It is really shocking. I thought the director of Xiabai must be over 30 or even 40 years old. Dean Liang said in surprise. At 40, you can't be the director of Xiabai. You must be the director of Old Bai, Jiangxia Bai joked, and then introduced Song Weigo to Dean Liang. After the greeting, the three talked about business. Director Bai, are you here to design a new factory area or build an office building or staff dormitory? Dean Liang asked. This is also the most built building at this time. Neither. Our Huiqing Holding Company wants to take a piece of land in Longqing and build an 18-story building that integrates office, accommodation, leisure and entertainment, and catering as a diversified building. Jiangxia Bai said. Dean Liang smiled and said, Director Bai, stop joking. Jiangxia Bai looked at Dean Liang with grey hair seriously and asked, Dean Liang, do you think I am coming from Jianhua village, which is so far away, to find you? Is it like a joke? Dean Liang was stunned. This Jiangxia Bai really wanted to build an 18-story building. Director Bai, do you know how much it costs to build an 18-story building? I won't talk about the 18-story building, the Sanjin building, which is now the tallest building in Longqing, with 13 floors. The overall cost is probably more than 60 million. Dean Liang said. At this time, from the perspective of the entire Jin province, there is no enterprise capable of building an 18-story building. The large enterprises in Shaanxi province are coal mines. If they are placed in later generations, it would be easy for these coal mine groups to build a building. However, the country now adopts a pricing system for coal and other energy materials, so the coal industry does not have much money at this time. So in Dean Liang's view, unless it is funded by the government, there is basically no such enterprise in Jin province that has the ability to build an 18-story tall building. Jiangxia Bai squinted his eyes. At this time, the Design Institute was really the same as a state-owned enterprise. In this way, the design company of later generations has been changed. I don't care if you have the strength to build an 18-story building, as long as you have the ability to pay for my design fees. It's fine, and the rest is my shit. Even if you just took the drawings and only laid a foundation, it would be nice if I could get the design fee. But this is how people are ... innocent. I know, but our Jianhua village has this strength, and we also have bank loans. We have also discussed with people from the government department. Isn't it still in the project stage? So I want to have a drawing first and look at the specific amount. If there is no problem, we can proceed to the next step. Jiangxia Bai continued. Just like the Swan Hotel in the south, don't there also have several investors and bank loans? Our Huiqing Holding Company also does not rule out the introduction of other capital in the future, so please rest assured in terms of funds. Dean Liang said that Huiqing Holding Company was just a few factories in Jianhua village in the newspaper, and he had nothing to do with the capital situation. But since Jiangxia Bai said so surely that he has bank loans and communicated with the government, there is no problem. Maybe it can be built. Of course, the point is that Jiangxia Bai also said that you don't have to think about the funds yourself. You really think about it yourself. He is the dean of a design institute, but not the general manager of a construction company. You can just design it yourself. As for whether you have the funds to build it, it is really not a question of your own consideration. Well, then Director Bai, please tell me the request. Dean Liang asked. Well, we are going to ask for a piece of land near the train station. Probably at this location. Jiangxia Bai took out a map from his bag and circled the place he wanted with a pen. This location is not far from the business circle of later generations. If you can occupy a place to build a factory in this place, you will relocate in the future, and you can make a lot of money. Or don't demolish. If you have money in the future, you can really build a building. Anyway, this place is in the commercial center. It is expected to build an 18-story building, but the specific height and area have not yet been determined, so if you want to see our design institute, you need to give the height and area as well as the approximate investment budget as soon as possible. My initial idea of this building is that the first and third floors are shopping malls, the fourth and fifth floors are entertainment and leisure centers. The sixth floor is for restaurants, the seventh to 12th floors are office areas, and the 12th floors are up to the 18th floor is for accommodation. As Jiang Xiaobai said, Dean Liang had already taken out his notebook and started to record. The elevators on the leisure, entertainment, and dining floors can be shared, but the elevators on the hotel and office floors cannot be shared. For example, there is a hall with a door on the design achievement point. After the design is completed, the elevator will go directly to the 13th floor, and the 1st to 12th floors will not stop at all. The same is true in the office area. The elevator only stops between the 6th and 12th floors of the office area, and does not stop on other floors. Jiang Xiaobai offered his own suggestion, and Dean Liang nodded and wrote it down quickly. If this 18-story building can really be designed by them and finally completed, it will also have great benefits for the Design Institute. All three people were chatting in the office all morning. At noon, Jiang Xiaobai invited guests to the Longqing Hotel for dinner. In fact, seeing Dean Liang at such an age and being so excited, Jiang Xiaobai still feels a little unbearable. After all, this building may not be built. Of course, no matter whether it is built or not, Jiang Xiaobai design fees will be paid. But looking at the excitement of Dean Liang, he obviously has greater expectations. When the time comes, the building cannot be built. So I must think of a good reason. Put all problems on other people, and mold yourself as a victim. Otherwise, I can't explain to this old man. End of this chapter. Chapter 724 Fermentation. Chapter 724 Fermentation. It was when Jiang Xiaobai, Song Weiguo and Dean Liang were working on building a building at the Design Institute. On the other side, Wenwen and Director Liu also reported the incident. Building the tallest building in Shaanxi province is not a trivial matter. A matter of this magnitude, the people who were alarmed far exceeded Jiang Xiaobai imagination. When it gets dark, when Jiang Xiaobai and Song Weiguo leave from the Design Institute, this matter has not only fermented in Longqing. Instead, it has already alarmed the province. It didn't take long for the 13th floor of Sanjin building to be completed. Now it's about to set a new record again. What does this represent is the economic development speed of Jin province. However, Jiang Xiaobai knew nothing about this, and went to the Design Institute with Song Weiguo the next morning. Dean Liang has set up a special design group, with Dean Liang as the group leader, and then add 6 design groups to form a design group. Jiang Xiaobai took a look. The girl from South China Institute of Technology who led him yesterday was actually in the design team. Dean Liang watched Jiang Xiaobai looking at Liu Hui, and suddenly said, "Director Xiaobai, this is Liu Hui." Don't think Xiao Hui is young, but he graduated from the Department of Architecture of South China Institute of Technology. Design and its theory. If it wasn't for Xiao Hui's family from Longqing, and she was a girl, she might have gone to the Design Institute in Beijing after graduation. Graduated from the Department of Architecture, I studied architectural design and its theory, professional talents. Jiang Xiaobai sighed, and hurriedly shook hands with the girl again. "Hello Comrade Liu Hui, this is Jiang Xiaobai. I was anxious to see Dean Liang yesterday, but I didn't have time to get to know him. Thank you for helping us design." Director Xiaobai, you are too polite. It is an honor for me to be able to participate in the design of such a building. Liu Hui was also a little nervous and excited. Although she did say that her major at school was architectural design, it didn't take long for her to graduate. Now she is fortunate enough to participate in the design of an 18-story comprehensive building, and of course she can't ask for it. Okay, let's not be polite, Dean Liang, let's start. Jiang Xiaobai asked Dean Liang back. Dean Liang nodded and a group of people sat down in the conference room. Dean Liang first briefly introduced Jiang Xiaobai requirements to the design team, and then asked, Director Xiaobai, do we require underground construction in this building? Jiang Xiaobai shook his head and said, no. The 18-story building, placed in later generations, must at least have an underground parking lot. But now it's not needed at all. There are only a few small cars in Longqing. In 1985, there were less than 300,000 cars in China, and parking places were everywhere, and there was no need for a parking lot. In 1990, it was 500,000 vehicles. After 1990, it accelerated. By 2010, the penetration rate of family cars reached about 20%. The current building will be demolished in 2010 or so, or when it comes time to develop the second and third phase of the project. And Jiang Xiaobai had no intention to build a building, mainly for land, so he didn't even consider underground parking lots. Okay, let me talk about it first. The 18-story building, and according to the requirements of the director of Xiaobai, a comprehensive building, a modern building integrating shopping, catering, leisure and entertainment, accommodation, and office, will be built. The scale is large and the construction period is short. But for that piece of land, there is no need to worry about the geological problems. The key is the design problem. We have to consider many problems, including earthquake prevention, fire protection and dredging, and the structure of the building. Dean Liang talked endlessly, raising a lot of difficulties, and some Jiang Xiaobai could understand a little bit. There are some technical terms that I can't understand at all. Designing an 18-story building is the first time for our design institute. Even if it is difficult, it is also a challenge. I hope that comrades can work together to overcome difficulties and design a modern complex together. Dean Liang had a bit of meaning to be young with a sword, and a whole group of young people were also full of enthusiasm, especially Liu Hui, a little girl with a blushing face. Dean Liang finished speaking. A group of people got busy, a group of people buried their heads in writing and drawing on the paper, and from time to time they raised their heads to communicate. The central core tube layout certainly has its advantages. For example, the three centers of the building's mass center of gravity, rigidity center, and shape core overlap, which is more conducive to structural stress and earthquake resistance. But in the 1970s, some people tried to use the outer core type double-sided outer core tube layout, which not only facilitates evacuation, but also makes a huge change in the appearance of high-rise buildings. Everyone in the meeting room understood and discussed. And by this time Jiang Xiaobai couldn't understand a word. Since his request had already been raised, Jiang Xiaobai took Song Weigo to smoke outside the meeting room. Director Xiaobai, how long do you say to build such a building? Song Weigo asked. If it's fast, it should be about 2 years or so. Jiang Xiaobai said absently. 2 years, this year is 85. In other words, if soon, this building will be completed by the end of 1987? Song Weigo asked. Jiang Xiaobai nodded, and said, normally, this is the case, but for such a large project, there are too many problems to be solved in the middle. Once there is a problem, it is uncertain when it can be built. While speaking, Jiang Xiaobai had already finished smoking. He looked at Song Weigo and said, Lao Song, you can stay here, and I will go home. I have packed up the house these 2 days and will move out a year ago. Okay, Xiaobai, busy, am here, and when the design drawings come out, I will notify you to come over and make a decision. Song Weigo nodded and said, in fact, he can't help much here, nor can he understand it, but he feels that such a big project, if he is not staring at it here, he will be even more worried. Jiang Xiaobai greeted Dean Liang again, and then left. Zhengwen and Director Liu are reporting to the leaders. Dear comrades, speak up freely and talk about your views on this matter. After the two reported, they made it to the auditorium, And the boss asked. End of this chapter. Chapter 725 Sour Chapter 725. This Jiang Xiaobai, I've heard of it. Has Xiaobai the factory manager? But is a township enterprise capable of this? Township and village enterprises have courage. They dare to build an 18-story building. But courage is courage. The key is whether they have this strength. Everyone in the conference room was talking, and then Director Liu and Gu Zengwen added from the side, of course, it was Jiang Xiaobai original words. In fact, I want to say whether this can be achieved or not is not something we need to care about. Anyway, it is the behavior of the township and village enterprises themselves. Lost and earned, it has nothing to do with our government. At most, we help to give bank loans on the whole point. But bank loans are also the bank's business, and it's not money borrowed by our government. A big boss finally said. Everyone also wanted to understand. This matter is obvious. It is a good thing if it is done. If it is not done, it has nothing to do with the government. It's not the government's sponsor to build a building, so there is nothing to consider. So the meeting in the province that day confirmed the approval of this project. Of course, the specific person in charge was replaced by a higher-level leader, and a special working group was established. Director Liu was named as a deputy team leader because he was the first to contact this matter. And Gu Zengwen also joined the working group, but there are no positions. But that's all. Gu Zengwen is delighted. Without him, the level of this worker is very high, and the level of the leader of the team is also very high. If this is done, there will be no problem for everyone to go up one level. After the meeting, the working group held a short meeting. Since it is still in the initial stage, we just let Gu Zengwen and Director Liu get in touch with Jiang Xiaobai first. Further confirm Jiang Xiaobai's wishes. After the meeting, Gu Zengwen didn't even return home, so he ran to Jiang's house without stopping. Ordinarily, her daughter has not yet visited Jiang's house, and it's hard to justify running to Jiang's house as the future father-in-law. I don't know the inside story. I thought I wanted to marry my girl to Lao Jiang's family. But at this special time, Gu Zengwen can't take care of the others. Let's just say what other people like. I am to complete the task assigned by the leader, and wait until this is really done. Other talents will know how big things they have done. And then other talents will know Lao Jiang's family. Bar. At that time, you won't be able to call Lao Jiang's family. It must be Jiang's home. Hi, Uncle Gu, why are you here? Is there something wrong? Mother Jiang was walking out of the house when she saw Gu Zengwen entering the door. She hurriedly said hello. Old sister-in-law, I'm looking for the third child. Is the third child at home? Gu Zengwen didn't care about courtesy. Look for Zijian. Zijian, Mother Jiang said halfway before realizing it. Are you looking for the third child, Xiaobai? Mother Jiang asked with some confusion. This Gu Zengwen is the future father-in-law of the second child Jiang Zijian. Is not the father-in-law of the youngest Jiang Xiaobai. Why are you looking for the youngest? Yes, I'm looking for Xiaobai. There are some things. Gu Zengwen replied affirmatively. The old third went out early in the morning and didn't come back at noon. Mother Jiang said as she asked Gu Zengwen to sit down and poured a glass of water for Gu Zengwen. Gu Zengwen rode a bike all the way, but was also dry, and asked again after drinking it all at once. Not at home. Where did you go? When can you come back? Then I don't know. The third child. He has been wild since he was a child. When he comes home, everyone runs around all day long. I don't know what I'm doing, Mother Jiang said with a smile, waiting for Gu Zengwen to refute, saying that Jiang Xiaobai was promising. But Gu Zengwen is anxious to find Jiang Xiaobai. How can he have this thought? The team leader asked the matter to be finalized as soon as possible. He also wanted to see Jiang Xiaobai, and the two parties would contact him again. It was because of the relationship between Jiang Xiaobai and Jiang Xiaobai that it was not a relationship that he got into the working group. This is the relationship that people value themselves, so they put themselves in the work group. If you can't manage it by yourself, maybe her aunt, that Xiaobai might go to those places. I will look for them, Gu Zengwen said. Mother Jiang took care of the text and was anxious, and said, "What is so anxious? Is something wrong? But I really don't know where this child is. Otherwise, I'll go to Longan to find Xini, who is my daughter-in-law, see if she knows." "Go to Longan? Forget it, let me wait. It's not a hurry." Gzengwin thought for a while and said. When he got off work, Jiang Xiaobai hadn't returned yet. Jiang Zijian pushed his bicycle into the yard, and he heard the voice of his father chatting with his future father-in-law in the house. "I thought I had heard it wrong, but I didn't expect that it was Gzengwin who entered the house." "Uncle Gu, when did you come?" "Wait for a long time. I don't know if you are going to come. You will ask for leave earlier." Jiang Zijian thought that Gzengwin was here to find him. Also, his future father-in-law. What else can he do if he doesn't come to the house to find himself? "It's okay, I'm here to find Xiaobai." Gzengwin waved his hand and said absent-mindedly, "This has been waiting for an afternoon. Just now I heard something in the yard and thought it was Jiang Xiaobai who came back." "What?" Jiang Zijian saw the flash of disappointment in Gzeng's eyes, and was a little embarrassed for a while. "I'm here to find Xiaobai. I have been waiting for an afternoon. Do you know where the youngest is?" "This youngest is also true. I won't say where I went," Mother Jiang complained. Jiang Zijian's face darkened. If it weren't for the third child who was already married, he thought that the old father-in-law wanted to marry the youngest daughter. However, his face turned black. After all, he was his future father-in-law. He couldn't afford to offend him, so he still sat next to him and chatted very tightly. But Jiang Zijian could obviously feel that the future father-in-law was a little absent-minded. While talking, Jiang Xiaobai and Zhao Xini walked in. Jiang Xiaobai shouted as soon as he entered the yard, "Mom, Mom, I'm back. Get me some hot water, and I will wash it." "I cleaned up the house in the afternoon, and I was all dusty, but it was almost closed." "Finally, after cleaning the house, you can move over." "Xiaobai, back. Why did you go?" "Your Uncle Gu is here, and we have been waiting at home for an afternoon." Jiang Mu opened the door and walked out. While talking, she went to the kitchen to wash Jiang Xiaobai with hot water. "Uncle Gu is here." Jiang Xiaobai pushed the door in and saw Gzengwin, who had stood up. "Uncle Gu, there is something to do, so wait in a hurry." "I'm sorry, I went to clean up the house in the afternoon," Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. Gzengwin waved his hands and said, "It's okay, don't worry, don't worry." Jiang Zijian watched Gzengwin stand up excitedly, and then thought about his father-in-law's disappointed expression when he came in just now. Suddenly, he felt a little sour. End of this chapter. Chapter 726. Not anxious about marriage. Chapter 726. The Jiang family also knew that Gzengwin had something to do with Jiang Xiaobai. Originally, he wanted to sit down and listen. What was it that made Gzengwin wait for Jiang Xiaobai all afternoon? Especially Jiang Zijian was most curious, but Gzengwin waited for Jiang Xiaobai to wash, but took Jiang Xiaobai to the yard, obviously not wanting others to listen. The weather in the 12th lunar month can freeze to death, not to mention that Jiang Xiaobai has just finished washing up, and hurriedly brought Gzengwin to his room. Took out the cup, first poured a glass of water for Gzengwin, and then sat down opposite Gzengwin. "Xiaobai, the top leaders had a meeting today, and they basically agreed to your request, and set up a special working group. The leader personally assumes the command of the team leader, and Director Liu serves as the deputy team leader." As soon as Jiang Xiaobai sat down, Gzengwin couldn't wait to say what happened today. "Well, that's great. When will I get the things in that place?" Jiang Xiaobai was also very excited after hearing this. "Land?" Gzengzing was stunned, and said, "Isn't it right now that the matter has not been settled? The leaders above want to see you to make sure that the matter is settled, and you don't need to urge you to make the matter of the earth." Gzengwin wondered why Jiang Xiaobai cared about the earth. It stands to reason. Shouldn't you care about building now? As long as the building is settled down, isn't it a matter of course? That's right, that's right. Jiang Xiaobai laughed dryly, and then said, "I have already asked someone from the Provincial Design Institute, and the people from the Provincial Design Institute have already begun to design drawings. I have already found the Provincial Design Institute. Okay, then why didn't you study the design plan at the Provincial Design Institute this afternoon? How did you rush to clean up the house? Gzengwin said with a slight complaint. At this moment, Jiang Zijian walked out of the main hall carrying the teapot. Although the future father-in-law didn't wait to see him, he was his future father-in-law after all, so he should be flattering. So after Jiang Xiaobai and Gzengwin went to Jiang Xiaobai's room, Jiang Zijian took out the good tea he had given by others at the unit, made a pot, and prepared to deliver it. Director Song was staring at the Design Institute, and I didn't understand. So I went to clean up the house, thinking about hurrying to move out so that my second brother could get a marriage room at home. Jiang Xiaobai said, "Don't worry about the marriage, you." Hey, Gzengwin really didn't know what to say, and he blamed himself for owing money at the beginning, so he said nothing. He insisted on asking for a house, but now Jiang Xiaobai was distracted by the house. As soon as he walked to the door of Jiang Xiaobai's room, Jiang Zijian, who was about to raise his hand to knock on the door, Liu was stunned. Slowly put his hand down, turned around and returned to the main hall with the teapot, poured a cup of good tea, and calmed down. "It's okay, don't delay, so be it. When the design drawings come out, I will meet with your working group again." Jiang Xiaobai said. "About a few days?" Gzengwin asked. "I don't know the exact time. So let me pick you up tomorrow morning. Let's go to the Design Institute and ask about it. Maybe we can order a design drawing." Jiang Xiaobai said. In fact, he is also anxious, and plans to get the land before the establishment of the branch factory first. "Okay, that way, I'll be waiting for you at home tomorrow morning." Gzengwin said. "Uncle Gu, stay and go back after eating." Jiang Xiaobai asked to stay. "No. Don't eat. Your aunt at home is also cooking." Gzengwin waved his hand and said goodbye to Jiang Tishan and others. Jiang Tishan and others repeatedly tried to stay, but Gzengwin still dodges goodbye and left. Why didn't this be too enthusiastic just now? After sending Gzengwin away, Jiang Mu muttered on the way back. Jiang Zijian looked at Jiang Xiaobai with a bitter expression on his face. The two sat down in the main hall. Jiang Zijian couldn't help but ask, "Lao-san, what are you planning with him? I won't let everyone listen. Aren't you discussing your marriage?" Jiang Xiaobai poured a cup of tea by himself, took a sip, and said with a smile, "Fart." Jiang Zijian suddenly became anxious, although he hadn't heard the specific content at the door just now. "But I still heard a general idea, obviously because I think my marriage is delaying things." Now Jiang Xiaobai actually said that he was discussing his marriage, which is really a fool. "And you are a little brother to discuss my marriage with my father-in-law. What's your identity?" "Brother, you are also a college student anyway. It is insulting to speak like this." Jiang Xiaobai was not worried, and said with a smile, "Stop drinking." Jiang Zijian took the teapot and left. "If you don't know good people, you believe it or not, I will prevent you from getting married." Jiang Xiaobai muttered. "With the current state of Gzengwin, I'm really not sure. At least it can postpone the wedding." Early the next morning, when Jiang Xiaobai drove to the door of Gzengwenjia, Gzengwin was already waiting. Moreover, Gali also carried her bag as if she was going to work. "Uncle Gu, sister." Jiang Xiaobai stopped the car and greeted with a smile. "Xiaobai, you are here, let's go," Gzengwin said, then looked back at her daughter Gali and said, "I'm leaving, you go to work." "Okay, let's leave dad." "Leave Xiaobai." Gali looked at Jiang Xiaobai crown car with curiosity. As for envy, jealousy, this kind of emotion does not exist. Just like later generations, as an ordinary person, you will envy other people's cars, but you won't envy other people's private jets. It's just a little curious. At this time, cars are also high-end vehicles. Most people don't even dare to think about it. When they get married, they just want a bicycle. "Sister, where are you going?" "I'll see you off," Jiang Xiaobai said. No, not far away. It's only a 20-minute walk." Gali hurriedly waved her hand, although she didn't even dare to think that she would be able to ride in a car. You don't need to, Xiaobai, just let her walk by herself. There is a bicycle at home, but it's not far away. She doesn't like to ride a bike. Let's go quickly. Business matters. Gu Zengwen on the side also spoke. Jiang Xiaobai opened the car door and said with a smile, "It's all right, it's all his family members. What are you polite? Get in the car and let you go for a while." Looking at Jiang Xiaobai's insistence, Gu Li nodded, and crept into the car, gently closing the door. Gu Wenwin is really anxious to go to the Design Institute, not willing to pull his daughter, but this is Jiang Xiaobai's car. Jiang Xiaobai has the final say. Can only follow in the car and say, "Then trouble you, Xiaobai." Jiang Xiaobai turned his head in the passenger seat and smiled and said, "Uncle Gu, don't be polite with me. From now on, everyone will be a family." "What is this little thing?" Sent Gu Li to the unit, and the car rushed to the Provincial Design Institute. End of this chapter. Chapter 727 Worship. Chapter 727 Worship. When he arrived at the Provincial Design Institute, Jiang Xiaobai directly led Song Weiguo to the office of Dean Liang on the 3rd floor. As soon as he reached the 2nd floor, a young man recognized Jiang Xiaobai. "Director Xiaobai, are you here to see Dean Liang?" "Dean Liang is in the conference room on the 4th floor." "Do you know me?" Jiang Xiaobai was a little confused. No, you want to build an 18-story high-rise building. Our design institute has spread it all over. The tallest building in Jin province. Our colleagues in the Design Institute admire you in particular. Young people look at Jiang Xiaobai with admiration in their eyes. A young man in his 20s is about to build the tallest building in Jin province. Ha ha, thank you. Jiang Xiaobai smiled and nodded, leading Song Weiguo to the meeting room. The young man watched Jiang Xiaobai go upstairs, turned back to the office, and said excitedly, "The director Xiaobai is here. He is really young. I guess he is only 24 or 5 years old. He speaks nicely. Director Xiaobai is here. Where is it? Where is it? Let me see." Another colleague stood up and asked anxiously. One day yesterday, the news that the director of Huiking Holdings, the director of the township enterprise Xiaobai, was going to build the tallest building in Shaanxi province had spread throughout the Design Institute. Then, step by step, until today, a township and village enterprise wants to build the tallest building in Shaanxi province. This is a legend, and the young people at this time are the most passionate and innocent. Just like the original Muki's Hongkan food, the 18th princes followed. The young people of design also adore Jiang Xiaobai. I have already gone upstairs and went to the conference room, with what seems to be a leader, looking very serious. The young man said, "Hey, why do you think this manager Xiaobai is so good? How old he is? And he is going to build our tallest building in the province. How much money does it cost? How much is it?" It is estimated that it is tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars. The 13th floor of the Sanjin building that was completed last year cost 50 to 60 million. Now the director of Xiaobai wants to build the tallest building in Jin province with 18 floors, although it seems to be 5 stories taller than 13 stories. But the difficulty of construction has more than doubled, and the Sanjin building is dominated by the government, supplemented by state-owned enterprises. Now it is built by Xiaobai's director. That is completely two concepts. Jiang Xiaobai did not hear the discussion in the office, and would not care if he heard it. Directly led Gu Zengwen to the conference room on the 4th floor, knocked on the door and walked in. Song Weiguo has arrived, crawling on the table and studying something with Gu Zengwen. Seeing Jiang Xiaobai coming, he pulled Dean Liang out of the meeting room. Jiang Xiaobai did not want to disturb the busy designers in the conference room, proposing to go to Dean Liang's office. Dean Liang has nothing to do. After arriving at the office, Jiang Xiaobai introduced Gu Zengwen to Dean Liang. Dean Liang heard that a working group had been set up above, and he immediately felt the attention from above. At the same time, I felt the burden on my shoulders heavier. When the Sanjin building was designed, the Design Institute in the capital was found above, and the Provincial Design Institute was not involved. Now we are going to build an 18-story building. which is also the tallest building in Jin province. According to the urine characteristics above, a working group has now been set up. Maybe the Provincial Design Institute will be replaced, and the experts from the Beijing Design Institute will be asked to design again. And there is a great possibility for this, although the project this time is not led by the province. But if the upper side speaks, the Provincial Design Institute and Huiking Holding Company are not relatives, and they can find the capital. So why do they have to look for the province? Jiang Xiaobai estimates that by then, he will not help the Provincial Design Institute, but will be kind. After all, think about it in another way. If I stood in Jiang Xiaobai's position, I would agree. After all, this is only good for building a high-rise building. But this opportunity is very important to the Provincial Design Institute and to myself. The design of an 18-story building, the tallest building in Shaanxi province, is a qualification for the Provincial Design Institute, but for myself, being able to lead the design of the tallest building in Jin province during his tenure is an extremely dazzling achievement. So, after Ge Zhengwen introduced the story, Dean Liang said directly, 2 days, 2 days. If we don't eat, drink or sleep, we have to come up with a general charter. Dean Liang looked at Jiang Xiaobai and promised. Okay, then you will have to work hard for Dean Liang. Jiang Xiaobai nodded. Of course, the sooner the better. As for the design of the building, Jiang Xiaobai doesn't care too much. Is mainly to use this thing and the above to finalize the matter. It's just that I feel a little guilty for Dean Liang and the Design Institute, and I can't bear it. Dean Liang looked at Jiang Xiaobai's expression, but felt that he was right. It seemed that Director Xiaobai also knew in his heart how hard he and the others would have to do next, and he had a sense of incense. Maybe I can help to speak in the future. Okay. Then I will report this matter to the above. Dean Liang can borrow the phone. Ge Zhengwen nodded and said that he was about to grab the phone on the desk to make a call. But Dean Liang held it down. Can you slow down first, and wait until we have finished the design plan? Dean Liang looked at Jiang Xiaobai and said pleadingly. If the upper person knows now, maybe he will change the person directly and contact the capital. The Provincial Design Institute here is nothing but joy. President Liang, Ge Zhengwen was taken aback for a moment, and then as an old institution, he immediately understood the thoughts of Dean Liang. However, although he wanted to understand Dean Liang's thoughts, Ge Zhengwen didn't care. In terms of price, he is not as high as Dean Liang. But what department of the Design Institute is? It is a King Shui government, and it is easy to be bullied. The last time Sanjin Building went to the Beijing Design Institute, didn't it just make it clear that the Design Institute was bullied? But if you are bullied, you will be bullied. In units like the Design Institute, no one can step on it. He is a powerful director-level cadre, of course he can also step on it. Thinking of this, Ge Zheng's expression turned gloomy, and he said, Dean Liang, now the leaders above attach great importance to this matter and have set up a special working group. I need to report this matter at any time. When there is a delay of 2 days, when you design it, who will be responsible for the delay in these 2 days? End of this chapter. Chapter 728 Opportunities for Provincial Design Institute. Chapter 728 Opportunities of Provincial Design Institute. Listening to Ge Zhengwen's words, Dean Liang cursed in his heart. You are a crippled calf, what pretends you are, and you also delay major events. What major events can be delayed? Good to see the King of Yama. The little ghosts are difficult to deal with, just the bad idea given by you little ghosts. So our Provincial Design Institute kicked off the Sanjin Building last time. Dean Liang scolded in his heart, but on the surface he looked at Jiang Xiaobai. Although Jiang Xiaobai did not understand the specific situation here, but after contacting them in the past 2 days, I feel that Dean Liang is still quite good. If you can help me, I still have to help. So I thought about it and said, Uncle Gu, or else, just wait 2 days. Let Dean Liang and the others come out with a design drawing. Jiang Xiaobai spoke up. This time Huiking Holding Company is the pure partier when building the building. What's more, Jiang Xiaobai is still his own, of course he has to give it face. Well, Since you said that, then I will give them this face. Gu Zengwen nodded and agreed to come down. Dean Liang also breathed a sigh of relief, but listened to Gu Zengwen again. But Dean Liang, let me be honest, it's not that I look down on your Provincial Design Institute, but that you don't have any talents. Every year you graduate from the Department of Architecture, you don't have any of them. How do you design? We have one. I just came this year. I graduated from the Architecture Department of South China Institute of Technology, and I studied architectural design and theory, Dean Liang said with a smile. To tell the truth, the Design Institute still spent a lot of effort to get Liu Hui back to work. Not only found Liu Hui's parents, but also promised to give him a house once he returned to work after graduation. That's why Liu Hui came back. Director Xiaobai knows about this. If Gachu doesn't believe it, I'll call over and let you see it. I also know about this. Jiang Xiaobai nodded and said. Gu Zengwen's face was a little embarrassed, but he still insisted and said, the foundation is not good. What will the fresh graduates do? People may be abandoned when they are placed in the Provincial Design Institute. Gu Zengwen did not say this sentence. Dean Liang didn't care anymore, and said, then Director Xiaobai, Gachu, I'm going to work first. In 2 days, I will definitely hand over a satisfactory design draft to you. Okay, Dean Liang, then you will have to work hard. Gachu and I won't be here to bother you. Let's leave. Jiang Xiaobai stood up and said, don't, two of you like this, stay for lunch at noon. Dean Liang can no longer hypocritically stay, and of course it is aimed at Gu Zengwen. Yes, we are also gone. Gu Zengwen also stood up and said, there is no good thing about this product staying here. Maybe there will be some moths out there. Of course it's best to leave now. Jiang Xiaobai shook his head and refused to agree. Dean Liang sent the two to the door of the Design Institute and watched Jiang Xiaobai and Gu Zengwen get into the car and drive away. Then he greeted Song Wei go back to the meeting room. Excuse me, Director Song, let you watch a joke. Our Provincial Design Institute has been in decline in the past 2 years. One day is worse than one day. And a small division-level cadre can also point fingers. Song Wei-go did not smile, and said seriously, as long as this 18-story building is built this time, it will be different in the future. Here, Dean Liang and Song Wei-go are chatting, and Gu Zengwen is also chatting with Jiang Xiaobai in the car. Xiaobai, this Provincial Design Institute can't do it. The last time the Sanjin building was designed, I was looking for a design institute in the capital. Now we are building an 18-story tall building with a greater degree of construction difficulty. This is not a joke. Problem appear. Gu Zengwen behind did not go on, and felt unlucky. Jiang Xiaobai nodded and said, Uncle Gu, I understand, but now I'm halfway through my work, so I can't make a temporary change. Now I don't know how long it will take to find the capital. To be honest, I can't afford to delay the time. It's almost the end of the year. Although our cannery has launched another production line, now the market in Hebei province is also opening up, and the supply is really in short supply. As soon as we get the land, our branch will start to build. If the design drawings fail, we have time to rework. What Jiang Xiaobai said was true, except for building a building. Gu Wenwin nodded, and then asked, then why don't you find someone to do it? I found it. Isn't it difficult to find? Some state-owned factories, even if they are not profitable, are unwilling to work on OEMs, saying they can't afford to lose them. Jiang Xiaobai said with a wry smile. Well, that's true. Gu Zengwen was able to figure it out, and continued, when the time comes to see the leader, this matter can also be mentioned. Jiang Xiaobai eyes lit up and he asked, hope. Gu Zengwen laughed and said, 8, 10 are afraid to say, at least 3, 5 are no problem. Of course, the specific situation, we will talk about it when we get it. That would be great. If this matter is really resolved, I will build the building well. Jiang Xiaobai was a little excited. Dean Liang and Song Weigo opened the meeting room, and Dean Liang clapped their hands, attracted everyone's attention and said with a light cough, "The construction of the tallest building in Jin province has already been approved and a working group has been established. Everyone knows the design of Sanjin building last time, and I found the Design Institute in Beijing, which is a shame for our Provincial Design Institute. I don't know what you think, but this matter has always been in my heart, like a throat. Now our Provincial Design Institute has won an opportunity to design the tallest building in Jin province for Huiking Holdings. If we design well, let the gossip outsiders who look down on our Provincial Design Institute to see. Our Provincial Design Institute is not for dry food. We are not only able to design tall buildings, but also better than others designed, but also beautiful and safe." Dean Liang said. Everyone in the conference room was breathing quickly. Except for Liu Hui, who just graduated, everyone else felt the same. The high-rise buildings in the province don't need the Design Institute of your own province to go to the capital to find someone. Isn't it clear that you don't want to look at the Design Institute? I promised Director Xiaobai that we would come up with a perfect design in 2 days. Just 2 days. So in a moment, everyone would go to my office to call the alley at home and drag someone to take a call at home. In the next 2 days, we didn't design well not to leave this conference room. Eating and drinking are here, sleepless, and die here. Dean Liang, although he is old, speaks powerfully. Can you do it? What you can't do, say now. You can leave. Yes. Everyone in the meeting room responded. End of this chapter. Chapter 729. I know thick eyebrows and big eyes. Chapter 729. I know thick eyebrows and big eyes. It was when the whole Design Institute was busy and dim, trying to build the tallest building in Shaanxi province without sleep, and preparing to fight a turnaround. After Jiang Xiaobai and Song Yuwin took it to work, he drove away to clean up. It's good to start your own business. Liu is really busy when you're busy, but when you're okay, no one can care about it. But something that Jiang Xiaobai didn't expect was that when he arrived at the Longgang family building, not only was Zhao Xinyi in the room, but there were also 2 women and a man who would help again. Sister Xinyi, haven't we met my brother-in-law? When will we meet my brother-in-law? We have to see what this brother-in-law looks like. Blessed to marry our plant flower. A girl with a round face and a haircut while holding a rag to wipe the furniture, she looked back at Zhao Xinyi and said with a smile, "What kind of plant flower? It's really ugly." Zhao Xinyi said with a curled lips. The word plant flower sounded rustic. The average factory flower refers to the female worker in the workshop. She is beautiful, she is a college student. How can she be compared with the workshop worker? That is, what is the name Shin? What fish is Xinyi long? Another girl with braids said, but I want to praise Zhao Xinyi, who has limited education. Then turned his head to look at the busy sweaty man beside him and said, university student, you say? Shin Yu Liu Oyan, closed moon and shameless flower. The man said with a smile. That is, needless to say Longgang, the entire Longqing, and even the entire Jin province is the most beautiful. College students, don't you think? The man nodded repeatedly as he listened, but his gaze stayed on the braided girl from time to time. However, we are still very curious, do not know what kind of man can be so lucky. He went to work. I don't know if he has time to come over today. Zhao Xinyi said. She knew that Gu Zhengwen asked Jiang Xiaobai yesterday, but she didn't know what was the specific thing. She only knew that Jiang Xiaobai was busy with big things. As several people were talking, Jiang Xiaobai opened the door and walked in. Xiaobai, are you back? Zhao Xinyi looked up and saw Jiang Xiaobai coming in, and immediately laughed happily, and ran to Jiang Xiaobai. Well, things are over. Who are these? Jiang Xiaobai asked. My colleague, this is Jiang Wan. This is Yan Dan. Zhao Xinyi introduced. My name is Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai smiled and nodded in greeting. The girl with a round face is called Jiang Wan, the girl with braids is Yan Dan. and the tall and thin man is a college student who is assigned to the factory and is called Liu Feng. Looking at Jiang Xiaobai, a trace of disappointment flashed in the eyes of the three of them. This kind of appearance is ordinary. I thought it was a handsome guy with big eyebrows and big eyes. Jiang Xiaobai and Zhao Xinyi have been together for a long time. Of course they are not sensitive to this kind of vision. I can also be regarded as a handsome and sunny guy. If I don't know how to appreciate, I know he has thick eyebrows and big eyes. Thank you for helping. So let's sit down, everyone. I'll go down and buy some tea and sugar for everyone. Jiang Xiaobai greeted with a smile. A few people even said that they didn't use it, but Jiang Xiaobai insisted on going. A few people continued to clean up the house, but Jiang Xiaobai returned from shopping after a while. Make tea for everyone, and put a bag of sugar on the table for everyone to eat. Candy is the white rabbit toffee. Everyone likes to eat it most at this time. Now that I have bought it back, a few people are welcome. One person grabbed one and ate it. Even the man Liu Feng was no exception. Jiang Xiaobai took out a box of zongwa from his pocket and wanted to disperse cigarettes for Liu Feng. Liu Feng didn't want to smoke, but seeing that Jiang Xiaobai's cigarette was good, he still took one. But after I clicked it, I saw Yan Dan, the braided girl, who had a bad face, and felt a thud. But since I had already clicked it, I still had to grit my teeth. He likes Yan Dan. And on the first day he likes this girl with long braids. She is pure, tall, and has small features. Every man has a first love in his mind. This first love may be a girl in a hazy time, or a girl he has seen inadvertently, or he has imagined it. The girl Yan Dan is like Liu Feng's first love, and he feels that this is the girl he likes. Off work today, he heard that Yan Dan was coming to help in the office, so he volunteered to come over. Is a college student. Even this era knows that he will take the initiative. Of course, Jiang Xiaobai also noticed the change in expression between the two of them. He stood up and said, "Sorry, I forgot to have a female classmate, so let's go to the balcony to smoke." Okay. Liu Feng couldn't help but quickly got up and went to the balcony with Jiang Xiaobai. Sister Xinyi, brother-in-law is very polite. How did you and brother-in-law know each other? Yan Dan said while looking at the two people on the balcony. Your brother-in-law and I have been elementary school classmates since we were young. He liked me since we were young, and the two of them stayed together at school afterwards. Later, after graduation, the two families. Zhao Xinyi glanced secretly. Jiang Xiaobai, who was smoking and chatting with Liu Feng on the balcony, and then whispered. Zhao Xinyi's words are bragging. When she was a child, Jiang Xiaobai didn't understand anything. After going to college, Jiang Xiaobai had a girlfriend, but after breaking up, he wanted to be a scumbag again, and never confessed it from beginning to end. Suddenly Zhao Gang forced the marriage, and then the two got married. You are college classmates. This is too romantic. How do you like sister-in-law? Xinyi. Yan Dan asked the question at the root. Hey, I can't talk about likes or dislikes. Then your brother-in-law was the minister of the student union in the university. Zhao Xinyi recalled, all eyes full of little stars. She became the minister of the student union in her freshman year and became a man in the school. In fact, she knew that it was not only she liked it, but many girls in the school liked it, and can sing. On the balcony, I'm 2 years older than you. Just call me Little Bai. Do you like that? Yan Dan asked casually while smoking. Liu Feng was smoking a cigarette. Suddenly he was full of spirits, and quickly looked into the living room. Seeing that there was no sound in the living room, he hurriedly said, Brother Xiaobai, don't talk nonsense. I don't have one. Really not. Let's forget it. I originally wanted to ask your sister Xinyi to help you match up. Since you don't like it, I think this girl is pretty good. I will ask your sister Xinyi to introduce another to Yan Dan. Jiang Xiaobai spit out a series of eye circles and said, Hey, don't, it's not ... cough cough cough. Liu Feng didn't know what to say when he was anxious. Then he was choked by the smoke again, and suddenly coughed violently. End of this chapter. Chapter 730 Pavlov's Method of Picking Up Sisters. Chapter 730 Pavlov's Method of Picking Up Sisters. What's up? Do you like it? Jiang Xiaobai was in any rank. Although the scumbag was not too successful, he was forced to marry in the end. But in the 1980s, it was still easy to catch a hairy boy like Liu Feng. Liu Feng's face flushed red. He was a little embarrassed to admit, but he was afraid that what Jiang Xiaobai said was true, and really wanted Zhao Xinyi to introduce the young man to Yan Dan. This kind of mentality is similar to that of some boys who have just started their love in later generations, and they have tried their best to express themselves in front of girls. But I don't want to admit that girls actually mature prematurely, and I have seen boys' clumsy performances a long time ago. It's okay to have the same intention. In the end, I think of it as a sweet memory in the love process. But if I meet a high-ranking scum girl, will become a fish in the lotus pond, and a song will be given to you. Liu Feng struggled. Forget it, don't force you, I will let. I like it, Liu Feng finally said, but he quickly added, actually, I don't know if I like it, I just don't know where I have seen him. Love does not know where it started, but it goes deeper. Maybe it is in a dream. Maybe it is in the stone of the three lives in the previous life. It is agreed that we will be together in this life. Jiang Xiaobai said. Liu Feng nodded repeatedly, looking at Jiang Xiaobai as if he had seen a mentor on the road of life. That's why you will feel familiar when you see her. Looking back 500 times in the previous life, in exchange for passing by in this life, this is love. Yes, brother Xiaobai, you said too well, Liu Feng said, and wiped the dust mixed with sweat on his forehead. In fact, Jiang Xiaobai was willing to help after seeing Liu Feng cleaning the room so hard for himself. Actually, chasing girls is very simple. I will first teach you an Ivan Petrovich Pavlov's method of picking up sisters, or Pavlov's method of picking up sisters for short. Jiang Xiaobai said. Ivan Pavlov's method of picking up sisters? Liu Feng wanted to repeat his full name, but couldn't remember. Yes, it is simply a conditioned reflex. For example, you insist on giving breakfast to a girl every day for a week. When you don't give it to her on the 8th day, she will still think of you habitually. I want to be a girl thinking about you. Understand? Of course, this trick, the Chinese name is called wanting to catch it. I learned it, then I will try. Liu Feng nodded seriously. By the way, brother Xiaobai, how did you stay with Sister Xinyi? The same Pavlovian method of picking up sisters? Liu Feng asked again. Zhao Xinyi is so beautiful that Jiang Xiaobai can catch up. Sure. I also used my mind. I was chased by your Sister Xinyi. I am not using Pavlov, I am using talent. Jiang Xiaobai looked at Zhao Xinyi and others who had already started to work, pushed the door and walked out. Talent? Liu Feng curled his lips. It is probably Pavlov, but this trick sounds good. You can try it. Someone helped, and the two girls were profitable people. They cleaned the room in the morning. However, Liu Feng has been absent-minded since returning from smoking with Jiang Xiaobai from the balcony, thinking about Pavlov's method of picking up sisters, and knocked his head. Fortunately, nothing happened. Quickly, wash up. Ill treat, let's go out and eat out. Jiang Xiaobai said, sitting on the sofa. How expensive it is to go to the restaurant. Or you can just buy some food and cook at home. You can also be regarded as a hair-cutting head, Jiang Wan said. She saw it in the kitchen when she was cleaning the room just now. The kitchen utensils are all new, and there is no shortage of seasonings. That's right. Let's cook at home. Just now Jiang Xiaobai said about going to the restaurant. Yan Dan wanted to cheer. Anyway, she knew what was going on at Zhao Xinyi's house. Not bad for the money. But seeing Jiang Wan say so, she can only follow. What time is this? I will starve to death after buying vegetables and cooking. Besides, everyone has been busy all morning and can't say that there is nothing at all. This is all set. Hurry up and pack us out to eat. When the fire starts at home, I will invite you to come as guests. Jiang Xiaobai said. Quickly, take a quick wash. Let's go out to eat. It's okay. and it won't cost a lot of money. Zalksini also urged. She has not been short of money since she was a child, and she has no concept of saving. A few people washed up and walked downstairs. Let's eat nearby. I know there is a restaurant nearby. It is delicious and affordable, Yandan said as he walked. No, I've made a reservation. Just go directly. Jiang Xiaobai shook his head and said, Where? This car is really beautiful. As soon as he came out, Yandan noticed the crown car listening at the door. It's pretty. Jiang Xiaobai stepped forward to open the car door with the key, then turned around and said, Get in the car. This car is. Yandan and the three people were stunned, their faces all over. Mine. Get in the car and feel it, Jiang Xiaobai said and opened the door for several people. Really handsome. Yandan and Jiang Wan couldn't help but two words came out in their hearts as they watched Jiang Xiaobai pull the car door. Even Liu Feng had to admit that at this time Jiang Xiaobai's masculine charm was really something that people couldn't look at directly. Let's go. Go up. Zalksini smiled and pushed Yandan and Jiang Wan into the car. Liu Feng sat in the co-pilot, Zalksini and the three in the back seat. Jiang Xiaobai started the car and headed for the Longqing Hotel. As soon as they got on the car, Yandan and Jiang Wan looked at the interior of the car curiously, looked around, and fumbled around. What is this for? What material is this made of? What is that? Jiang Xiaobai was not impatient, and explained in detail. On the contrary, Liu Feng maintained his stance. After all, there was a girl he liked. Although he looked curiously, he did not ask. Brother-in-law, can that play music? Is it a radio? Half of Yandan's head reached the front cab from the back seat. Brother-in-law called respectfully at this time. Yes, I will play a song for everyone, Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile, then turned on the radio, and the sweetness of Teresa Teng appeared in the radio. Sweet, your smile is sweet, like flowers blooming in the spring breeze. Actually, Jiang Xiaobai was tired of listening to sweet songs after he was born again, but he couldn't hold back that there were no popular songs at this time. You can't put Shandand and Blooming Red and Beautiful in the car, or the day when it is put in the liberated area is a clear day. Teng Lijun's songs. I like listening to her songs the most. A colleague in our office has a cassette of hers. I borrowed it several times with him and he was not willing to lend me, Yandan said excitedly. Just when Liu Feng was wondering whether he was him or her, he heard Jiang Xiaobai say, Get out of the car in a while and take it away. End of this chapter. Chapter 731 Sparsely populated on Huangquan Road. Chapter 731 Soon the car stopped at the entrance of Longqing Hotel, and Jiang Xiaobai walked in with everyone. Yandan and Jiang Wan both went to the Longqing Hotel for dinner for the first time. They were curious as they watched the grand decoration of the Longqing Hotel. Although Liu Feng is also the first time to have dinner at the Longqing Hotel, he has been to university, and people who have met the world are too dirty. How many? A waiter came over and asked. 5 people, just in the lobby, Jiang Xiaobai said. The waiter led a few people to find a table and sat down. Jiang Xiaobai asked Yandan and Jiang Wan to order. The two of them took the menu and looked at the target level above. After looking through it for a long time, they only ordered 2 vegetarian dishes. Jiang Xiaobai smiled, took the menu, ordered 4 more meat dishes, and then ordered soft drinks for the 3 girls. Then the bricks looked at Liu Feng and asked if he could drink some white wine. Liu Feng nodded, and Jiang Xiaobai asked for a bottle of Fenjiu. After eating, Jiang Xiaobai checked out and walked out of the restaurant. Brother-in-law, can we take a photo with your car? Yandan looked at Jiang Xiaobai and asked. Next was a middle-aged man who came out of the restaurant. After waving goodbye to the people, he staggered into a jeep. A minute later, the jeep started and drove out. Jiang Xiaobai passed the car keys to Zalksini, and said with a smile, You have to ask your sister Xini about this. I can't drive a car after drinking. If I want to go to the photo studio, I have to drive by your sister Xini. In fact, at this time, there is also a rule that you can't drink while driving, but there is no one on the road to check. So there are many people who drive and drink, just like the middle-aged man driving a jeep just when I went out. However, Jiang Xiaobai still abides by the traffic rules. He ordered a bottle of Fenjiu at noon and shared half a catty with Liu Feng before driving. Huangquan Road is sparsely populated, and there are always car gods competing for high and low. Now the hillside is still there, and the old driver is nowhere to be seen. Dear car gods, please, this road, I have finally been born again, and will not accompany me. Sister Xini, you can also drive, can you? Yan Dan turned his head and looked at Zhao Xini in surprise. Yes. There is no problem with taking pictures, Zhao Xini said with a smile. In fact, she didn't plan to learn driving. Driving is a skill at this time, and she is not going to be a driver in the future, but Jiang Xiaobai said that when she can buy a car in the future, she will also buy a car to drive. It's easy to go out, so Zhao Xini learned it with Zhao Gang's car, and then Zhao Gang asked someone to get her a driver's license. Zhao Xini drove, Jiang Xiaobai sat in the co-pilot. Liu Feng was very happy to sit with Jiang Wan and Yan Dan, drank some wine, smelled the smell of Yan Dan's body, and thought about Jiang Xiaobai's picking sister Defa, which made his heart itch for a while. Then Liu Feng turned his head slightly to look at Yan Dan and said, "Let's take a picture later." Okay. Yan Dan was sitting in the car excitedly, and agreed without thinking. When they arrived at the photo studio, Yan Dan and Jiang Wan excitedly took Zhao Xini to take pictures. Even Liu Feng and Yan Dan were content to take a photo, and after paying the money, they agreed on a time to pick up the photo. And then they returned from Yan Dan to Longgang on their way. Jiang Xiaobai narrowed his eyes when he looked at a jeep on the side of the road and the ambulance next to him. If the license plate number is not mistaken, it should be the middle-aged man who came out of the Longqing Hotel at noon to drink and drove, and hit the special wire rod. Let's go, Jiang Xiaobai said to Zhao Xini, who is not worthy of pity. At the entrance of the Longgang factory, Yan Dan still couldn't recover from looking at the crown car that was going away. He took Zhang Juan's arm and asked without looking back, "Juanzi, what exactly does this Jiang Xiaobai do? Did you drive such a good car at a young age?" Without waiting for Zhang Wan to answer, she turned around and said, "Do you know how much we spent on the lunch meal? I saw it when we paid the bill. It cost 110 yuan and we had to catch up with the two of us. Months of salary." But I think Jiang Xiaobai didn't feel any distress at all, so he just paid the bill, and there was so much great unity in his wallet. Who knows, rich people, Xinia's family is not ordinary. How can you marry an ordinary person? Zhang Wan said, "Don't look, let's go. I'm going home. Do you want to go together?" Go home. Yan Dan replied, then turned to look at Liu Feng and said, "College students, we are going home. Goodbye." Goodbye. Liu Feng stood at the door of the factory, waving his hand and watching Yan Dan go away. Just when Jiang Xiaobai had finished drinking and was sleeping at home. In the conference room of the Provincial Design Institute, everyone is still busy. On a table next to there are piles of lunch boxes and a kettle of hot water. If anyone is hungry or free, take a bite. Drink some hot water when the food is cold. The newly assigned college student Liu Hu, while looking at the design drawings, writing and drawing, while eating cold food in the lunchbox next to it. It's just one bite, and the next bite is often 5 minutes in the past. Liu Hu stood up, frowned, then added some hot water to the lunchbox with the kettle to continue, and started eating contentedly. Song Weigo saw everyone feel distressed. In the evening, he went out and packed some meat dishes from the restaurant. "Dean Liang, please stop. Let everyone eat something before doing it," Song Weigo said. "It's okay, thank you Director Song. You can leave it there. Whoever is hungry for a while will eat," Dean Liang said. Song Weigo shook his head and pointed to the lunchbox on the side table and said, "Dean Liang, everyone didn't eat much at noon. Look at the lunchbox next to him, most of them haven't moved." Took a couple of mouthfuls. If this doesn't work, everyone will not be able to hold it. Dean Liang thought for a while, nodded and said, "Well, then, comrades, stop what you are doing. The big guy listened to me. Dean Liang clapped his hands and said loudly, "It's been a day of work, everyone is very hard and tired. Now we put aside the work at hand. Let's eat first, and then we will continue to work after the meal." Dean Liang said. Song Wei-go has cleared the table and put the fragrant food in front of everyone. Smelling the scent of the food, the designers in the meeting room suddenly felt protests in their stomachs, and even 2 unpromising swallows. "I packed it from the Bingzu restaurant outside." The big guys taste it. "I didn't bring you drinks, but there are sodas." Song Wei-go looked at everyone's expressions, and said with a smile. After everyone thanked them, they were all so welcome, and they immediately ate it hungrily. Even Liu Hui didn't care about her image anymore. End of this chapter. Chapter 732 2 Days and 2 Nights. Chapter 732 2 Days and 2 Nights. That night, Song Wei-go stayed at the Provincial Design Institute until late before returning to the guest house. Jiang Xiaobai moved the next day. Originally, Jiang Xiaobai and Zhao Xinyi didn't buy much at Jiang's house. In addition, the new house is more complete. There are a lot of furniture in the house without moving, such as TV, refrigerator, washing machine, bedding and some daily necessities. Jiang Xiaobai drove 2 times and moved them all. The two went out to buy some food at night, and then opened fire at home. On the 3rd morning, after Jiang Xiaobai finished his meal, he sent Zhao Xinyi to work, and then drove to the Provincial Design Institute. At the entrance of the Provincial Design Institute, Gu Zengwen was already waiting anxiously. As soon as he saw Jiang Xiaobai car coming, he hurriedly greeted him. "Xiaobai, you are here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Today, I have an appointment with our leader at 10 o'clock in the morning. Let's take the design drawings, so let's go quickly." Jiang Xiaobai closed the car door and nodded. It was about to enter the 12th lunar month. This matter really needs to be settled earlier. Moreover, if the foundry thing proposed by Gu Zengwen that day, if it can be implemented, it can alleviate the great productivity of the educated youth cannery. The two went up to the 4th floor and walked into the door of the meeting room. The meeting room was quiet. "Is anyone here yet?" Jiang Xiaobai muttered and pushed open the door of the meeting room. Then Jiang Xiaobai was stunned, and saw all the designers in the conference room sleeping crookedly. Some leaned on the chair, half of their body was stretched out, watching them fall down at any time. But the person in the chair sleeps soundly. Some were lying on the table, sleeping with their arms pillowed, and there was some saliva on their mouths. When Jiang Xiaobai was looking at it, he changed one side, revealing that the half of his face on the pillow was full of red marks. Some were lying on the big table in the conference room, tightly shrunk in the greatcoat, curled up into a ball. Obviously the temperature in the room was not very good. Dean Liang also fell asleep on the table. The gold glasses on the bridge of the nose were pulled and fell to the side. Jiang Xiaobai walked over gently, picked up his eyes, and put them on the table. Liu Hui hugged her clothes tightly, leaning on the chair to sleep soundly, but the weather was cold, and she shivered from time to time. Jiang Xiaobai took off his jacket and put it on Liu Hui, then turned to look at the pile of design drafts on the table. Director Xiaobai. Liu Hui was sleeping in a daze. Feeling her body warmed up, she was about to adjust her sleeping position when she saw Jiang Xiaobai standing by the table. The elderly felt light, and when they heard Liu Hui's voice, Dean Liang also woke up. Director Xiaobai, you are here. So is Chief Gu. Dean Liang also said in a daze. Jiang Xiaobai didn't have time to stop him. Others also woke up one after another. Seeing that Dean Liang and others are awake, Gu Zengwen finally breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, I just saw the scene of the designer of the conference room. Gu Zengwen was a little bit intolerant, but he couldn't bear it. What he couldn't bear even more was to let the leader wait. But Jiang Xiaobai didn't wake up everyone, and he didn't want to arouse Jiang Xiaobai disgust. "Well, I have worked hard, Dean Liang." Jiang Xiaobai couldn't bear it. Dean Liang is almost 60 years old, and he will retire in a few years. He is so tired. Jiang Xiaobai was talking. Song Wei-go walked in with breakfast. Director Xiaobai, you are here. Did you have breakfast? I just came to see Director Liang and they sleep. So I went out to buy breakfast. It's been 2 days and 2 nights. Dean Liang has worked hard for you, Song Weiguo said while sharing breakfast for everyone. 2 days and 2 nights? Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback. He thought it was Dean Liang and others who stayed up late last night. Yes, 2 days and 2 nights. Since yesterday, there has been no rest. All meals were eaten in the conference room. Everyone did not go home for 2 days and 2 nights. Song Weiguo said. Jiang Xiaobai looked at the shaggy beard and tired face, but he opened his mouth and didn't know what to say. Design drawing. Director Xiaobai, this is a simple design drawing. You are not satisfied with it. Dean Liang stood up, took out a design drawing from the file box on the table and handed it to Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai took a look. Although he couldn't understand the design, he could still see it. The work was beautiful and with great care. Liu Hui, this design drawing is based on you. Can you introduce it to Director Xiaobai? Said Director Liang, rubbing his waist, and then sat down again. Okay, Liu Hui didn't refuse. She lighted her throat, and then said, the building we designed is a combination of garden art and modern design. The construction area of this building is estimated to be 28,000 square meters, and the height will reach 73 meters. The first to fourth floors are for shopping and leisure. The more detailed Liu Hui said, the more guilty Jiang Xiaobai felt. However, Jiang Xiaobai has experienced a lot of things. Although he feels guilty in his heart, he is calm on the face. My own Huiking holding company is going to build a headquarters sooner or later. Although it is late, I can compensate them by then. Okay, very good. Let's do it. Dean Liang and Liu Hui, can you two go to the province with me? I made an appointment to meet with the team leader at 9 o'clock today. Jiang Xiaobai nodded in satisfaction after listening, and then spoke. Okay, no problem, Dean Liang said excitedly. This is to give them a chance to show their faces in front of the leaders. Old Song, settle the design fee. Jiang Xiaobai nodded, then turned to look at Song Weiguo and said. Song Weiguo took out 5,000 yuan from the bag and put it on the table. Dean Liang was stunned, Liu Hui was stunned, and the others in the conference room were stunned. In the past, design institutes were public to public, and the design fee was just a matter of meaning, ranging from a few hundred to 1,000. But I have never received thousands of design fees, not to mention the $5,000. Why is it too small? This is only half of the design cost. If the building is completed, there will be the other half of the design cost. Jiang Xiaobai asked. Dean Liang shook his head again and again, and said, it's not less, but too much. I can't use so many. People at this time have no awareness of intellectual property rights at all. It is often that something is designed or researched, and it is made public immediately, or unconditionally handed over to the superior for use. So although a group of people was tired for 2 days and nights, no one realized how much the drawing was worth. Not much. It should be. This is also called labor income. You have worked hard for 2 days. You can accept it to improve your food or give you a bonus. Jiang Xiaobai said so. Dean Liang did not refuse to accept it. End of this chapter. Chapter 733 more than 3 times. Chapter 733. In the car going to the government, Dean Liang fell asleep again, and Jiang Xiaobai slowed down the car, amidst Gu Zhengwin's anxious expression. 10 minutes before 10 o'clock, the car drove into the organ compound. Director Liu was already waiting in the lobby of the office building, looking at the people coming in and out, raising his hand to watch the time from time to time. After finally waiting for Jiang Xiaobai and others, they stood up immediately, looked at Gu Zhengwin with a little bit of complaint, and said, you are here. It will be almost there. It is estimated that the leader is already waiting. I will lead you up. Okay, Director Liu. Trouble. A group of people met the leader of the working group on the 5th floor, who was also in charge of this time. In fact, it was still the last time I was in the hotel. Jiang Xiaobai spoke to Gu Zhengwin in front of Zhao Gang. Those words that Director Liu said were only the leader of the working group this time. However, Jiang Xiaobai plan is very ambitious, and the leader who listened to nodded in satisfaction. In addition, there are more design drawings this time, which makes people feel more credible. This design is very good, Dean Liang, you have worked hard. The leader looked at Dean Liang and said, yes, Xiao Liu, a high-achieving student who can return to his hometown after completing his studies. On behalf of the province, I welcome you back. I hope to help our hometown and make contributions. Dean Liang and Liu Hui heard this, and they became excited. The 2 days and 2 nights of hard work made them completely wiped out. It's not hard work, it's what our design institute should do, Dean Liang said excitedly. Jiang Xiaobai smiled and did not speak, and patiently waited for the leader to finish communicating with Dean Liang. Luxiang is the commercial center of our Dragon City, and this location is very close to Luxiang, just 1 stop away. If we can build a complex diversified building in this place, it will be the landmark of our Dragon City. Building will also become a business card of our Dragon City, Jiang Xiaobai said as he pointed out the location on the map. City business card, this word is used well. Indeed, if this 18-story diversified building is built as you said, it will definitely be our city business card of Dragon City. The leader of the working group nodded and said with a smile, and the tall buildings on the southern side have been built to over 30 floors. We have only built a 13-story tall building in Jin province now. In comparison, it is indeed. In his previous life, Jiang Xiaobai did not deal with this high-level leader much, but he has experienced many things in this life, many people. When it comes to the level, Zhao Gang's level may not be lower than the one in front of him, so Jiang Xiaobai is also talking about it. At a young age, an educated youth who went to the countryside to jump in the queue can get to this point by himself. The strong self-confidence that fills his body is more appreciated. Okay, then this matter is settled like this: set a date, formally sign the contract, and write down the documents. The leader of the working group is also very profitable. In addition, this time the building is built, the province will have a piece of land. The others are all operated by Huiking Holding Group, so there is not so much to say. Leader, this is the case. Our educated youth cannery has been unable to keep up with the production capacity. Jiang Xiaobai put forward his own request. Well, Director has also reported to me. We will have a meeting to study and give you a result when we sign the contract. The leader nodded and said. Jiang Xiaobai thanked him again and again. He knew that he was like a leader in the system. If he could say that, it almost meant he had agreed. Then the 2 parties finalized the date of signing the contract, which will be placed on the 10th day of the 12th lunar month. Make time to prepare for both parties. After the meeting here is over, Song Weigo will rush back to Jianhua village. Signing the contract is not only a matter of signing, but also a lot of other preparations. Is not something that Jiang Xiaobai and Song Weigo can accomplish, and also promised to find OEM companies for the educated youth cannery. These also need the educated youth cannery to send personnel to pick up. Dean Liang, Liu Hu also bid farewell to the Design Institute and returned to the Design Institute. Everyone has worked hard in the past 2 days. They will take a day off and wait for the above news. It's true that the leader of the design drawing praised it, but such a building still has to be sent to the capital to find an expert to check it. It will only be used if it is indeed feasible. After all, it is an 18-story building. Once an accident occurs, the consequences will be disastrous. Dean Liang and the others also understood in their hearts, but they had nothing to worry about. They knew exactly what the various status of the building they designed themselves were like. But this feeling of not being trusted is still a bit bad. But compared to the previous Sanjin building, it's good not to let them participate at all. Uncle Gu, Director Liu, then I will leave too, Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. Okay, Director Xiaobai. Go slowly, Director Liu said. I have time to go to the house for dinner. Gu Zhengwen also waved his hand and said, compared to Director Liu's politeness, because there is a layer of Jiang Zijian's relationship, Gu Zhengwen will speak more affectionately. After Song Weigo returned to Jianhua village, he immediately held a preparatory work meeting. Sitting on the rostrum, watching the high-level managers of each factory who walked in, Song Wei-go finally found the feeling of being a general manager. He gave a lightly smiling cough and said, "Okay, now everyone is here, officially meeting." "Brother-in-law, Director Xiaobai hasn't come back?" Wang Zhao asked from below. Song Wei-go's face turned black all of a sudden, and the general manager's demeanor was so good that Wang Zhao asked him to break his merits. "Can I be called my brother-in-law in this kind of situation? But it is my brother-in-law who is talking, and there is really no way to reprimand him. Moreover, he has just been the general manager for a short time, and he does not have the ability to get a high-level reprimand from a factory. So I can only say with a black face, Director Xiaobai, I won't be back for the time being." Now let's ask the financial manager, Manager Zhang, to report on the financial situation of the factory. Before the meeting, Song Wei-go greeted Zhang Wei, so Zhang Wei came with the other people in the finance department holding the account book. Hearing this, Zhang Wei stood up and said, "Last year, Huiking Holding Company made a total profit of 13.12 million. The net profit reached 56% of the total profit, which is more than 7.34 million. With an annual profit of 2 million, the profit has increased by more than 367%, and the profit has more than tripled." Zhang Wei was still thinking, but the meeting room exploded. 7.34 million. The profit in 1985 actually reached 7.34 million. This number directly stunned everyone, including Song Wei-go, who was sitting on the podium with a serious face, could no longer maintain his image. His mouth slightly opened, showing shock in his heart. End of this chapter. Chapter 734. Chapter 734. Huiking Holdings. The senior executives of several factories know that since 1985, several factories must have made money. Let's not talk about the expansion of feed mills and pig farms. The two factories Guangzhou canned food and Jiangxia clothing have both increased their sales by many times this year thanks to the Olympic Games. At the peak, all the trucks that came to pull the goods could block the gate of the factory. Educated Youth Cannery also has an additional OEM factory, the first cannery in Xiamen City, which has been on the food canning production line for a day. But this is the case. The production volume of Educated Youth canned food is barely supply and sales. Let the ambitious people of the Educated Youth Cannery, the clever women find it hard to cook without rice, and they can only watch but cannot sell it. But even so, everyone did not expect that the profits of several factory managers this year would have more than tripled to 7.34 million compared to the 2 million yuan last year. This is also shocking. Song Wei-go has always thought that the profit of the factory this year is more than 3 million, and the maximum is not more than 4 million. But I never thought that the profit in just 1 year was 7.34 million. Pop. Papa, Papa. I don't know who took the lead in applauding, but soon there was a warm applause in the conference room. One by one, their faces flushed with excitement, their palms flushed, but no one wanted to stop. All of you present here, some took shares of Huiking Holdings, and some took shares of various factories. Although there are not as many shares of Huiking Holdings, where does Huiking Holdings money come from? Isn't it because several factories make money, and when they compare the shares of the factory, they may not earn less than those who take shares of Huiking Holding Company? Then how much money is in the account now? After a long time, the applause stopped, and Song Wei-go hurriedly asked again, "Add the profits of other factories?" Zhang Wei asked. "Yes." Song Wei-go nodded. "The total is 8.1 million. Zhang Wei said. Song Wei-go deliberately increased a little more, and continued to ask, "What about all the funds that can be used now?" Zhang Wei frowned. I don't know why Song Wei-go asked this, but he looked at the accounts and looked up for a while and said, "It's 10.23 million in total, but there is payment for goods in this money, and there are other items that need to be spent immediately." Zhang Wei didn't know what Song Wei-go meant by asking this, but he still had to dispel some bad thoughts from Song Wei-go. But when Zhang Wei said so, everyone in the conference room still had red eyes, excited and excited. Some of these elderly people know that in the summer of 1978, when they first started their business, They only had $100. Then Jiang Xiaobai took the 100 yuan and earned the first 1,000 yuan, and the first 10,000 yuan. Then the first 100,000, the first 1 million, and now I have earned the first 10 million. How much is 10 million? They don't know. They don't know how high these tens of millions can be piled up in front of them. But they remember that in those years, Jiang Xiaobai had to run away early to hide his debts, and would not dare to stay in the factory at the end of the year. In the beginning, there were more than a dozen educated youths, but now, there are several factory directors and hundreds of thousands of workers. It turned out to earn dozens of dollars and $100. Everyone can be excited for a long time. But now, 10 million. Okay. Song Weiguo exclaimed loudly, then took the lead in applauding, and fierce applause sounded in the conference room again. This has a different meaning for Jianhua village, for everyone here, and Huiking Holdings. Everyone's faces are very excited, including Liu Jian, and only Jiang Wei feels weird. It seems that there is something bad. He is speculating whether Jiang Xiaobai is going to withdraw all the funds and do something. Otherwise, why should he suddenly collect the account? However, part of this tens of millions of funds is cash flow, which can't be moved, and big things will come out if you move it. Of course, he never thought it was Song Weiguo in his heart. Without him, don't look at Song Weiguo now as the general manager. But to be honest, it would be very difficult for Song Weiguo to spend 100,000 yuan without Jiang Xiaobai's consent. Not to mention all the funds, Jiang Xiaobai can use all the funds. He has been in Jianhua village for a long time. He knows that only Jiang Xiaobai can use this money without resistance. So he is worried about Jiang Xiaobai. But what is strange is that Song Weiguo did not propose anything after collecting the accounts. Instead, he arranged various tasks for the end of the year normally, including the sales promotion of clothing at the end of the year in the garment factory, the sales of the educated youth cannery, the agent meeting and so on. Then he mentioned that the Longqing matter should be done, and organized a special manpower to do this, and after a while, he will go to Longqing to sign a contract. The work was arranged one by one, and there was nothing wrong with it. On the contrary, it was tightly organized. This is the first meeting since Song Weiguo became the general manager of Huiking Holding Company. But it is impeccable. Except for Wang Zhao's brother-in-law at the beginning, everything else is perfect, and he has also established his image as a general manager in front of everyone. As for establishing authority, Song Weiguo still has 1,000 miles to go. But Jiang Wei still feels that at the beginning of the meeting, Song Weiguo must have other thoughts, and it will definitely not be a whim. But until, Song Weiguo stood up and smiled and said, "Everyone, that's all for today's meeting. Let's get together." Song Weiguo did not produce any moths. Jiang Wei could only shook his head. Maybe he was thinking too much. 10 million, 10 million. Haha, brother-in-law. Did you think about today? If it wasn't for me, you might still be the head of your little sales department in the county. Wang Zhao and Song Weiguo joked as they walked. Said, "Fat, if you talk about contact with Xiaobai, I came into contact with Xiaobai earlier than you. At that time, I felt." Song Weiguo also said with a smile, "I think we were in the educated youth courtyard, holding the 100 yuan. Wang Meng was also a little bit sweet. It's been a long time since the educated youth courtyard said it. I still remember that meeting. In the morning, I went out with a burden and went out to sell canned food from village to village. Okay, depending on your ambitions, it will be sweet and sweet. This is where it is. This 10 million is just a new starting point for our Huiking Holding Company," Song Weiguo said with a smile. Others all agreed. Jiang Wei, who had just left the house, felt a little weird. If Jiang Xiaobai said that there was no problem, Jiang Xiaobai would have always fooled. But when did Song Weiguo have this spirit? End of this chapter. Chapter 735 Stay at Bingzi Hotel. Chapter 735 Staying at Bingzi Hotel. In a blink of an eye, it was the 9th day of the 12th lunar month, and Huiking Holding Co. Limited was also completed under Song Weiguo's intense preparations. Early in the morning, 2 cars, a black crown and a van set off for Longqing. After arriving in Longqing, the two cars went directly to Bingzi Hotel to stay. This time I came to Longqing, which represented Huiqing Holding Company, which was going to sign a contract with the province. Can't find a guest house casually. The staff of Bingzi Hotel saw a Crown sedan and a van, and thought it was a large company coming to investigate. But I haven't received any notice. I never thought it was a Huiqing Holding Company, and it was still in Jin province, and I hadn't heard of it. I know all the well-known large companies in Jin province. How come I have never heard of this Huiqing Holdings, a company that can drive a car, and it still has two cars in one shot? It can't be an unknown big company. Enterprise, the manager muttered. Song Wei-go was the nearest manager, and said with a smile, "Isn't it? Haven't you heard of it? It's okay, you will hear about it in a short time. Hee hee, how many rooms do the leaders want?" The manager smiled. Without rebutting, it was indeed possible to drive a car business at once. I have never heard of it. I cannot say that others are unknown. I can only say that I am ignorant. One person, one room, Song Wei-go said. Also, prepare a meeting room for me. Okay, no problem. The manager took Song Wei-go and the others to board the plane and open the room. Song Wei-go came to the front desk and called Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai is at home following Jiangma steamed buns and steamed yellow steamed rice. Huang steamed is a kind of steamed food made with soft rice, which is covered with beans and other things. Is regarded as a special snack in Shaanxi province. In previous years, Jiang Xiaobai went home at the end of the year, and the house was basically cleaned up. But when he came back early today, he was willing to accompany Jiang's mother and be filial, and sometimes he even helped Jiang's father carry the burden and sell canned food. In the 12th lunar year, every household steamed a lot of steamed buns at once, and then put them in a water tank in the yard, borrowing the cold winter weather, freezing them, and leaving them to eat in the first month. Sister-in-law of the Jiang family, is Xiaobai at home? The voice of the aunt at the entrance of the hutong has not arrived yet. Jiang Xiaobai licked another firewood in the stove, then patted the dust on his hands and stood up, and saw the aunt of the hutong kiosk who had just come in panting. "Mother, do you have a phone?" Jiang Xiaobai asked with a smile. The manager Xiaobai is still smart. "Yes, he just called you." "What is Manager Song?" "The speech is very majestic," the aunt said. Jiang Xiaobai smiled dumbly. "What does this have to do with Minming?" "There are telephones at the Hutong-kun newsstand. During the time I am at home, I can only make calls to the Hutong-kun newsstand. This is not the first time, and besides having a phone call, the newsstand will not run in such a hurry. Any normal person can imagine it, only because Jiang Xiaobai is a celebrity in this neighborhood, is considered a promising person, so the aunt will only give a slight compliment. "I'm going to answer the phone." Jiang Xiaobai was too lazy to say something. This kind of thing is not more modest, and they're just a compliment. Just listen to it. "Hey, Director Xiaobai, I'm Song Wei-go. We are in Longqing." A total of 13 people, including financial manager Jiang manager with 2 accountants. "Don't worry, everything is settled. It's in Bingzi Hotel." "Then you book a table at the Bingzi Hotel. I will invite everyone to have a meal in a while." Everyone from the left and right has come to the provincial capital. As a landlord, it is my duty, Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. "Director Xiaobai, you want to come over?" "Okay, I'll go order now," Song Wei-go promised excitedly on the phone. "Well, wait for me for a while, I will change my clothes." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Xiaobai went home and said to Jiang's mother that he changed into clean clothes. "Mom, I won't go home to eat at noon." Jiang Xiaobai finished speaking, and ran out without waiting for Jiang's mother. Mother Jiang, who came out of the house just right, saw Jiang Xiaobai back, smiled and shook his head and said, "This kid has become a factory director. He is still the same as he was when he was a child. He does everything in a hurry." Jiang Xiaobai drove the Bingzi Hotel. "Then I invited everyone to have a good meal." Jiang Wei remembered the meeting that day and Song Wei-go's request to collect the account. Unfortunately, until today, Song Wei-go hasn't said anything. However, Jiang Wei never had a chance to say anything during the meal. Song Wei-go talked about the current situation of Huiking Holdings. Director Xiaobai. Do you know that Huiking Holdings is on the account now? How much funds can be used? At the banquet, Song Wei-go looked at Jiang Xiaobai and asked while holding a cup. After listening to Song Wei-go's words, everyone on the table looked at Jiang Xiaobai excitedly. After the meeting that day, the news that Huiking Holding Co. Limited had entered the tens of millions of enterprises was spread all over Jianhua village, so everyone else knew about it. Only Song Wei-go wanted to give Jiang Xiaobai a surprise, so he didn't call to say how many. There should be more than 6 million. Jiang Xiaobai said. He did not close the account, but the basic profitability is to guess. Now the funds on the books, all that can be used are more than 10 million. Which is 10.23 million. Song Wei-go said excitedly. How much? Jiang Xiaobai was also very excited when he heard this number, 10 million, which was also beyond his expectation. Jiang Wei hurriedly explained that there was some money in the middle that could not be moved, but even so, Jiang Xiaobai was still very excited. What can't be moved? What is the company's working capital, cash flow, etc.? In the early years, Jiang Xiaobai worked on debt judgments. But instead, Jiang Xiaobai understood why Song Wei-go wanted to collect accounts. After eating, Jiang Xiaobai called Song Wei-go, Jiang Wei, and Li Xiliu into his room and said his plans. Others need to keep it secret, in case the wind is not good. But these three people don't need it and can't keep it secret. They are all senior executives of Huiking Holdings. Under the guise of building a building, Song Wei-go said nan. Only then did he understand Jiang Xiaobai plan. Although he thought that building a building was risky before, Jiang Xiaobai had already been fooled by thinking about building a building. Jiang Xiaobai again said that he was teasing you, but he still felt empty in his heart. Can this work? Song Wei-go couldn't help but asked aloud. It's not a day or two to build a building. There are many variables in the middle. The most important thing is the funding issue. So can this building be built? Jiang Xiaobai explained with a smile. End of this chapter. Chapter 736 Persuade. Chapter 736 Persuasion. Song Wei-go fell silent. But the expressions of the others did not change. Because they hadn't prepared to build a building, they didn't think there was anything. Okay, just tell you, let's go. Lao Song will stay. Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. One by one got up and left, leaving Song Wei-go and Jiang Xiaobai in the room. Jiang Xiaobai threw a cigarette to Song Wei-go. Brother Song, I know I feel a little awkward. Jiang Xiaobai said aloud. It's not awkward, it's me. I. Song Wei-go interrupted Jiang Xiaobai words, but still couldn't tell why, so he could only smoke in silence. To build an 18-story building, the budget is about 100 million yuan, and now all the funds on the books of Huiking Holding Company add up to about 10 million yuan. Which is to borrow 30 to 50 million yuan from the bank. There is also a large part of the gap. What about the follow-up funds? In the end, we can only invest all our funds in, and the bank owes a debt. It's worthless to get an unfinished building, and it drags our Huiking Holdings company into the quagmire, and it affects the whole body. Jiang Xiaobai spoke to Song Wei-go with heart. In fact, calm down, think about it carefully. Song Wei-go can also figure it out, but he still feels a little grudge about Jiang Xiaobai hiding from him. Brother Song, it's not that I don't want to tell you, and I'm afraid that I'll tell you at the beginning. You are not very active and people can see the flaws, but it's not good. It's not easy for us all the way. There are so many villagers in Jianhua village, we can't afford to gamble. Jiang Xiaobai poured a cup of tea for Song Wei-go and said sincerely, it's me who can't do it. How can you lie to others like your kid? From the very beginning, you lie to me, pretending to be miserable, pretending to be pitiful. Song Wei-go is not a person who doesn't know what is good or what is wrong. Jiang Xiaobai explained that, and the little bit of resentment in his heart disappeared. What's more, given Jiang Xiaobai's current status, being able to explain this to him is already very concerned about his past feelings. After all, Jiang Xiaobai was no longer the one who slept at the door of the supply and marketing agency all night before, and went to his door early the next morning to block himself. Educated youth who only had $100 on him, but wanted to buy canned bottles. It is a chairman of a company who has been in a newspaper and has a fund of 10 million. The two chatted for a while, before Jiang Xiaobai got up and left. The next day, Jiang Xiaobai woke up early and began to wash and clean up. Zhao Xinyi was still asleep. Yesterday Song Xin also came to Longqing with him. Naturally, she wanted to come to see her at home. After dinner, Song Xin talked with Zhao Xinyi for a long time, so she went to bed a little late. But seeing Jiang Xiaobai uncharacteristically clean up, Zhao Xinyi was immediately full of doubts. "Xiaobai, are you doing something today?" Zhao Xinyi asked. In fact, she knew something was going on. There were so many people in Jianhua village yesterday, including her best friend Song Xin. They were all staying at the Bingzi Hotel. How could it be okay? Well, today I have to sign a contract with the province to get a piece of land. The leaders who attended are all very high level, so I have to pay attention to it, Jiang Xiaobai said, and then looked back at Zhao Xinyi, who was sleeping with his eyes rubbing, and said, "You will go to bed again. It's still early. I won't eat breakfast at home. I will eat at Binzu restaurant later." After the two moved out of the house, if nothing happened, both of them would cook and eat at home. So during this period of time, Zhao Xinyi felt that the smile on her face was not enough. After experiencing the pain of long-distance relationship, she could better understand the happiness of being together. Days like this are what Zhao Xinyi thinks about day and night. She dreams of it. She even wakes up with a smile when she dreams so many times. "Okay, then I'll go to my work unit for dinner." Zhao Xinyi felt relieved when Jiang Xiaobai said this, but instead of going to bed after listening to Jiang Xiaobai words, he helped Jiang Xiaobai iron his suit. Then he helped Jiang Xiaobai tie his tie. Jiang Xiaobai was a little taller than Zhao Xinyi. He looked down at Zhao Xinyi, who was serious about tying his tie, and suddenly hugged Zhao Xinyi in his arms. "If you get a wife, what can your husband do? Don't make trouble. You will have to see the leader later." Zhao Xinyi whispered in Jiang Xiaobai arms. "Okay, I'm leaving. I'll be back early in the evening," Jiang Xiaobai said. Zhao Xinyi looked up and looked at Jiang Xiaobai in surprise and asked, "Are you coming back to eat at night?" "Then I will buy vegetables when I come back from get off work." She originally thought Jiang Xiaobai was going out today and was going to socialize outside tonight. "Well, come back for dinner." Jiang Xiaobai lowered his head and kissed again, then turned round and left. The Black Crown car park downstairs was washed yesterday. It was clean and the black body looked thick and luxurious. Li Longquan was also wearing a straight suit and tie, standing upright next to the car, so that the old man and old lady who got up early to exercise would cast their eyes from time to time. Returning rate is the highest in the entire family building community. "This car is really beautiful." "Yes, this car has always appeared in our family building recently. It seems to be driven by Director Zhao's son-in-law, but it hasn't been cleaned before, and it looks ordinary. Unexpectedly, after washing, it will be so beautiful." "Is there any beautiful car?" "It's not a bicycle." Several old men and old ladies were talking, walking by the car, turning back from time to time. Li Longquan saw Jiang Xiaobai coming out of the corridor and hurriedly greeted him, then opened the door of the back seat to Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai nodded to express his gratitude, and then said, "Hurry up and go. Go to Binzi Hotel first." "Okay," Li Longquan replied, and started the car steadily toward the Binzi Hotel. At the entrance of Longang Steel Factory, Liu Feng walked quickly toward the cafeteria. "If you come early, you can have breakfast in the cafeteria in the factory." In order to save a breakfast, I don't know how many workers come here early in the morning. Like Liu Feng is like this. Of course, there are also people who can't get up in the morning without breakfast, such as Yan Dan. Recently, after Liu Feng has eaten, He always helps Yan Dan bring some food and an egg. Then he bought a bag of milk powder and put it in his cupboard to fill Yan Dan with a cup of hot milk powder. However, Liu Feng did not look the same after eating in the cafeteria today, so he took a lunchbox and packed it back. It has been more than 10 days since breakfast was delivered continuously. According to the Pavlov's method of picking up sisters, it seems that it's time for conditioned reflex. End of this chapter. Chapter 737, Signing a Contract. On Chapter 737, Signing Part 1. When Jiang Xiaobai arrived at the Bingzi Hotel, Song Weiguo and others had already packed up, and there were already many people eating in the restaurant. Director Xiaobai is here. Someone saw Jiang Xiaobai sharply and said immediately. Then Song Weiguo led people to greet him. Director Xiaobai, are you all up? Jiang Xiaobai nodded, and then asked. Well, everything is packed and ready, Song Weiguo said. Okay, hurry up to have breakfast. Have you booked a place for lunch? Jiang Xiaobai asked as he took his seat. The signing is over in the morning. Of course, Huiqing Holding Company needs to sit down at noon, and everyone will have a meal together. The arrangement has been made. The Longqing Hotel has reserved 2 boxes, and 1 box can seat about 50 people. If there are not many people at that time, just keep one and use them all if there are many people, Song Weiguo replied. Jiang Xiaobai nodded, and while eating the buns, he said, okay, please invite everyone from the Design Institute. I see. Song Weiguo was taken aback, then nodded. Jiang Xiaobai mentioned the people of the Design Institute. He remembered that the director of the Design Institute Liang and the people from the design team did not go home for 2 days and nights, guarding the meeting room. It is for their hard work to design a tall building, which is a shame. But how did they know that Jiang Xiaobai, the noble man in their eyes, had never thought of building this building from the beginning? Director Xiaobai, you are not afraid that Dean Liang brought Liu Huishan to the door to block you, and they have put so much effort? Song Weiguo looked at no one from the left and right, and said with a smile, it's my shit. If I have money, I can build 18 floors, or even 100 floors. But now, isn't this moneyless? Furthermore, I have never been afraid of debtors coming to the door, and it is not that I did not give them design fees. Jiang Xiaobai drank porridge in his mouth and said vaguely, Long Steel Factory, office. Liu Feng walked to the door of the office and glanced that Yan Dan hadn't come yet. Heaved a sigh of relief, returned to his seat, and pretended to take out a document and read it. But his eyes are constantly watching the door, observing when Yan Dan will come. He always put the breakfast he brought on Yan Dan's table, but not today. Soon, Yan Dan appeared at the door of the office, also focused on Liu Feng's position. As soon as he entered the office, Liu Feng brought him breakfast every day during this period. How could she not understand Liu Feng's thoughts? She just graduated from a high school and didn't pass the university entrance exam. Later, she took over and joined the factory, and her family was ordinary. And Liu Feng is a college student. Once he enters the factory, he is a cadre establishment. He has a bright future. The key is that Liu Feng has big eyebrows and big eyes, which is in line with the aesthetic standards of women nowadays. That's why she was willing to accept it. The love at this time is different from that in later life. Girls at this time, if they accept something from a boy, it means that they are willing to have something with you. Everyone is very innocent. Unlike later generations, scum girls, green tea rampant, a spare tire is not enough to support. Often have to raise several. But when I got to my seat, I didn't find that there was breakfast on the desk, and there were no eggs. But Yan Dan didn't care too much. It may be that Liu Feng came late today, and then continued to work. After breakfast, 2 crown cars and a white van drove out of Bingzi Hotel. On the other side, Gu Zhengwen was still waiting on the steps of the government gate, looking into the distance through the iron fence from time to time. There are more big leaders on such occasions today, not to mention him. Even his superior, Director Liu, can only be reduced to serving tea and pouring water. Like him, Zan has something to do with Jiang Xiaobai, so he is also responsible for welcoming and sending him. And he is only responsible for welcoming Huaking Holdings. As soon as it was 9 o'clock, a convoy of 2 black Crown sedans and 1 van appeared at the end of the road. Gwenwyn was also excited. He knew the leading vehicle, which was similar to Jiang Xiaobai's car, like a Crown sedan. He has not seen such a car in Jin province. The convoy drove over quickly from far to near and appeared at the gate of the government. Gwenwyn led the 2 staff members down the steps quickly, and the convoy had stopped. Gwenwyn looked at the 2 identical black Crown cars that appeared, a little confused, because he has not memorized the license plate number of Jiang Xiaobai car. There are few cars at this time. Those who can sit on the car are all with names and surnames, and the cars are different. Just remember the shape of the car. But now that there are 2 identical cars, he is a little worried. Can only stop, waiting awkwardly for the people in the car to get off. The people on the first car quickly got off. They were Song Weigo and 2 unknown young men. Both of them are wearing neat suits and black leather bags. Gwenwyn couldn't take a look, and cast his gaze on the car in the middle, but saw the co-pilot coming up and down, a tall girl with a nice face and wearing a pale yellow Nizai coat. Gwenwyn couldn't even speak of the temperament on her body. Anyway, compared with the young girls in the work unit, it feels like the girls in the work unit are all village girls. The van began to get people, also in suits and leather shoes, with black briefcases. The driver got down, walked quickly to the back seat of the Crown sedan in the middle, and opened the door. I was wearing a decent black suit on the inside, a black coat on the outside, and the black leather shoes on my feet, which actually reflected light in the sun. The slightly open coat, revealing the white shirt inside the suit, makes the whole person more extraordinary. Suddenly, Gwenwyn was a little stunned. Some are afraid to step forward. The black leather shoes made a crisp and messy sound when they stepped on the marble, and soon everyone gathered on Jiang Xiaobai. Song Weigo is on Jiang Xiaobai left hand, slightly behind half of his body, and Jiang Wei is beside Song Weigo. Song Xin stood on Jiang Xiaobai right hand, also slightly behind half of her body. Beside him was Li Xiliu. Then the other personnel formed a fan shape, lined up behind Jiang Xiaobai, and a group of people walked towards Gwenwyn. "Shugu," Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. Listening to Jiang Xiaobai not calling himself Uncle Gu, and shouting "Gachu," Gu Zheng was stunned for a moment, but he immediately realized that this kind of situation is all business affairs. If Jiang Xiaobai still calls Uncle Gu, it would be a problem. Gwenwyn made 3 steps and 2 steps to greet Jiang Xiaobai, and at the same time greeted enthusiastically. Xiaobai Director. End of this chapter. Chapter 738 Signing Contract. In Chapter 738 Signing Agreement. When Jiang Xiaobai and Gwenwyn shook hands, Director Liu also walked out of the office building with a few people. Director Xiaobai, welcome, welcome, Director Liu said as he walked quickly. Director Liu. Jiang Xiaobai nodded with a smile. Director Xiaobai, please, Director Liu said. This is not a place for greetings, and the leader is still waiting upstairs. Okay. Jiang Xiaobai nodded, but before entering the office building, he glanced at the cars in the parking lot. It seems that all of them are from newspapers and media, and they are too far away to see the details. However, the presence of the media here is not surprising to the newspaper, so Jiang Xiaobai didn't care, and led everyone into the office building. A group of more than 10 people surrounded Jiang Xiaobai and walked towards the 5th floor. I don't know how many people's attention has been attracted along the way. In fact, in this place, although there are few teams of more than 10 people, it is not that there are not. But like Jiang Xiaobai and the others, it is really rare that they are all in suits and leather shoes. At this time, Chinese tunic suits are the main ones. Is still in the same office last time, but this time there are 3 more people in the office. After introduction, Jiang Xiaobai learned that these 3 people were the directors of 3 canning factories in Jin province. and Liu suddenly understood what these three people were here for today. This is the condition that I promised myself last time. Jiang Xiaobai greeted the three enthusiastically, and the three factory directors also responded with smiles. But Jiang Xiaobai looked at it but felt that the three of them were smiling a little bit reluctantly. They are state-owned enterprises. It seems that the township and village enterprises are all younger brothers, but now they are forced to work for the younger brothers. Of course, they are unwilling. However, the above has spoken, and they can only pinch their noses to recognize. Jiang Xiaobai saw that the three of them were emotional, but he didn't care. After today, he had time to sort out these things. As long as the upper side opened a hole, how could he not be able to grasp it? I thanked the leader of the working group again, and only then gave the three to Song Weigo. Manager Song, I will leave these three factory directors to you. If you have a meal together, let's ask the three seniors for advice. Seeing Jiang Xiaobai saying this, the faces of the three factory directors finally looked better. Although there was an order given to the educated youth canning factory, Jiang Xiaobai was arrogant and they had to do it. But there are two ways to do it and do it well. Director Xiaobai, what you brought here are all good soldiers and strong generals. The leader of the working group said with a smile. The scene of Jiang Xiaobai and others getting off the car, he also saw it through the window. He also saw this scene several times when he went to the south to investigate. But Jin province, not even once. Today is an eye-opener. It is indeed not easy to be someone who can dare to build the tallest building in the province with a township enterprise. The two chatted a few more words, then got up and walked to the meeting room. The leadership is estimated to be here too. Let's go. The leader of the working group said before leaving the house, leaving Jiang Xiaobai alone. Then hurriedly asked, there are leaders? The leader level of this working group is already very high, but there are even higher levels after hearing his words. Isn't this just a simple piece of land signing? Jiang Xiaobai felt that he had paid enough attention to the level of the current working group leader, but he still wanted to do something at a higher level. Yes, don't be nervous. The leaders are very optimistic about you. The bank will also come. You can talk specifically after signing the contract. The working group leader said with a smile. Jiang Xiaobai is a little bit in his heart. What does this mean? The bank is coming. I really want to catch ducks. When have you been so concerned about the company? Isn't it always the case that you don't care about it? This time even the loan has to help. Jiang Xiaobai muttered in his heart, but the smile on his face became brighter. Hearing this, he hurriedly said, thank you for your support, thank you for your support. No thanks. To build the tallest building in the province, of course, will give the greatest support, and the leaders are also very concerned about this matter. As you know, our current development in Jin province is relatively. The leader of the working group said. A few people came to the door of the meeting room, and the staff had already watched a group of people come over and opened the door of the meeting room. Leader please. Jiang Xiaobai made a gesture of please. The leader of the working group was not polite with Jiang Xiaobai, and took the lead in walking in. Jiang Xiaobai followed him into the meeting room. Then, looking at the scene in the conference room, if it weren't for Jiang Xiaobai experience in rebirth, he also exercised a strong mind. Maybe you can turn around and run away at this time. I saw long guns and short cannons in every corner of the conference room and on the stage, and there was even a camera that saw Jiang Xiaobai and others come in, and immediately aimed at Jiang Xiaobai at the door. Jiang Xiaobai was suddenly stunned at the door, and everyone behind him almost did bump into Jiang Xiaobai. But fortunately he stopped in time. Director Xiaobai, the leader of the working group in front, felt something strange behind him, and looked back at the stunned Jiang Xiaobai and called out. Director Xiaobai, you have a lot of experience in the newspaper and dealing with the media. Maybe you know someone else here. The leader of the working group was a little confused but still said with a smile. It is said that Jiang Xiaobai has published more newspapers than him. How could he be stunned by some reporters? Yes, familiar. Jiang Xiaobai nodded stiffly. That's right, he actually dealt with newspapers and media this year. To say that being afraid is definitely not afraid, but on this occasion, he is really a little scared. Such a multimedia reporter, what do you want to do? There is nothing to say about the 8 characters. Let this group of media publicize it, and then if, thinking that Jiang Xiaobai felt a bit cold on his back, and then took a deep breath, and then walked in slowly. The people behind also filed in behind Jiang Xiaobai. Song Weigo, Li Xiliu, and Zhang Wei came in and looked at the media reporters in the conference room, and they thought of something in an instant. S face suddenly became ugly. They all knew what Jiang Xiaobai was thinking, but they soon showed a smile again, focusing on Jiang Xiaobai one by one. In the conference room, Dean Liang of the Design Institute also brought Liu Hu and other colleagues in the design team. He saw Jiang Xiaobai coming in and waved excitedly. Their Design Institute can have today, it is all dependent on Jiang Xiaobai, otherwise, how could they have a place? So seeing Jiang Xiaobai seemed particularly excited. Jiang Xiaobai forced a hard smile on his face and nodded as a greeting. There were 2 reporters who looked familiar, and when they saw Jiang Xiaobai, they waved and walked over. Jiang Xiaobai looked back at Song Weigo and the others and said, "You take a seat first, and you will talk later." End of this chapter. Chapter 739. Sign below. Chapter 739. Signing Contract. Part 2. Brother Qian, Brother Liu, you are here too. Jiang Xiaobai asked Zhang Wei to take the others into the seat. Then he greeted the reporters who were surrounded by Song Weigo. Director Xiaobai, I was still wondering before I came here. I don't dare to say that I know all the large and small enterprises in Jin province, but I also know more than half. But this Huiqing Holding Company hasn't heard of it, and I didn't expect it to be in Jianhua village. Yes, the tallest building in Shaanxi province. The big news about the director of Xiaobai. I have never heard of the news at all. The confidentiality work is done well. The 2 reporters surnamed Wang are reporters from Longqing Metropolis Daily, and the other reporter Qian is a reporter from Jinqing Evening News. They have both been to Jianhua village before, and reporter Qian was the first newspaper in Jin province to go. So Jiang Xiaobai was deeply impressed, and the 2 of them were familiar with each other. Big brother Qian is picking things up. It's such a big thing. Before the dust settles, I can do countless things. That's why I didn't notify the 2 elder brothers. If something happens, I will definitely give it to the 2 elder brothers as soon as possible. Called. Jiang Xiaobai shook hands with the 2 of them, and said with a strong smile, if possible, he could not wait to see the 2 in front of him at this time. Not to mention that they were notified in advance. Reporter Wang and Reporter Qian nodded their heads. They believed that Jiang Xiaobai's words were indeed the tallest building in Jin province. Such a big thing. As long as it is settled down, they can't talk about it. The 3 were talking, and other reporters gathered around. Okay, you are busy, Director Xiaobai, and I will find you when it's over. Reporter Qian and Reporter Wang left with a smile. Jiang Xiaobai also greeted other reporters. At this time, the reporter was the true uncrowned king and couldn't afford to offend him. Jiang Xiaobai wanted to work hard one last time, and found the leader of the working group and said, Leader, this matter has not been fully negotiated and started. Call the reporter over now, right? It's okay. The reporters have all been invited. There is no reason to drive away. Prepare quickly. You will also need to speak on stage later. The team leader smiled and said, completely ignored. Jiang Xiaobai nodded and did not say anything. In fact, he knew in his heart that since the reporter had already arrived, how could he be driven away? And even if we are driven away again, today's news will be seen in the newspaper, and if I offend the reporter, I might write something in the newspaper. But this way, it seems that I really have no retreat. On the 10th day of the 12th lunar month, at 10 o'clock in the morning, the signing ceremony officially began. First of all, it is the leader's speech. From the significance of the tallest building to Dragon City and to Jin Province, it talks about the history and development of Jin Province, and then looks forward to the future of Jin Province. Next, we are sentimental, Comrade Jiang Xiaobai, chairman of Huiqing Holding Company, took the stage to give a speech. The leader of the working group said. The applause that had just fallen from the audience rang again. Jiang Xiaobai stood up, bowed to the surroundings first, and then slowly stepped onto the stage. Everyone here, some people know me, some people don't. My name is Jiang Xiaobai, and some people call me the director of Xiaobai. Everyone who knows me knows that my name is associated with Jianhua village. I remembered those tragic years. So the first thing I had to do was to lead the educated youth to eat to their fill. So I had canned educated youth. After educated youth canned food was established, looking at the scene in Jianhua village, I felt that I had to take Jianhua village to get rich together. Let Jianhua village no longer go out to begs, no longer need to eat state relief food. Today, our Huaking holding company cannot rebuild Huacan within the limits. We have to go out and make our own insignificant contribution to Dragon City and Jin province. Therefore, we have today's contract. With today, our Huaking holding company is preparing to build the tallest building in Shaanxi province, and contribute a little to the takeoff of our ancient and historic Sunjin land. After Jiang Xiaobai finished speaking, he bowed deeply to the audience. The warm applause resounded like a tide, no less than the applause at the end of the leader's speech just now. The next step is to sign the contract. Of course, this is a symbolic meaning. Under a flash of light, Jiang Xiaobai wrote his name, and Song Weigo stamped it with the official seal of Huaking Holding Company. Old Song, when going to dinner later, remember to arrange for someone to call in these reporters. Jiang Xiaobai whispered to Song Weigo next to him. Well, I know, I have asked Xiao Liu to greet him. Director Xiaobai. Song Weigo looked at Jiang Xiaobai eyes with some worry. Go back and say it again. It's okay. Jiang Xiaobai stopped Song Weigo's words, the expression on his face still smiling brightly. After signing the contract, Jiang Xiaobai didn't say much about reporters' questions. Instead, it said that we will hold a press conference when the construction starts. Jiang Xiaobai is still chatting with the team leader. On the other hand, Li Xiaoliu has organized people to take reporters from various newspapers and people from the Provincial Design Institute to the hotel first. Although some reporters have been absent-mindedly preparing to report back to the agency to write tomorrow's front-page headline, this matter belongs to the unit. Go to the restaurant for a meal, and take a red envelope. By the way, go out for interviews, eat and drink, and get a red envelope. Basically, those who understand the rules will do this, which is already the norm. So when Li Xiaoliu invited, basically the family did not pull, and they all agreed to Li Xiaoliu's invitation. Packed things, some drove the newspaper office's car, and some took the Huaking Holding Company's car to the hotel. As for the people of the Provincial Design Institute, let alone, none of them refused to agree. Some people don't even need reporters to ask. They want to be interviewed by reporters in a hurry. This is a day of the Provincial Design Institute's elation, and the smile on Dean Liang's face has not broken all morning. End of this chapter. Chapter 740. Catch the ducks on the shelves. Chapter 740. The reporter and the people from the Provincial Design Institute went to the hotel. Jiang Xiaobai, Song Weigo and the people from the working group, together with the people from the bank, switched to a small conference room and started negotiations. Loan funds range from 40 million to 65 million, and then interest, one by one. However, due to the presence of the team leader, everything went smoothly. Finally, the bank gave a loan of 65 million, which is already the largest number that the bank can give. However, there is still a big gap between the estimated funds. The leader of the working group proposed to add another shareholder from a state-owned enterprise, but Jiang Xiaobai refused. The leader of the working group glanced at Jiang Xiaobai, but didn't say anything. This was originally Huaking Holding's own business, and the working group here is just to help and supervise it. Of course, on the issue of loans, the working group still contributes, otherwise, it will rely on Huaking Holdings. If you want to borrow 65 million from the bank, it is estimated that it will be difficult to borrow 6 million. Thank you, all the leaders. The hotel has been arranged, Please give your rewards. After the business talks, Jiang Xiaobai smiled and sent out the invitation. Of course, the big guy did not disagree. Bing's Hotel. The leader of the working group had a drink with Jiang Xiaobai after the dishes were served. After a few mouthfuls of the dishes, he got up and left. But the leader of the working group has left, and the atmosphere on the scene is even more enthusiastic. Jiang Xiaobai and Song Weige were toasting at the table, and when they arrived at the Provincial Design Institute, Dean Liang said excitedly, "I should be my respect to you, Director Xiaobai. If you hadn't given us this opportunity, I wouldn't be able to sit here today. Even if I retired, I would have regrets." Dean Liang said that the emotions were felt by other people in the Design Institute, and most of the other reporters on the table were also aware of it. However, Jiang Xiaobai did not be too polite with Dean Liang. He just smiled and said, "Don't say that, Dean Liang. After the construction of the building starts, there will be a lot of use for you. If you have something to do, please do not hesitate to say hello. Although I am getting older, I feel retired if I don't watch this building with my own eyes." Dean Liang said, suddenly remembered something, and said, "Director Xiaobai, he always said to build the tallest building in Jin province, but he also needs a name. Today is right, you can give one." Listening to Dean Liang's words, other people also started to persuade Jiang Xiaobai to name the building that had not yet started. Jiang Xiaobai's heart is full of bitterness. "I still need you to mention this. I haven't given a name because I didn't even think about it. I didn't want to create a name. But now that I have been driven by a duck to the shelves, it is difficult to ride a tiger, so let's start with a name. Well, our company is called Huiking Holding Company. The meaning of this name is twofold. One is to take one word from Jianhua village and the educated youth, and the other is to imply that our Huixia is like a young man, ready to wait, development and vitality. So this building is called Huiking Building. The name is good. The name is good. The meaning is good. It is catchy. Huiking Building, a good name given by Director Xiaobai. Good. Everyone applauded. Jiang Xiaobai smiled and thanked, and then toasted everyone a cup. "President Liu, I toast you a drink. I will be apologizing for you in the office, and thank you for your strong support." Jiang Xiaobai put the bank's god of wealth at the end. President Liu looked at Jiang Xiaobai, but also a little speechless. In fact, he was very uncomfortable with this sum of money. When talking in the meeting room just now, Jiang Xiaobai had a strong comparison. "The loan is too small, forget it. No loan, the building will not be repaired. The interest is too high. Forget it, the building will not be repaired. The time is too short. Forget it, let's eat first." If it weren't for the leadership, President Liu would have turned his face with Jiang Xiaobai, and he had been the president for some years. But I have never seen such a conversation with God of Wealth. It seems that it is not Jiang Xiaobai who wants to take a loan, but their bank is rushing to give Jiang Xiaobai a loan. But the reporter over there was still waiting in the hotel. The leader had spoken, and both people attached great importance to it, so he could only pinch his nose to recognize it. In the end, in order not to himself off, he directly touched the bottom line. Actually, according to normal rules, with so many loans, his bank president is always somewhat invisible. People get interest. But looking at Jiang Xiaobai's unrelenting appearance, he estimated it was in vain. If he dared to mention it, maybe Jiang Xiaobai would go to another table and talk to reporters. When he turned around, Director Xiaobai is polite. "It's all for work." Liu Xingchen cursed inwardly, and said lightly. He is a little bit confused now, whether Jiang Xiaobai wants to build this building or not. "Yes, it's all for work." President Liu doesn't mind. Jiang Xiaobai took a drink, also full of bitterness. When talking with the bank in the conference room just now, he was extremely strong. If the bank was unwilling, the building of the building would be delayed. Is there any way? After a few years, I have already got the benefits anyway. But I didn't expect that President Liu was also a controversy. Directly give a loan of 65 million yuan, the repayment period is long, and the interest rate is low. What else can he say? What else can he say is really ignorant. Will also anger the leader, and the gain is not worth the loss. Until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the crowd dispersed. Jiang Xiaobai, Song Weigo, Zhang Wei and others stood at the door to see them off. Director Xiaobai, I would like to have an interview next day. When will you have time? Reporter Qian didn't drink less at noon. His face flushed, feeling the thickness of the red envelope in his arms, and his face became more joyful. Pulling Jiang Xiaobai face, said with a smile on his hand, our Huiqing Holding Company will set up an office in Bingzi Hotel in the future. I will call Brother Qian when I have time. Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. Director Xiaobai, Director Song, we will leave first. You can call our unit if you have something to do. Dean Liang and Liu Hui came over, smiling very happily on their faces. Okay, I can't help but trouble you. Jiang Xiaobai nodded. Everyone laughed very happily, but Jiang Xiaobai and Song Weigo and other people who knew the inside story were laughing hard. Sent everyone away. Jiang Xiaobai shook his head that was a little confused. He did not drink less at noon, but he still insisted, Song brother, go, let's go to the conference room for a meeting. Song Weigo shook his head and said, Director Xiaobai, the room has been opened for you. You should rest for a while and wait for the evening. Jiang Xiaobai also felt a little confused in his head. He looked at his watch and said, okay, then I will sleep for a while, and call me at 4 o'clock. We will have a meeting on time. End of this chapter. Chapter 741 40 million funding gap. Chapter 741 40 million funds shortage. Just as Jiang Xiaobai was sleeping soundly in the Bingzi Hotel, reporters from various newspapers began to write quickly after returning to the newspaper. Generally speaking, newspapers must typeset and finalize the text before leaving get off work at night, then send it to the factory for printing, and issue it the next day. Although it was said that Huiqing Holding Company was going to build the tallest building in Jin province, as early as the moment when the news was received, enough pages had already flowed out, waiting for the news to be published. But we still have to hurry up to finalize the news. At the same time, we know the news, and other newspapers have sent it out. Yours has not yet. Wouldn't it be that people watch jokes, and the sales of newspapers will be affected? Furthermore, this time the matter was arranged by the above. If it is not handled well, the editor-in-chief of the newspaper may be implicated, so they all pay special attention to this news. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Xiliu knocked on Jiang Xiaobai's door, and Jiang Xiaobai sat up from the bed, checked the time, washed his face with cold water, and finally felt his head awake. While following Li Xiliu to the meeting room, he thought about this time. Director Xiaobai, here we are, Li Xiliu said and pushed open the door of the meeting room. Jiang Xiaobai only then reflected. Looking at the few people waiting in the conference room, Jiang Xiaobai stepped in. The meeting room of the Bingzi Hotel is quite good. There are thick carpets on the ground, which makes it very comfortable to step on. Xiaobai Director Xiaobai. Seeing Jiang Xiaobai coming in, Song Weigo and others immediately stood up and shouted, with worry in their eyes. Before signing the contract, Jiang Xiaobai had already explained to everyone how powerful it was to build an 18-story high-rise building, but he never expected it. The above unexpectedly made such an announcement, and the reporters were invited. It's meaningless. After today, the newspapers in Jin province are overwhelmed by Huiqing Holding Company, and the news that the director of Xiaobai will build the tallest building in Jin province. If Huiqing Holding Company bricks, it will say that there is no such thing, and the establishment will not be completed. Not only the society will have opinions on Huiqing Holding Company, the impact is not good. And even the above will not make Huiqing Holding Company feel better. If there is no newspaper report, it doesn't matter. After all, leaders have to pat their heads to make decisions, pat their thighs to regret, and pat their buttocks to leave. Everyone, don't laugh, brother, no one is better than anyone. But now it has been reported by the media and the quilt has been lifted. If it fails, it will be embarrassing. Jiang Xiaobai understands this truth, and Song Weigo, Zhang Wei, Song Xin and others also understand it. That's why I looked at Jiang Xiaobai with worry. Jiang Xiaobai sat down. No outsiders were there. Jiang Xiaobai sent a cigarette to him. In the past, Song Xin would have stopped being born, but at this time she didn't care much. She just looked at Jiang Xiaobai worriedly. Now that it's hard to ride a tiger, it won't work if you don't build a Huiking building. Jiang Xiaobai set the tone as soon as he opened his mouth. Jiang Xiaobai said very clearly, Song Weigo and the others can only nod their heads. And now, there is no way. Director Xiaobai, are you sure? Funds? Song Weigo asked. Others heard this and stared at Jiang Xiaobai closely. This is the most important question. Aren't the funds that our factory manager can use 10 million? We talked about 65 million bank loans, which is 75 million. Which is only tens of millions of funds from the budget. Jiang Xiaobai tried to speak casually, but Song Weigo and the others still took a breath. Tens of millions. It's tens of millions, not a few thousand. With such a big funding gap, if you can't find a way to get funding, you'll be 100% unfinished. Zhang Wei directly said, Director Xiaobai, that 10 million can't be used all, the maximum that can be used is more than 8 million. And it's less than 9 million. And the budget for the construction of this building requires 100 million. If it is actually built, there will be more or less, so we need to prepare at least 115 million to 120 million. When Zhang Wei worked in the ministries and commissions in the capital, he really dealt with construction companies. Although the specific situation in the construction industry is not clear, he has heard of the general doorway. The extra 15 to 20 million will be used as reserve funds. Only then can the construction of this building be guaranteed. This is a funding gap ranging from 40 million to 45 million. With such a large funding gap, Zhang Wei stopped here. You stopped. They are township and village enterprises, and they should be private enterprises. There is no government support behind. Once a problem arises, no one can help. And just want to help, with such a big funding gap. At this time, it is estimated that the company in Jin province can hardly come to Longan. The remaining one is the government's bottom line. But how can the government give a private enterprise a bottom line? Director Xiaobai, once there is a problem, not only the situation we have worked so hard over the years will be ruined, but also the bank loans will drag Huiking Holdings into a quagmire. Zhang Wei continued. Jiang Xiaobai nodded solemnly. He had considered all this, and he had considered it at the beginning. But being forced to this point, there is no chance to regret it. It sounds that there is a funding gap of 40 to 45 million, not just Zhang Wei. Even Song Weigo, Song Xin, Li Xiliu and others are frowning. 40 million, this time is 4,000 yuan. Even 400 yuan may kill people. Not to mention 40 million. I can't even think about it. There is nowhere to borrow this money. I know, I'll figure out a solution for funding. Jiang Xiaobai nodded and said, Is there really a way? Song Weigo asked with joy when he heard Jiang Xiaobai say this. It's not that he didn't know that this gap was relatively large, or that it was an astronomical figure, but Jiang Xiaobai was still willing to believe it. I have some thoughts in my mind, so let's go back to have a meeting tomorrow, and talk to everyone we are discussing. Jiang Xiaobai thought for a while and stood up and said. Jiang Xiaobai got up, looked at the few people who didn't move, smiled and said, Okay, don't sit and worry, take a good rest. And have to go back tomorrow. The sky is falling and there is a tall man against it. I still don't worry about what you guys are doing like this. There must be a way to the mountain. We have come over with such difficulties. This little thing is worthy of you. Jiang Xiaobai smiled and finished speaking, without saying more, turned around and left. Looking at what Jiang Xiaobai said, the important task in the conference room was suddenly relieved. Plus the trust in Jiang Xiaobai all the time. It seems that there is a way for Director Xiaobai to be like this. End of this chapter. Chapter 742 Thoughtful. Chapter 742, I promised to go home for dinner at night. When Jiang Xiaobai returns home, Zhao Xinyi is already busy in the kitchen. Hearing the opening of the door, Zhao Xinyi guessed that Jiang Xiaobai was back. When she turned around, she saw that there was nothing but a smile on her face. Jiang Xiaobai looked up and saw that beautiful figure and the moving smile on Qiao's face. When Zhao Xinyi saw Jiang Xiaobai coming back, she turned around and resumed her work. At the same time, she said, "Xiaobai, take a break first. There is honey water in the pot on the table, so you can drink some hangover." I didn't drink less at noon. Just as she was talking, the movement of her hand suddenly became stiff, and Jiang Xiaobai hugged her from behind. "Xinyi," Jiang Xiaobai's voice was extremely gentle. "What's wrong? Is something wrong?" Zhao Xinyi asked softly. "No, but something happened. I need to go back to Jianhua village." Jiang Xiaobai shook his head and said, "It's okay, I was with you in Dragon City a year ago, but now I will go back for a few days, and I will be back within 5 days at most." Xiaobai. Zhao Xinyi turned her head, grabbed Jiang Xiaobai's arm, and looked at Jiang Xiaobai and said seriously, "You scared me to death. I thought what happened to you isn't just going back. You have your own business. How can I ask you to be by my side all day? I am very happy that you can come back and stay with me for so long." Just now, Jiang Xiaobai's sudden gentleness really shocked her. Although Jiang Xiaobai doesn't talk about macho, Jiang Xiaobai is not the kind of man who can talk sweetly. Zhao Xinyi said that. Jiang Xiaobai felt more guilty in her heart, hugged Zhao Xinyi tightly in her arms, and then lowered her head to kiss. After a long time, the two people separated. Zhao Xinyi's face flushed. Although she has been married for so long, Zhao Xinyi still blushes every time there is an intimate action. Looking at Zhao Xinyi's charming appearance, Jiang Xiaobai's index finger moved. Feeling Jiang Xiaobai's reaction, although she is not an old husband and wife, Zhao Xinyi, who has already gone through personnel affairs, understood immediately. Blushing and pushing away Jiang Xiaobai, he said, "I smell of alcohol, go take a shower, and come out for dinner later." Ha ha! Jiang Xiaobai laughed and turned and went into the bathroom. Suddenly, he felt that the pressure disappeared and he was relaxed. To tell the truth, the media is so sudden today. There is a funding gap of more than 40 million. Jiang Xiaobai also feels a lot of pressure. After all, after rebirth, I don't know how much it has gone through to have today's situation. But to block everything suddenly, Jiang Xiaobai was really scared and hesitant. "Don't look at the Bingzi Hotel just now," Jiang Xiaobai comforted Song Weiguo and the others, looking indifferent. He is also under great pressure inside. So after coming back, looking at Zhao Xinyi again was guilty and stressful. But looking at Zhao Xinyi and thinking about this warm home, he suddenly understood, but what if there is something big? As long as I am here, I can always make a comeback. I used 100 yuan to earn 10 million now. It is a failure, an unfinished product, a debt, and there will always be a day when it will rise again. After figuring it out, Jiang Xiaobai was taking a bath in the bathroom while humming a little song. Early the next morning, after Jiang Xiaobai opened his eyes, he carefully put Zhao Xinyi's arm outside on the bed, pulled up the quilt again, covering the exposed shoulders. Looking at Zhao Xinyi's black hair spreading like a cloud, and her long eyelashes trembling slightly with her breathing, Jiang Xiaobai leaned down and kissed Zhao Xinyi's red lips gently. "Then turn over and get out of bed. Get dressed, walk out of the bedroom, and then gently close the bedroom door." 40 minutes later, Jiang Xiaobai opened the bedroom door and walked in. Before Jiang Xiaobai could speak, Zhao Xinyi woke up by rubbing her sleeping eyes. Seeing that Jiang Xiaobai was already neatly dressed, she immediately sat up from the bed. "Wake up, I made breakfast, got up quickly to have a bite, and then sent you to work. I'll go back." Jiang Xiaobai sat down on the bed and said with a smile. Zhao Xinyi in the big winter was not too cold, and took the initiative to open her arms to give Jiang Xiaobai a fragrant kiss. Then they got up and put on clothes, and the two had a breakfast with emotions. Then went out and sent Zhao Xinyi to Longgang, before Jiang Xiaobai turned the car and walked towards the Bingzi Hotel. After meeting Song Weiguo and others, set off from Longqing and returned to Jianhua village. On the other side, After Zhao Xinyi arrived at the office, she just opened the door and sat down. Yan Dan knocked on the door and came in. Now Zhao Xinyi has been promoted to deputy director of the office and has a small office of her own. What's wrong? Shouldn't you have your loving breakfast in the office at this time? Zhao Xinyi looked at Yan Dan and said with a smile. In the recent period, Liu Feng gave Yan Dan breakfast every day. She also heard Jiang Wan and Yan Dan mention it. Sister Xinyi, Yan Dan yelled greasily, not following. Don't, why are you acting like a baby with me? I don't have breakfast for you, so I will be acting like a baby with college students. Zhao Xinyi poured 2 glasses of water and said with a smile, Sister Xinyi, if you do this again, I will ignore you. Yan Dan is a bit pungent, but Zhao Xinyi is still ashamed of it. Okay, don't say anything, just run to me as soon as you come. What's the matter? Zhao Xinyi asked. Yan Dan nodded and said, yes, just. I want to ask. Zhao Xinyi said a little strangely, just talk about it? Why do you hesitate? You don't usually do that. Could it be you and Liu Feng you too? Yan Dan listened, his face was red to the root of his ears. And he shook his head quickly and said, Sister Xinyi, you want to go there? I just want to ask you. Do you know what Pavlov is? Pavlov? Yes, it is Pavlov. I sound like a foreign name. Yan Dan said. Yes, I remember. You are right. Pavlov is a foreigner and a psychologist. What's wrong? Why do you suddenly ask about this? If it wasn't for my supervisor's office when I was in college, I have read this book by chance and I really don't know. How do you know this person? Do you have his book or? Zhao Xinyi looked at Yan Dan with a little weird and a little confused and asked, at this time, there are very few foreign books in China, and most people can't see it at all. When she was in college, she probably saw it by chance in the tutor's office, but she didn't take a closer look. If it weren't for Yan Dan to mention it today, she would have never remembered it. End of this chapter. Chapter 743. I treat you as a boyfriend, you treat me as a dog. Chapter 743. I treat you as a boyfriend, and you treat me as a dog. Sister Xinyi, tell me, what does Pavlov do? Yan Dan asked Zhao Xinyi with curiosity. Yesterday Liu Feng didn't give her food. She wondered if Liu Feng was late because of something, so she didn't go to the cafeteria. She also knows what situation Liu Feng is. Her home is on the outskirts of Longqing. Liu Feng lives in the work unit, and Liu Feng is a very self-disciplined person, so generally there is no special situation, and she will not be late. Is it sick? So she found Liu Feng at noon yesterday, and wanted to ask what happened to Liu Feng. Was it sick, or something happened? But I didn't expect Liu Feng to be very excited. He still muttered something like Pavlov. It turns out to be really good. So Yan Dan wondered, what exactly is this Pavlov? What's wrong? What's this? Zhao Xinyi raised her eyes and glanced at Yan Dan, somewhat puzzled. Good sister, just tell me. Yan Dan refused to say. She was afraid of what kind of love Liu Feng said, so Zhao Xinyi would laugh at her after hearing it. Well, you are asking the right person too. I don't really know if I change individuals. Pavlov's research is a study of conditioned reflex. The most famous one is an experiment. He raises a dog and feeds the dog every time. I will ring a bell before eating. Zhao Xinyi probably told Yan Dan what she could remember, and then concluded. Simply speaking, it means doing one thing repeatedly, and then forming a conditioned reflex. Although the dog was not fed after the bell was rang, the dog still left saliva. Zhao Xinyi continued to talk, but Yan Dan muttered to herself. Feeding, breakfast, conditioned reflexes, bells, drooling, really good. Yan Dan said that he was just graduated from high school, but he was not stupid. On the contrary, he was very smart. Combining these key words together, he slowly and suddenly felt as if he had figured out what was going on. Yesterday Liu Feng was talking about Pavlov, which turned out to be really good. Isn't this just an experiment with yourself? But his face looked ugly all of a sudden. So you Liu Feng, I thought you gave me breakfast every day because you liked me. As a result, you even thought of me as a dog for conditioned reflex. Fortunately, I thought you were sick yesterday, or that something happened to care about you. I treat you as a boyfriend, but you actually treat me as a dog. Yandan gets angry more and more thinking about it, and getting angry more and more thinking about it. Almost didn't himself off. Zalksini said that she felt no movement beside her, and turned her head to see, only to find that Yandan's face was ugly to death. Hurriedly stopped and continued talking about Pavlov's conditioned reflex, and asked, "What's wrong with this? Why is it so all of a sudden? Who is it that provoke you?" Zalksini was particularly puzzled. Yandan was in a good mood when she came to look for herself just now. She pestered herself to talk about Pavlov's conditioned reflex. Is it related to Pavlov's conditioned reflex? But it's impossible. This is just a foreign experiment, and it won't be related to Yandan. Many people don't know about this experiment if it hadn't happened by accident. How can get involved with Yandan? Yandan opened his mouth and almost cried, but he couldn't say anything, which was too embarrassing. Fortunately, no one knew about this, otherwise, he would have to be a joke in long. I'm leaving now. There is something else. Yandan hurriedly stood up and turned around and went out. Hey, hey. Zalksini didn't even stop Yandan, so Yandan ran out. What's up? Zalksini muttered, but didn't think much about it. Yandan, this file. Liu Feng watched Yandan return to the office, thinking that Yandan took the initiative to care about him yesterday. The Pavlov pickup method that Jiang Xiaobai taught him is also effective, so he just found a reason to say a few words with Yandan and chat. Yandan was feeling that he was going to die of anger. He did not expect that Liu Feng would dare to come to him at this time. Yandan raised her head and looked at Liu Feng. If she hadn't been at work now, she would have liked to beat the college student in front of her to death. Go away. No, Yandan. Go away. Liu Feng is forced. Isn't it okay yesterday? How come it's all of a sudden now? However, at this time, other people came in the office one after another. Liu Feng didn't dare to say any more because of his face, so he quickly turned around and returned to his seat. Started from Longqing early in the morning, and returned to the village when I was rushing for lunch at noon. In the small box of the Educated Youth Cannery, Li Losen and others are waiting. I received a call last night. Everyone who went out to sign a contract at noon and Jiang Xiaobai came back and will have a meeting in the afternoon. So everyone from Huiking Holding Company arrived early, waiting for Jiang Xiaobai and others to come back together. Director Xiaobai, you are back. Director Li and the others are already waiting, and the dishes are ready. The person in charge of the cafeteria has been waiting at the gate, seeing Jiang Xiaobai, a group of people getting off the car, and hurriedly greeted them. Well, let's hurry up and serve the food. Jiang Xiaobai's face was light, nodded and led everyone into the cafeteria. Director Xiaobai is back. As soon as they entered the box, everyone got up. Sit, everyone sits, Jiang Xiaobai said. First, he sat down, and everyone sat down. There will be a meeting in the afternoon. I will not drink at noon. Everyone has a bite. Jiang Xiaobai set the tone, and of course no one disagreed. Li Laosan took 2 bottles of 20-year-old Xinghua village wine on the table and went out. After eating, Jiang Xiaobai informed everyone of the meeting at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and then went back to his office to rest. At this time, the road was bumpy. From Longqing to Jianhua, after driving for more than 5 hours, he almost fell apart. If you don't take a break, you really don't have much energy. At 2:50, Song Xin knocked on Jiang Xiaobai's door. Director Xiaobai, time is almost up, Song Xin said. Jiang Xiaobai responded, got up and washed his face, and then went to the meeting room. Everyone in the conference room was almost there. Just 2 minutes after Jiang Xiaobai sat down, the last person arrived and closed the door. Li Losen and others did not go to Longqing, and they are still inquiring about signing the contract with Song Weigo and others. Jiang Xiaobai let out a light cough, and the meeting room slowly became quiet. Jiang Xiaobai glanced around, Basically everyone from Huiking Holding Company arrived. The current staff structure of Huiking Holding Company is relatively simple. In addition to the backbone, there are basically about 20 people. Among them, there are a few in the financial department, and there are more people in the supervisor department, Wang Zhao. The others are 1 or 2 people. End of this chapter. Chapter 744 Fermentation. Chapter 744 Fermentation. Okay, the meeting will begin now, Jiang Xiaobai said, turning his head to look at Song Weigo Road. Manager Song, you tell everyone about the situation and the situation of the signing in Longqing this time. Song Weigo nodded, and said, this time we signed the contract mainly for 2 pieces of land, and 1 piece of land is here. Song Weigo said, hung up a map, and then pointed to the place for everyone to see. Both pieces of land are in the commercial center of Longqing. In order to take this piece of land, I discussed with the director of Xiaobai. It turned out to be an excuse to build a building. Song Weigo said. Song Weigo is ready to take responsibility on himself. The deputy and subordinates are used to do something. Aren't they used to carry the blame? I can still handle this, and even if I can't handle it, I have to resist it. This is a private enterprise, not a state-owned enterprise. The boss has absolute authority. But Song Weigo didn't expect that Jiang Xiaobai interrupted him directly. What kind of discussion is the decision I made? Just say it directly, Jiang Xiaobai said. Song Weigo smiled bitterly, and continued, but I didn't expect that when I signed the contract today, I invited reporters and media from the province to come over. The media and reporters learned about this. After Song Weigo finished speaking, Jiang Xiaobai said, whether it's hard to ride a tiger or if you want to, the building of Huiking Holding Company will definitely not be able to be repaired now. So now we are going to discuss how to build this 18th floor. Huiking Building, the tallest building in Jin Province. We were in a hurry when we came back this morning. Jianhua Village has inconvenient transportation. But I think it should be mentioned in the newspapers that our Jianhua village is going to build the tallest building in Jin province, so we rushed back to the meeting in a hurry. Jiang Xiaobai's guess was quite accurate. Almost every newspaper in Longqing reported that Huiking Holdings was going to build the tallest building in Jin province, an 18-story Huiking building with a budget of 100 million yuan. And for fear that people don't know which Huiking Holding Company is, they also explain the relationship between Huiking Holding Company and the directors of Jianhua Village and Xiaobai. The title of the article in the Jinxing Evening News is Looking at the Courage of the Enterprise in Reform, the highest building in Jin Province in the future. The headline of the article in Jinxing Daily is Ancient Sanjin and New Landmark and Look at Huiking Mansion, and the headline of Longqing Morning News is the story of Huiking Holding Company and Huiking Mansion. Among them, Longqing Morning Customs Clearance specifically points out the nature of Huiking Holding Company, a private enterprise. Originally, the construction of an 18-story tallest building in Jin province is considered news, but it is certainly not big news, because there have been 20 or 30 multi-story buildings in the south, and even higher. It is possible that this 18-story building, the tallest building in Jin province, was not led by the government, but a company to build, which surprised everyone. This much larger company can build a building with a budget of 100 million yuan. People searched their stomachs and sorted out the well-known state-owned enterprises in the province to see if that company could have such great courage. But I didn't expect it to be a Huiking Holding Company that I had never heard of, and I was familiar with it after a closer look. Everyone has heard of it, but it is because of it that it feels even more incredible. Xiaobai plant manager and Jianhua village were really hot for a while, so some people know it. This is a team-run enterprise. Of course, the brigade is gone now, all called township and village enterprises. But a special town and township enterprise wants to spend 100 million yuan to build an 18-story building. Isn't that kidding? Needless to say, township and village enterprises are large state-owned factories. Counting the entire Jin province, you can count the money with one hand. Lao Jiang, have you read the newspaper? Have you read today's newspaper? Big news. not a big joke. Are you talking about the news that Huiking Holding Company is going to repair the tallest building in Jin province? Look, isn't this a nonsense? Several times throughout Jin province, there are several state-owned enterprises that can spend 100 million to repair buildings. Even if they can come up with the money, they dare not use it to repair the building. That's right. How do these newspapers write this kind of news? How can this be possible? It's an uproar. Hard for most of the day. Many people working in units have been discussing this issue enthusiastically. After they get off work, the news will be further fermented. In the Longqing office, there are also many people discussing the tallest building in Jin province, Huiking building. Big news, big news. We are going to build an 18-story building in Jin province, someone said, and immediately attracted everyone's attention. Normal office work is easy, not to mention the 12th lunar month at the end of the year. If it weren't for Zhao Gang's efforts in the past 2 years, maybe some people would not come to work. It just came, and nothing happened. At this time, there is no mobile phone or the like. Gay men just read the newspaper to see if there is any news, while lesbians are chattering about family affairs and the like. Someone shouted so, and suddenly many people in the office focused their eyes. Didn't the Sanjin building in Longqing have just been completed for a long time? How come a building has been built? The government has money. Someone gathered around while making useless grumbles. Come and show me where to build a building. There are 33 buildings in the south, more than 100 meters high. Fuck. It was not built by the government. It was built by a township enterprise. What is Huiking Holdings? How is this possible? Yan Dan also leaned over, carefully looked at the contents of the newspaper and said, "Hey, you have said that this is a comprehensive building. After completion, there will be department stores, leisure and entertainment, and hotels. This, if it is completed, we will have a place to go shopping when we are off work in the future." Hey, it's okay to be sober. This Huiking Holding Company is a township enterprise. Can it be built? With a budget of 100 million, can a township and village enterprise spend 100 million? The grumbling man said, "It's your shit. People can't take it out and they can publish in the newspaper, can you?" Yan Dan was stimulated by the sentence of being more sober, and said, "Who is not sober? Who is not sober?" So I used 4 words from one of the 8 most important words in life. I care about your ass and I don't care about my ass. As soon as the trick came out, the grumbling man didn't expect to see Yan Dan eagerly and provocatively. Suddenly he stopped. Is this old lady something special, or something irritated, so angry? The grumbling man cursed inwardly, then turned to continue reading the newspaper, and didn't care about this old lady. End of this chapter. Chapter 745 State-owned enterprises and private enterprises. Chapter 745 State-owned enterprises and private enterprises. Hey, this Huiking Holding Company turned out to be a private enterprise. Zhang Wan suddenly said in the office. What kind of private enterprise? Everyone gathered around again, looking at the Metropolis Morning News in Zhang Xuan's hands. Look, this township and village enterprise is a private enterprise, Zhang Wan said, pointing to the contents of the newspaper. Some people still don't understand what a private enterprise means, and they ask, what does this private enterprise mean? In fact, many people can't distinguish the difference between private enterprises and private enterprises at this time. Or in other words, many people have never heard of the concept of private enterprises. Yes, what does Zhang Wan mean as a private enterprise? Yan Dan is also in line next to him. How do you say this? Zhang Wan made a vague explanation, and heard Liu Feng on the side speak. Private enterprises are, as opposed to our state-owned enterprises, enterprises that are controlled by the state or wholly owned by the state. They are called state-owned enterprises. Except for state-owned investment or state-controlled holdings, such as individual investment, or partnership enterprises, etc., they are all private enterprises. Liu Feng talked freely. Yan Dan opened his mouth and wanted to scold Liu Feng, but he watched everyone around him listen carefully, and he was too embarrassed to speak. It's okay for a girl to be aggressive, but if she becomes a bitch, She will be ruthless and will make people gossiping. If everyone knows what Liu Feng has done, then he can't treat Liu Feng too much, but if he's embarrassed, how dare to tell others? Not even Sister Xine said, but if you don't say it, everyone doesn't know that if you bully people for no reason, you will inevitably be unwelcome. As expected of a college student, I can't understand such a profound thing as you say it. Yes, there is a word called unknowingly. Although I don't understand the holdings and partnership responsibilities, I still think you are very good. I know all of this. Someone looked at Liu Feng with a smile and praised him. After Liu Feng went to work in Longgang, he spoke politely and was a good person. In addition, he was a college student, so his popularity was not bad. I can hear these words in Yan Dan's ears, but his teeth tickled with hatred more and more. Yes, you are a college student and you know a lot. Not only do you know the difference between state-owned enterprises and private enterprises, but you also know Pavlov's conditioned reflex and treat me as a dog for experimentation. Yan Dan feels more aggrieved the more I think about it. At this time, Liu Feng was praised by everyone, and he also put on the face he likes girls. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but a smile appeared on his face, and he looked at Yan Dan. Although she was scolded inexplicably in the morning, it didn't matter. She might be in a bad mood, or what's the matter? Yan Dan was feeling aggrieved, sad, and saw Liu Feng look over triumphantly. Suddenly, Yan Dan almost didn't cry on the spot without you being so bullying. Not wanting to be ashamed in front of so many people, Yan Dan resisted and ran out of the office. Fortunately, Liu Feng is not stupid. Yan Dan looked at his eyes before he left. He obviously didn't give himself a signal to let him go out on a date. Hey, college student, can you tell me briefly? Yes, Xiao Liu. Liu Feng asked other people before he could catch up. Liu Feng had no choice but to settle down, and then continued, in simple terms. State-owned enterprises refer to the public, the money belongs to the public, the enterprise is also the public, and it belongs to all the workers. And a private enterprise can also be called a private enterprise. It is owned by one person, or owned by several people, or holding a controlling stake. Holding means owning a large part of the enterprise, including money, power. To put it bluntly, in private enterprises, the factory has nothing to do with the workers. It is all owned by the boss. The workers are part-time workers. If the boss says that you are fired, you can fire you. Those self-employed can also be called private enterprises. Isn't this capitalism? It's too much. Someone said, I know those self-employed people. Many people have gone to sea in the past 2 years. They have all gone to become self-employed. Some of them are indeed making money. But that's just self-employed. Open an early shop, sell some things, just make a fuss. But is the factory also personal? Jiang Wan was surrounded in the middle. She didn't know her good friend Yan Dan had already run away. She looked at Liu Feng and asked seriously, yes, after the self-employed grows up and earns money, why can't they open a factory? If people open a factory with their own money, the factory is naturally a family member. And I won't say much about capitalism. It should be said that some capital activities carried out under socialism. Liu Feng's last sentence, many people don't understand or think about it. But many people understand what I said earlier. Private enterprises are individuals. Just like those self-employed, the money belongs to their own. On the other side, Yan Dan went to Zhao Xiny's office after leaving the office. What's the matter? Zhao Xiny looked at Yan Dan's tearful eyes and hurriedly got up and asked, what is wrong? Or something has happened? You and sister will help you. She has a good relationship with Yan Dan and Jiang Wan at Longgang factory, so now that Yan Dan is crying like this, she wants to help Yan Dan. Yan Dan threw herself into Zhao Xiny's arms and sobbed. She knew that as Zhao Xiny, if she really helped herself out, it would not be necessary to mention Liu Feng. A leader at the level of the director of the office will be very uncomfortable. Zhao Dakentsai has been the director of the factory for so many years. Although he is not a word, he has high prestige. Otherwise, I would not dare to try reforms. and the other deputy directors would not be able to play a restrictive role at all. Yan Dan cried, and told Zhao Xinyi the same thing. Sister Xinyi, how could he bully people like this? I thought he was so. But he actually experimented with me. If it was spread out, I would have no face to see people. Yan Dan said strangely. Zhao Xinyi was shocked by the incident and was speechless. It turned out that Yan Dan came to ask himself about Pavlov this morning. It turned out to be for this reason. No wonder he ran away with an ugly face after listening. Pavlov, conditioned reflex. This is too. But this matter. Although what Yan Dan said is quite reasonable, and logical thinking and the like can be completely right, this matter always feels weird. It seems that there are some things that don't make sense, but they just can't say what's wrong. End of this chapter. Chapter 746. Besides, go to the workshop. Chapter 746. One more sentence. Go to the workshop. Okay, don't cry first. So, I will ask Liu Feng first to ask if it is okay, and then I will talk about it after I have asked the question. Maybe it's not what you think it is. Zhao Xinyi comforted. Okay. Yan Dan wiped away his tears and stopped crying. In fact, after speaking out, his mood was much better. Sister Xinyi, don't forget it. If someone else knows about this. Yan Dan thought for a while and said, she was still afraid of embarrassment. I know, don't worry, I will ask him what's going on first, and I promise not to let the matter go out. Zhao Xinyi comforted. Yan Dan nodded, stood up behind Zhao Xinyi, and walked towards the large office. A private enterprise to build the tallest building in Shaanxi province, with a budget of 100 million. Is this a joke? Isn't it an uproar? Even our Longan might not have this strength. That's right. This Huiking holding company is the Xiaobai director of Jianhua village. I thought that Xiaobai's director was pretty good. An educated youth led the people of the village to make a fortune. I want to build the tallest building in Jin province. It's not so bad. These people are the most speculative. They don't do things seriously, and they always think about crooked ways. This is what they are now. If they were caught in the past few years, capitalists would be the most hated. I won't be watching it for 2 years. It's almost time. I still have to be steadfast, make contributions to the factory director, and earn clean money. In the office, the sentiments are enthusiastic, as if they are incarnations of saints. If you can't eat grapes and say grapes sour, it is definitely impossible to expect a group of state-owned enterprise workers to say that private enterprises are good. Although they also know that they go to the sea to make money, they are conservative, stubborn, and dare not go to the sea. But they can't understand the self-employed who go to the sea to make money. In addition, state-owned enterprises are not hungry when they are full, and they have nothing to do when they are idle. If you don't criticize these self-employed individuals, private enterprises will be strange. And speculation is the hat they have always been willing to put on the heads of private enterprises, as if sitting in an office, pointing and scolding self-employed individuals who go to the sea to do business, can show that one's own character is noble, just as noble in character. I remember this Xiaobai factory director, reading the newspaper at that time seemed to be our dragon's son. Zhang Wan suddenly said. Everyone was taken aback, and some others said, I remember it was said in an article that it is true that this factory director Xiaobai is a child of our Longan, and then he went to the countryside to jump in the queue. Everyone was talking about it, and Zhao Xinyi walked in with Yan Dan, looking at a bunch of people together. I don't know what they're talking about. When a group of people are working all day, they are procrastinated. Gossiping and chattering during working hours are a good hand. Zhao Xinyi furrowed her brows and was about to speak, when she heard everyone talking about Xiaobai director. What are you talking about? Zhao Xinyi asked. Hearing Zhao Xinyi's voice, everyone turned around and saw that it was Zhao Xinyi, and the expression on her face was not good. And everyone was horrified. Although Zhao Xinyi is only the deputy director of the office of the second steel-making plant, there are several deputy directors of the office, saying that it is a leader, but also a leader. If you are a leader, you are nothing. What's more, Zauxini is such a young girl, she is a little girl. Normally, not to mention a deputy director of the office, even if he offends the director, there is nothing. But Zauxini's identity is different after all. If the daughter of a big factory manager really annoys Zauxini, going to the workshop is a matter of one sentence. How many people want to be transferred to the office can't get there, and all of them are transferred over with a lot of effort. How can they be willing to make Zauxini unhappy because of this, and go to the workshop to suffer? Director Zhou, you see, we were talking about this news just now. The above said that a township and village enterprise wants to build the tallest building in Shaanxi province. And this enterprise is still a private enterprise. Isn't this an uproar? The media nowadays is too irresponsible, a man said, and handed the newspaper to Zauxini. These people don't do business all day, they are idle, don't think about work, they care about these useless things. No wonder Dad wants to implement reforms in the factory. Zauxini thought to himself, starting from a man. I took over the newspaper, glanced casually, and was about to raise his head to let everyone return to their positions to work. Suddenly his eyes narrowed. Put his sight on the newspaper again. This township enterprise with a budget of 100 million yuan to build the tallest building turned out to be Huiking Holdings. And this uproarious person turned out to be Jiang Xiaobai. Looking at Zauxini looking seriously, everyone felt relieved and started talking. Director Zhou, you have seen that. At no cost, a township enterprise, with a budget of 100 million, will build the tallest building in Shaanxi province. The 18-story Huiking building. I am afraid that it is not a lost heart. I heard that the director of Xiaobai is still a child of our factory, which really embarrassed Longang. There are other newspapers. Zhang Wan was a little confused, and handed Zauxini the newspaper in her hand. In normal times, Zauxini doesn't care about these things. Not to mention Yan Dan behind Zauxini, he usually doesn't care about it. Now that something happens to him, he doesn't care about it anymore. Isn't it about solving his own problems? Others were still buzzing in Zauxini's ears about the problems between Huiking Holdings and Jiang Xiaobai. Zauxini raised her head and looked at it coldly. His face was very cold, but there was still a hint of anxiety in his eyes. All go back to their seats and work. If you say more, go to the workshop to work. Zauxini left her word coldly, then turned around and left. Everyone was a little embarrassed on their faces. They looked at each other, some were unclear, and some were embarrassed, but they didn't say a word. Zauxini, although she is a factory manager, she has no pretensions and she speaks kindly. This is the first time she has made such a big fire. They wanted to wait for Zauxini to leave, and babble in a low voice. Looking for a place, such an old person was scolded by a little girl. You can't hold on to your face, but look at Zhang Wan and Yan Dan, these two girlfriends of Zauxini. You may not be traitors. Work is still important, forget it. Don't bother with a little girl. A young man, young and energetic, a little girl with a small mind. I heard that Director Zhou is very doting on this girl again, and it will be more than a loss if he really puts himself in the workshop. Everyone returned to their seats, but Yan Dan was stunned looking at the back of Zauxini's hurried departure. Who I am? Where am I? What am I doing? Isn't it to solve my problem? Aren't you looking for Liu Feng to ask the situation? Don't you want to help me? How come this is there? End of this chapter. Chapter 747 didn't knock on the door. Chapter 747 I didn't knock on the door. Back to the office with the newspaper, Zauxini directly called Jianhua village. Beep beep, the phone rang twice and it was connected. It's just that the voice on the phone is not Jiang Xiaobai familiar voice, but a completely strange girl. Hello, this is Jianhua village Huiking Holding Company. I'm looking for Jiang Xiaobai, Zauxini said. Director Xiaobai is in a meeting now. Who are you? When the meeting is over, Director Xiaobai can call you back. For a meeting, my name is Zauxini, please W. Zauxini finished speaking and hung up the phone. Stared at the newspaper again. With a budget of 100 million, the tallest building in Jin province, with 18 floors. Needless to say, anyone who knows a little bit knows that this is not something a township and village enterprise can build. 100 million. Isn't this a joke? How much does it cost? Longgeng's annual profit is not much more than this number. And how can the enterprises in Jianhua village be compared with Longgeng, which is one of the largest steel plants in China? With more than 100,000 workers and more than 10 branches, it is a small kingdom. Thinking of this, Zhao Xinyi got up and took the newspaper and walked out of the office to the factory's general office. The third floor of the factory's general office. This floor is all the leaders of the factory who can enter the team. And Zhao Gang's office is at the very bottom. Hello, Director Wang. Hello, Secretary Zhang. Zhao Xinyi ran into two leaders as soon as he went upstairs and hurriedly said hello. Xinyi, hello, find your dad. I just saw Director Zhao just come back. The two leaders did not hold their arms. Director Zhao's daughter. She is not an ordinary deputy director of an office. Well, thank you, leader. Zhao Xinyi nodded. After the two leaders left, Zhao Xinyi pushed the door into Zhao Gang's office without knocking. Zhao Gang's office is a three-room suite. The outermost is the secretary's office. The middle is Zhao Gang's office, and the innermost is a lounge. So it is impossible to enter Zhao Gang's office directly. You have to go through the secretary's office. The secretary, who was leaning over on the table, frowned immediately when he heard the movement of the door. Crazy. Don't you know where this is? Owns the director's office of a large steel plant with more than 100,000. Needless to say, come in directly without knocking on the door. Many people have to call in advance to make an appointment. When someone comes over, knocking on the door is also necessary. He has been at work for such a long time. He has never seen anyone push the door directly into this office without knocking. Even the leaders of the other factories knocked on the door politely and asked him if Director Zhao was busy before they could meet. The secretary looked up and just thought that no matter who it was, he should let people know the rules. And he saw Zhao Xinyi. Suddenly the smile on his face disappeared. I had counted everything, but I still missed a person. This Zhao Chang's palm pearl, needless to say, directly pushed the door into the office. At home, Zhao factory was coaxed, and it was nothing to just push the door into the office. Even if it is in the unit, if other leaders know about it, there will be no silly words. After all, it is a baby girl. It doesn't matter if she spoils it, she is not a son. Xinyi. As soon as the secretary called a name, Zhao Xinyi asked, is my dad here? I have something to ask him. Yes, the secretary said, and before knocking on the door, Zhao Xinyi pushed in. The secretary slumped, and what else could he say? Hurry up to get tea and pour water. The soundproofing effect of Zhao Gang's office is very good. After all, sometimes leaders talk inside and don't want people outside to hear it. So I didn't hear Zhao Xinyi's voice either. I was taken aback when listening to the door opening. The secretary is so ignorant of the rules now, he doesn't knock when he enters the door. But as soon as he raised his head, his face was serious, and his majestic gaze disappeared without a trace. Is full of doting and surprises. Xinyi, why did you come here? Ever since you moved out to live, you didn't go home. Your mother talks about you at home every day. Dad misses you too. I don't know if you two can take care of yourself outside. We don't worry about it. We also want to call you home for a meal in 2 days. Zhao Gang stood up from his chair, walked around behind the desk, and said in a whisper, the little cotton-padded jacket of the girl's father. Zhao Gang has always loved her girl since childhood. Dad, did you read today's newspaper? Zhao Xinyi said, passing the newspaper in her hand to Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang shook his head and took it. He and Jiang Xiaobai's habits are almost the same. They both read the People's Daily and other nationalities first. Then I will look at Jinshan province when I have time, and I will not look at it when I don't have time. After reading the newspaper, Zhao Gang understood why Zhao Xinyi had come. Did you find Xiaobai? Zhao Gang asked. Jianhua village where he went back this morning. I called him after seeing it just now, and said he was in a meeting over there. Zhao Xinyi said anxiously. Then, it's okay, don't worry, so I will call one later, and I will talk about it after he finishes the meeting. And I will ask again. Zhao Gang's brows are also frowned tightly. With a budget of 100 million yuan. This is really not a small number, and now that the media reports like this, it may not work if it is not established. S reputation is bad, and it is not easy to explain to the top. In an instant, Zhao Gang understood Jiang Xiaobai's situation, but it was precisely because he understood that Zhao was even more troubled just now. 100 million projects. This number is too big. From Longgen's point of view, it is not a small number. You can help. But Longgen belongs to the country. Although he is the director of the factory, Longgen is not his own. It is for private use. And for such a large number, he also needs to pass the team meeting. Needless to say, from the personal talk, thousands of dollars, even 10,000, 20,000, 180,000, if he really wants to borrow money, there is no problem, he can borrow it. But even if it is 180,000, it is a drop in the bucket before the figure of 100 million. Xinyi, don't worry, take a sip of tea, it's okay. Xiaobai, don't you believe it? When did he do something unsure? Zhao Gang looked at the anxious girl and hurriedly comforted. Zhao Xinyi nodded, hearing a little bit. The secretary brought tea in, and Zhao Gang quickly turned off the topic. You haven't been here for a long time in my office. I remember that you loved to play here when you were a kid. This is the sofa, climbed up and down, and curled up to sleep when I was tired. I just sit behind my desk and work from time to time. Take a look at you. After growing up, Zhao Xinyi didn't come very much. After entering Longgen, let alone work, she never came. Even when I was at work, I rarely called. Although everyone knows who her father is, she doesn't want to run here all day. She is also a college student, good or not, strong. End of this chapter. Chapter 748. 2 hours. Chapter 748. 2 hours. In the meeting room of the educated youth cannery in Jianhua village, after Song Weigo introduced the situation, Jiang Xiaobai said, in short, things are now like this. Think about it. We'll not only make money, but also have a huge increase in the influence of our entire Huiqing Holding Company. With such a building, our Huiqing Holding Company will be able to walk out of Jianhua village, can go to Shaanxi province and even the whole country, and can also take this opportunity to step into the real estate industry, and can also become a banner of domestic private enterprises. Jiang Xiaobai paused and continued. Of course, the disadvantage is that the capital chain is broken. Not only will this 10 million be lost, but also a huge debt, which may be tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. Jiang Xiaobai said. Everyone in the conference room frowned. In fact, for everyone, the development of Huiqing Holdings is already very good. As a town and township enterprise, a private enterprise, the cash flow can reach 10 million. Which is no less than some state-owned enterprises. Moreover, the current policies are getting better and better. As long as they can develop step by step, they will all benefit. After Jiang Xiaobai finished speaking, the whole conference room was quiet and no one said anything. Well, now there are no people who hold shares to go out and wait for the notice. Jiang Xiaobai said. Some people stood up in silence. Although they wanted to express their opinions, Jiang Xiaobai didn't give them a chance at all. You don't even have a share, you are just a part-time worker. If I can pay you, you will work. If you can't pay, you will be over. This is the advantage of a private enterprise. Unlike a state-owned enterprise, it is necessary to hold a staff meeting and a meeting of members of the team. After all these are passed, they must be reported to their superiors. Waiting for some things to be done, maybe more than half a year, or even a year has passed. This is also one of the reasons why state-owned enterprises cannot compete with private enterprises. For the same commodity, private companies say that the price can be reduced the next day, or even within a few hours. As for the products of state-owned enterprises, after going to work through a series of meetings, after the approval is completed, private enterprises have taken the market. The reaction speed is not known how many times slower. There are fewer people in the conference room, and only Song Weigo, Li Laosan, Wang Zhao, Wang Meng, Zhang Wei, Liu Jian, Song Xin, Shi Sheng and others are left. left. These people either hold shares in Huiking Holding Company or hold shares in various factory directors. Jiang Xiaobai glanced around in the conference room, and then said, "It's still the same sentence. Now we are on the line and have to send it. Everyone here is a person with shares. If you make money, everyone will have a share. If you lose money, you will share it together. Debt. So I give everyone a chance. If anyone disagrees with this decision, I will make an acquisition at a premium of 20% based on the market price estimated by the director of the factory where your shares are located this year. After the acquisition, you can continue to do it. Working with normal wages, of course, you don't have to make money. If you lose money, everyone just shoots it up and doesn't say anything. But you don't have to take up debt," Jiang Xiaobai said decisively. Song Weigo on the side opened his mouth, trying to say something, but he didn't say anything. To build this building, Huiking Holding Company has only 10 million funds. According to the budget, it even has to carry tens of millions or hundreds of millions of foreign debts. Not to mention that there is now a funding gap of 40 million yuan. I don't know where to borrow. Once the work is started, I can't borrow. The 65 million debt of the bank loan also needs to be repaid. 65 million yuan. According to his shares in Huiking Holding Company, it is 3.2 million yuan. 3.2 million. There is no bankruptcy law at this time. The government will not allow you to go bankrupt, which means that these debts need to be repaid. Thinking about the 3.2 million debt, Song Weigo himself had a headache. If you can still borrow money in the future, then once there is a problem, the debt may increase. Jiang Xiaobai looked at the silent people, without a trace of expression on his face. As for any debts, I would bear such words by myself, Jiang Xiaobai would not say. He is not a virgin either. Since the development of Huiking Holding Company in Jianhua village, everyone has benefited. The shareholders who benefit the most are the shareholders present here. If there is any advantage, they will go up, and if there is no advantage, they will run. How can there be such a good thing in the world? If you become a virgin, if things go on like this, these people will not only not thank themselves, but they may even scold themselves in their hearts. In this way, I will give you 2 hours to consider. After considering it, tell me the decision. If you decide to sell, Zhang Wei will be responsible for a while. If you don't decide to sell the shares, you can do it well. If you want to wait and see, you end up in debt. I want to sell shares, but there are no doors. Jiang Xiaobai said. Wang Meng wanted to talk, but Jiang Xiaobai stopped him. It's 3:30 in the afternoon. Let me know your decision at 5:50. A clock is hung on the front and back walls of the conference room. The keeps turning ticking, and these 2 clocks are usually ornaments. Because Jiang Xiaobai never talks nonsense in meetings, he will arrange things as soon as he arranges them. So when you have a meeting, you don't keep looking up at the time. But this time, everyone looked up at the clock on the wall from time to time. Tick tick tick. The passing of time every minute, every second, is a great torment for everyone. On the one hand, there is a good prospect now, so I retreat, and there is no problem in doing some other business by myself. After all, being able to take charge of various factories for such a long time, everyone knows in their hearts that business at this time is really easy to do. As long as you dare to do it, you will basically not lose money. On the other side, following an educated youth, 1 poor and 2 whites, took $100, and now there are 4 factory directors with a profit of 10 million legendary figures, and the young white factory director walks to the black one by one. If you make money, you will definitely earn more than a family going out to do business alone, and the future will be brighter. After all, as Jiang Xiaobai said, once this building is completed, Huiking Holding Company will no longer be Huiking Holding Company in Jianhua village. It is the #1 that can be ranked in the whole province. There will be large influential companies in the country. As shareholders and management, they will naturally rise. But if something goes wrong, millions of debts may not be turned around in this lifetime. Tick, tick, Song Wei-gyo's forehead was covered with a thin layer of sweat. End of this chapter. Chapter 749 Select Chapter 749 Selection. Zhang Wei, Liu Jian, Li Laosan, Wang Zhao. Their eyes are hesitant and anxious. This choice is too important and may affect them all. When he started his business, Jiang Xiaobai said that no matter how bad it can go, everyone followed Jiang Xiaobai all the way through the obstacles and came to the present. But it turned out to be barefoot. What about now? Sitting on 10 million in assets, at this time, 10,000 households are the objects of envy and jealousy. It can be said that they have come to the front of most people. Others are still acting as peddlers. They already have their own factories. Let them take the risk of nothing, or even a huge debt, to follow Jiang Xiaobai adventure. These people who have already gone ashore and put on their shoes are indeed a little timid. Good days have passed for a long time. Bit by bit, their adventurous nature, hard-working spirit, and unyielding will are being consumed bit by bit. Song Xin next to Jiang Xiaobai is also hesitating. In fact, she doesn't care about everything in Jianhua village. If you don't have it, you won't have it, and she won't be too nostalgic. She didn't come here. But if she carries a huge debt because of this, she is also afraid that she will not be able to turn over in this life. Everyone is an adult, and some people are even married and have their own families. It is impossible to follow Jiang Xiaobai adventures without any scruples, because this incident affects not only themselves, but also the parents, brothers and sisters, wives, and children in the family. This choice came so suddenly and unexpectedly that it caught people off guard. A few years ago, they stood at the crossroads of life, followed Jiang Xiaobai without hesitation, and achieved what they are today. But when they stood at the crossroads of life again, they hesitated, feared, timid, and lost. Song Wei-gyo struck a match and lit a cigarette. Puffs of smoke came out, concealing his uncertain face. Followed by Li Laosan, Liu Jian. The meeting room was full of smoke, but Song Xin didn't even feel it this time, nor did she frown to open the window as usual. It is quiet in the conference room, except for the heavy breathing. There is no other sound. Occasionally, there was an accidental cry when a smoked match passed across the matchbox, and the needle dropped in the meeting room. Song Wei-gyo blew away a little smoke in front of him, and looked at Wang Zhao. Wang Zhao seemed to have a feeling, and he also looked at Song Wei-gyo. There was a momentary exchange between the eyes of the two, but the content of the attitude should be included in the eyes. The two also couldn't get much content from their eyes, and then the two continued to bow their heads and meditate. In a blink of an eye, it was already 5 o'clock, and only the last half an hour was left. A few people looked up at their watches from time to time, and the anxious and uneasy color in their eyes had long since been concealed. Only one of the people in the conference room looked quite calm, and looked up at the watch from time to time, but instead of being anxious, he was a little impatient. This person is Wang Meng. In fact, Wang Meng is the most anxious person here, because Wang Meng was the first to follow Jiang Xiaobai and had the most shares in his hand. But Wang Meng did not hesitate. At that time, there were more than a dozen educated youths in Jianhua village, but he stayed alone, and now there are so many people in the conference room. But as always, he had no other thoughts, only to follow Jiang Xiaobai down, and he didn't know if he took risks or not. It doesn't matter whether he is making money or carrying debts. Even if he is carrying debts, he doesn't believe it. Following brother Xiaobai, he will really not be able to turn over in this lifetime. Jiang Xiaobai saw Wang Meng's ease, and a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. This kid has no brains at all. Others are worried. Don't you think about it at all? Other people also saw Wang Meng's state inadvertently with their eyes, and they all smiled bitterly, not knowing what to say. If they can be like Wang Meng, they don't have to think about anything, but it's impossible. Okay, the time is up. Jiang Xiaobai looked at the time and said with a smile, "Everyone, think about it. Tell me your answers. I'm definitely going to follow you, little white brother, whether you earn money or take up debts. I don't care." Wang Meng was the first to speak. "Think about it, tens of millions of debts. Maybe we will have to eat chaffy vegetables every day, hide away, and live in hiding. Jiang Xiaobai said. What do you think about this? When I first jumped in Jianhua village, I was starving to death. It doesn't matter. I will repay the debt with you at that time. Wang Meng said with a smile. Okay, where are the others? Jiang Xiaobai nodded and turned to look at the others. There was silence in the conference room, and several people looked at each other without talking. Suddenly Li Xilu stood up, ignored his cousin Li San who frantically hinted at him with his eyes, and said loudly, Brother Xiaobai, count me. Did you think about it? Jiang Xiaobai asked somewhat unexpectedly. It's nothing like it. Needless to say, I was in jail. I did it too. I was a farmer. Without you, I wouldn't be today. Li Xilu spoke loudly, making Jiang Xiaobai and the others in the meeting room look at him. Okay, Jiang Xiaobai nodded, then turned to look at other people. Director Xiaobai, otherwise, we will go back to discuss with family members. In the evening, Song Weigo said. Jiang Xiaobai thought for a while and nodded and said, okay, no problem, give me the answer tomorrow morning, the meeting is over. Jiang Xiaobai finished speaking and walked out the door. Everyone in the office watched Jiang Xiaobai away, and then looked at the two young men Wang Meng and Li Xilu. They know that even if they decide to keep the shares in their hands tomorrow, Jiang Xiaobai will not be in the same position as these two people in the future. Especially Wang Meng, they all wanted to open the head of this guy to see what was inside. Is it really so indifferent to millions of debts? There is no need to consider. Jiang Xiaobai returned to the office and knew that Zhao Xinyi and Zhao Gang had called. It is estimated that Longqing has already published the news in the newspaper that Huiking Holdings is going to build a building. Jiang Xiaobai thought in his heart, and first called Zhao Xinyi back. Hello, Director Zhao is not here, I have already gone out. A woman said. Okay, thank you. Jiang Xiaobai still felt a little weird. Director Zhao, this daughter-in-law is now Director Zhao. I really can't think of it. I don't know what she looks like as a director. She looks so beautiful. Can others be obedient? Can there be the majesty of leadership? End of this chapter. Chapter 750 appease. Chapter 750 appease. Beep. Zhao Xinyi waited anxiously in Zhao Gang's office. Can't help but call again to ask if the meeting is over. The phone on the desk finally rang. Zhao Xinyi hurried over and grabbed it. Zhao Gang on the side smiled bitterly, and didn't want to think it was him, not Jiang Xiaobai. Hey, Zhao Xinyi said. Is it Xinyi? Jiang Xiaobai asked directly. Although it was just a hello, Jiang Xiaobai still heard a familiar voice. Well, it's me, Xiaobai. Zhao Xinyi said repeatedly. What's wrong, Xinyi? Read the newspaper. Jiang Xiaobai asked with a smile. Yes, Xiaobai. Do you really want to build a building? Zhao Xinyi asked directly. Now it's hard to catch the ducks and ride the tigers. If you don't build it, I was planning to use this as a reason, but I didn't expect it to be exploded by the media when I signed the contract yesterday. So now, there was a meeting just now to talk about this. Jiang Xiaobai said with a wry smile. The building is so much money, I heard that the budget is 100 million yuan. Is there so much money in the factory? What should I do? Zhao Xinyi was a little anxious, and she spoke with vibrato. The money is definitely not that much, but the bank has promised to give a loan of 65 million. The money in the factory is pooled together. If I think of a way, I can almost build it. Don't worry, you can still be sure. Jiang Xiaobai joked as much as possible and said relaxedly. He didn't want Zhao Xinyi to worry too much. Why don't you go with Longan? Let Longan pay some money. Zhao Xinyi said as she looked at Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang smiled bitterly while listening to the girl's words. Although Longan is the director of the factory, he does not do what he wants. A good steel plant to build a building, and still with his son-in-law. How can anyone agree to this? This is a state-owned enterprise, but not a private enterprise. The boss can do it whatever the boss says. Actually, Zhao Gang also knows that a girl may not know it, but it is just a mess if she cares. No need, our Huiking Holdings can do it. I can't bear to let Longan earn the money, don't you believe me? Don't worry, It's okay, Jiang Xiaobai said. After waiting for 2 days, the things on my site have been sorted out, and I will go back. Don't worry, don't care about what others say, you don't have to pay attention to it. When the building is built, let's see if they face up. Jiang Xiaobai said yes, and Zhao Xinyi was also relieved. Chatted with Jiang Xiaobai for a while, and then hung up the phone. Then Zhao Gang also chatted with Jiang Xiaobai, but didn't say much, so he hung up. How is it? Don't worry, don't you know what kind of person Xiaobai is? Although he is not old, he is still very organized, Zhao Gang said with a smile while looking at his girl. I know, Dad. You said this 100 million? Zhao Xinyi still had some doubts in her heart. Zhao Gang had some headaches, but he still said, what's wrong with 100 million? The bank gave a loan of 65 million. He has not made any money in the factory for the past few years, so it's okay to get together and build a building. After Zhao Gang finished speaking, before Zhao Xinyi asked again, he quickly changed the subject and said, okay, let's not talk about it. Let's go home for dinner at night. Your mother talks about you all day long. What do you want to eat at night? Let's go. Go shopping. Well, let me think about it. I'll go back and lock the office door first. The office door is still open when I came out. Zhao Xinyi nodded. And now it's time to get off work. Then, you go first. I still have some work, and we will gather at the gate in 5 minutes. Let's go to the vegetable market, Zhao Gang said. Zhao Xinyi turned around and went out, and Zhao Gang picked up the phone on the table again. Jiang Xiaobai hung up the phone and did not go to the cafeteria to eat. He was waiting for Zhao Gang's call. Those words just now are useful to coax Zhao Xinyi, but they can't coax Zhao Gang. It's just that Zhao Xinyi was there just now, and the two men had a tacit understanding and did not mention it. Hey, Dad, Jiang Xiaobai answered the phone. Does it have to be built? Zhao Gang said. It's hard to ride a tiger. If we regret not building now, not only will the top have opinions on us, but the future will be difficult, and it will have a great impact on our Huiqing holdings. If it is built, it will also have great benefits for our Huiqing holdings. So now it is built or not built. Jiang Xiaobai said truthfully. Do you know how much risk this is? So good? I know that my fame was ruined, and several factory directors of Huiqing Holding Company and Jianhua Village went bankrupt, and I was burdened with huge debts. Jiang Xiaobai said with a wry smile, if this is especially true for later generations, the company will go bankrupt. The liquidation of assets, debts, and a fart relationship with Lao Tzu are all actions of the company. Even if there is a little debt, it will not be too much, but this time is different. The government does not allow you to go bankrupt. If you go bankrupt, who will give you the debt? Unruly. Even in the 1990s, it's the same. Although there are laws that stipulate that you can go bankrupt, you still won't be allowed to go bankrupt and liquidate. Seeing Jiang Xiaobai thoughts and understanding, Zhao Gang knew that Jiang Xiaobai had really made up his mind. How sure are you? 50%, half and half, Jiang Xiaobai said in silence for a while. How much money is there in the factory now? The available funds are about 10 million yuan. Zhao Gang took a deep breath. Yes, he thought Jiang Xiaobai would only have a few million, but he didn't expect that he would have tens of millions of funds unknowingly. It has only been a few years of hard work, and the previous policy has not been very good. That is, it has been better since last year. Okay, then, if you have any difficulties, just tell me directly, Dad will help you find a way. It's really not good. Just like Xinyi said, let's see if Longan can cooperate. There is a relationship in the province that needs to be dredged, and I also greet me directly. Your dad has been the director of the factory for so many years, and he still has some personal connections. Zhao Gang also said heartily, that he is a girl like Zhao Xinyi, and if Jiang Xiaobai and Zhao Xinyi are not doing well, he will be the same. Relax. I know, Dad, I'm still young. Even if I fail, I will have a chance to make a comeback with you. Jiang Xiaobai was also grateful in his heart. Zhao Gang knew the risks of this matter, but he didn't say anything bad. But try to help yourself. Hang up, call, Jiang Xiaobai walked towards the cafeteria. On this day, the employees of the Educated Youth Cannery clearly felt the different atmosphere of the Educated Youth Cannery. A meeting was held for several hours without talking. After all the senior executives came out of the meeting room, the expressions on their faces were very solemn. After the meeting, it was time for dinner, and they did not eat in the factory, but left in a hurry. Fortunately, seeing the expression on Director Xiaobai's face was okay, they were relieved. The director of Xiaobai is the Dinghai Shenzhen of Jianhua village. As long as the director of Xiaobai does not panic, the entire Jianhua village and several factories will not panic and have the backbone. End of this chapter.